meeting of the Metropolitan Planning Commission. Because we have so many people, and I understand we have a lot of people outside, I'm going to turn it over to the director quickly, a little out of order, to give us some guidance on how we're going to operate the meeting tonight, and then we'll turn back to our regular agenda.
Thank you. So we are at fire capacity inside of the hearing room. And so what is going to happen when we're at fire capacity is that we want to keep everyone safe, but we also want to make sure that we hear from everyone who's come to the commission to speak, and we will hear from everyone who's come to the commission to speak. So the way we are going to run the agenda, it's a little bit slower, but it enables us to hear from everyone. We're going to go through the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the minutes. And then there will be a public comment period. That public comment period is only for items that have already been heard. So I suspect that many of you are here for item number 8 on data centers, and you do not need to speak during the public comment period at the top. You'll be able to speak when that item comes up on the agenda. If you are here to speak on an item that has already previously been heard, then that's the time for you to speak, and we've got a list here for that. When we go through the items for deferral, withdrawal, or consent, which is items F and G on the agenda, we're going to go through that in the room, and then we're going to send a staff member out to the hallway to find out if anyone is here to speak on items other than number 8 data center. And if you're here to speak on items other than the data center, we welcome you. We just want to hear from you outside that that's what you want to speak on. And then once we have our agenda set, we will be hearing item 8 data center plus anything else that folks are here to speak on. And what we'll do is we'll just rotate people into the room safely to speak. We want the commission to hear from you. We'll make sure that we maintain our capacity, and we'll just rotate folks in and out. And then there's a television on in the hallway, so you'll be able to hear the hearing. If we can get everybody in the room safely, then we will absolutely do that here. So commissioners, we'll just go nice and slow, and as we get to those items, we'll send folks into the hallway to communicate with them outside to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. And I feel really good about making sure everybody's heard. Does that sound good?
That sounds good. We'll revise and improvise as we go. All right, so back to our regular agenda. The first item is the adoption of the agenda for today's meeting. A copy was placed at your desk. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted. The next item is the approval of the May 28th, 2026 meeting minutes that were emailed out to us earlier or last week. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes? Approved or motion seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? All right, the meeting minutes are adopted. The next item is item D, and as the director just mentioned, this is the public comment period on any items that were closed, where we do not have a public hearing scheduled for today. And my understanding is we do not have anyone who has signed up for that. So we will move on to item E, which is recognition of the council members. And Council Lady Gamble, it's nice to see you. If you would like to come talk with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening or afternoon, everyone. It's always great to see you and appreciate your service. I would like to speak briefly on 2 items on the agenda. The first, number 6, Mulberry Downs North project concept plan approval. I just asked, I know that there's a memo on your desk regarding construction traffic. This project is for 37 single-family homes on a plot of land in the district. We've had a community meeting. It's not a rezone. The developer is working within the current zoning for the project. There's support for the project. However, there's concern about construction traffic because currently there's only, excuse me, one ingress and egress into the property through an existing 200 family subdivision. And so we looked at if there was a possibility to add another entrance, ingress, egress from Dickerson Pike, which is the major road where this property is located. And unfortunately, due to the topography and other things, there is not. There is another road that abuts a neighboring property. Unfortunately, the developer who's doing the 37 lots also owns the property, the abutting property, and they will be moving forward with an SP on that project. But since they are in control of both parcels, there is the possibility that they could develop both parcels from Marbury Downs Circle, using that as a construction access. So just ask that you consider that in your approval or consideration for this project. The second one is number 8 on data centers, and everybody is here to talk about data centers, and I really appreciate the showing that we have today from the community to weigh in and provide input on this issue. The Metro Council is considering regulations and restrictions on data centers in Nashville. Just want to say I support the bill. I appreciate my colleague, Councilmember Horton, for bringing this forward to address environmental concerns that we've heard across the country regarding water and electricity usage and noise and air pollution, and just wanting to make sure that any development, as we know, we already have data centers in Nashville, but we want to make sure that any new centers we're looking at how we can protect vulnerable communities that they may serve. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. And a lot of people out there, but I don't think we see any other council members. Okay. What? Did I miss one? Okay. All right. So the next item for us is our list of items for deferral or withdrawal.
I'll now read the items for deferral or withdrawal, starting on page 3. Item number 1, 2025 CP 006001, Bellevue Community Plan Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. On page 4, item number 2, 2026 SP 011001, Pleasant Green. Staff recommendation is to defer to the June 25th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 3, 2026 SP 022001, Hobson Heights SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the June 25th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 5, 2025 S203001, Harpeth Overlook Phase 2. Staff recommendations to defer to the June 25th Planning Commission meeting. On page 5, item number 9, 2025 SP 044001, Kingdom Land. Staff recommendation is to defer to the June 25th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 10, 2026 SP 027001, Kitty Wells Station. Staff recommendations to defer to the June 25th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. And item number 11, 2026 S 087001, 0 Clarksville Pike. Staff recommendations to defer to the June 25th Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. So to confirm, the items that we have on the list for deferral or withdrawal tonight are items 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, 10, and 11.
That is correct.
Great. Commissioners, that is our list of items for deferral or withdrawal this evening. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. I understand that we overlooked Council Lady Hancock. Would you like to come forward now? We'll go a little out of order and then pick back up. I'm sorry for that.
So sorry, it was hard to see me on the 118th row. But I do want to speak about item 7 on your agenda today. I know that it's planned to be on the consent agenda. I don't know if it's planned on being pulled. I do want to recognize, if there are any animal lovers in the room, that this parcel, 64 acres, is home to 57 Brangus cattle that actually live kind of in my backyard. I mean, across the property line, I get to see them, and that's fantastic. There's currently a restrictive covenant on this property that disallows trailers, amongst many other things, because it was a community agreed upon covenant back in, I believe it was 2016. Adam can correct me if I'm wrong about that. But considering that, with this lot subdivision proposal, they're not going to be able to do anything they can't already do on the property. And it's a lot subdivision to allow 2 acres per parcel for the 2 parcels they would like to parcel out, reducing this 64-acre farm to a 60-acre farm. And this will enable these farmers to be able to maintain their farm and their Brangus cattle that we love to see, and will also just add to the community as we have RS 80 all the way up and down Manise, just add another 2 RS 80 homes. So I hope that you approve this. I'm in much support. I think it'll be great for the community, and if you have any questions, I'll be willing to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad we got you before we got to the next agenda item. Okay, turning back to the consent agenda, item G.
As a note, item number 8 will be presented and have a public hearing. But I'll now read through the items on the tentative consent agenda and ask if anyone is here in opposition. If so, please raise your hand and the item will be presented in the order they appear on the agenda. If no one is in opposition to the item, it will be on the consent agenda. Please note that items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. As noticed to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. So starting on page 4, item number 4, 2026 SP 025001 12802 Old Hickory Boulevard. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent. Oh, sorry.
All right.
Okay, just keep going. Okay.
One quick, so you're going to go do that after we have this preliminary pass? Okay, thanks.
Okay. Item number 6, 2026 S 076001. Is there any opposition to this one? Mulberry Downs North. Okay. On page number 5, item number 7, 2026 S 081001 Adam Sawyer subdivision. Is there anyone here in opposition to this item? Okay, and then on page 6, item number 12, 2026 S 093001 Hazelwood Drive. Is there anyone here in opposition to this item? Yes. Item number 13, 2026 C 030. Yes, we got him. Sorry. This item will be placed on the agenda to be heard. 2026 Z 030 PR 001, item number 13. Is there anyone here in opposition to this item? Okay. And then item number 14, 2026 C 040 PR 001. Is there anyone here in opposition to this item? All right, and then item number 15, 2026 C 041 PR 001. Is there anyone here in opposition to this item? All right. Okay.
We'll give Lisa a minute to get outside.
So Lisa, for the folks who are watching on television in the hall, Ms. Milligan is going to come out and she's going to ask if you're here to speak on any item other than 8 data centers or number 12 Hazelwood Drive for those watching outside. So if you're here for those items, no need to speak up. They're already being heard.
Okay. So with that, I think you can go forward with reading the full consent agenda, reading the caption.
We wait for Lisa to come
Okay.
back and let us know. Let's just give her 1 minute.
Thank you for your patience, just another minute.
It's our understanding that there's a line wrapped around the building of folks who want to speak at the commission meeting, and so we're just needing to follow due process and to make sure everybody has a chance to have a voice. So we're confirming that everyone's here to speak on item 8. So we really appreciate your patience for those of you who are in the item in the room. And I apologize for not having Jeopardy music for your entertainment. So forgive us. We'll do.
We're good?
Yes, I checked. Hi. Everyone was very patient. I went through both rooms of the lobby, and there was no one here that was opposed to any of the items that were on the consent. So the only item that was pulled to be presented is item number 12. And so Selena can read through the captions now.
Great, thank you. All right, Selena.
All right. Item number 4 on page 4, 2026, SP 025001, 12802 Old Hickory Boulevard, a request to rezone from AR2A to SP for property located at 18802 Old Hickory Boulevard to permit a mixed-use development. Staff recommendations to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 6, 2026 S076001, Mulberry Downs North, a request for concept plan approval for a conservation subdivision to create 37 lots for property located at Dickerson Pike unnumbered. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions, including the condition in the memo you've received. On page number 5, item number 7, 2026 S081001, Adam Sawyer subdivision, a request for final plat approval to create 2 lots on portions of properties located at 1890 Hudson Road and Minnie's Lane, unnumbered. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions, including variances to section 4, 2.5 of the Metro subdivision regulations. On page 6 of the agenda, item number 13, 2026 C030PR001, a request to rezone from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for properties located at 408 and 410 Patterson Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 14, 2026 C0400PR001, a request to rezone from RS5 to MUN-ANS zoning for property located at 1212 Villa Place. Staff recommendation is to approve. And item number 15, 2026 C041PR001, a request to rezone from RS5 to R6A for property located at 303 Joyner Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 16, new employment contract for Forrest Cook, and item number 20, to accept the director's report and approve administrative items.
Thank you very much. So I will read back the items that are on the consent agenda tonight. We have items 4, 6, 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 20. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Commissioners, that is our consent agenda for tonight. Do I have a motion to approve? Okay, motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the consent agenda is adopted. Okay.
We understand that Councilwoman Sepulveda is here, and I wonder if the commission might entertain hearing from her out of order. She got stuck in the crowd.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Council Lady?
All right. Hi, Commissioners. Sorry I'm late and I'm out of order, so thank you for hearing me. First of all, happy World Cup Day. Mexico just won 2-0. Traffic is a little bad coming from South Nashville, just FYI. So I know a lot of people are coming from all over the city. I wanted to speak in regards to Councilmember Rowland's legislation in regards to regulating some of these data centers that will be coming before us as the years go by. And I wanted to talk to you all, not just about the one that is proposed that will be next to the zoo, but we also have one that is being proposed at Fisk University. This is supposed to be regulation for across Davidson County. And I want to emphasize that because in my day job, I have been working with many organizations that have been trying to address this issue in West Tennessee when it comes to the center that is there. They have had air pollution, they have had water pollution, and this has affected majority minority neighborhoods. And as a representative of a majority minority district with the largest Latino population, this is something that is very important to me, and it's going to be something that we're going to be discussing as the years go by. So I want to make sure that we take a serious look at regulating what this will look like as we move forward in the future, because we have to protect not just animals, but our neighbors, our water supply, our air supply. This is an important issue, and it's going to impact us right now and our children going into the future. So I am fully in support of Councilmember Rowland's legislation and will be voting so at the council meeting. So I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Excuse me. All right. We are not, I was gonna wait a minute before we started on the ground rules, but we'll start right now. There will not be any clapping. There will not be any negative reaction to what the speakers say. We have a lot of people to get through tonight, and it's really important that we do this in an orderly fashion. So I will give you your ground rules in 1 minute, but when you have your turn to speak, you will speak, and everyone will listen. We will all listen carefully, but we will not be reacting. And if that happens, we're going to have to stop the meeting, and it will delay the night for everybody. So please, please, please keep that in mind. I know there's a lot of energy and passion in the room tonight around this topic, but it's really important that we try to follow our rules because we have an unprecedented number of people here tonight. So thank you for doing your best to support us. Before we move on to item number 8, since I know that's the one that everyone is here for, Commissioners, we have one person here that has indicated that they have a comment on item number 12. And I wanted to see if we could consider shifting things around a little bit to hear item number 12 first. Because otherwise the applicant and the public participant will be here for a very long time. So I wanted to see if the commissioners would entertain changing up the order to hear item 12 first, and if we have our staff person here to do so. Right there. Okay, is that okay with you? Great, thank you very much. So we are going to start with item 12, and then we will go forward with item 8.
All right, this is item number 12 on the agenda tonight. The request is to approve a concept plan to create 14 lots. Staff recommends approval with conditions, including exceptions to section 3.5.2. The subject site is zoned R8 and has been since 1974. The property has been developed with several multifamily structures with a total of 50 units. These structures were built in 1967 and are considered a legally non-conforming land use. Surrounding zoning includes R8, RS 7.5, RM20, and OR20. The proposed concept plan is shown on the screen. 14 lots are proposed. The block face is formed by Hazelwood to the west and alley right-of-way proposed to be improved to the north. Rosewood currently ends in front of lots 13 and 14, which is on the east side of the property. Rosewood is proposed to be extended all the way through to Hazelwood on the west side of the site. The areas in gray are proposed to be improved. For this concept plan, staff utilized the concept plan, the conventional regulations found in Chapter 3 of the subdivision regulations. As this is in the neighborhood maintenance policy, the standards for compatibility with surrounding parcels was used in the review of this application. However, there are no surrounding parcels to be used for Lot 1 compatibility. Therefore, the Planning Commission must determine if the proposed development is in keeping with the surrounding lot pattern. Lots 2 to 12 are not subject to compatibility requirements as they are not along an existing street. Lots 13 and 14 outlined in blue are required to meet compatibility as they are along an existing street. And lots 13 and 14 do meet the compatibility requirements. The proposed Lot 1, outlined in red, is approximately 0.23 acres and has 113 feet of frontage. This lot does not have surrounding parcels to compare to. As mentioned earlier, the block face is formed by Hazelwood to the west and alley right-of-way to the north. Lot 1 is oriented to Hazelwood Drive, where this pattern does not currently exist on the east side of Hazelwood Drive. There are lots oriented toward Hazelwood Drive on the west side of the street. While this block has no other parcels to be considered as surrounding parcels, there are other parcels on the west side of Hazelwood Drive that can be used in the consideration of a larger area to evaluate general compatibility. The properties on the west side of Hazelwood range from 9,700 square feet to 17,400 square feet, with frontages ranging from 50 to 100 feet. Lot 1 is approximately 10,033 square feet with 113 feet of road frontage. New homes will be required to meet the contextual setback or the 20-foot minimum street setback, whichever is greater per the zoning code. Given this information, staff finds the proposed Lot 1 to be consistent with the larger area, and that an exception to compatibility requirements would be appropriate. Staff recommends approval with conditions, including exceptions to Section 352.
Thank you very much. We will go ahead and start the public hearing. Is the applicant for item 12 in the room? Thank you. It occurred to me after we switched the order that you might have no idea.
We were sitting down for a long evening.
All right, I'm glad that
Thanks for
you,
moving us up. Yes, my name is Brent Smith, and
hold on one sec. We need to make sure your microphone is on.
just better.
Yes, and just to remind you, you have 8 minutes. You can hold back 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. Yes, my name is Brent Smith. I'm the developer of the property. The current owners approached us about redeveloping this for them. When we initially looked at the site, our initial plan was to go in and do 32 units, single family and a combination of single family and townhomes. We went and met with planning staff, went over our initial plan with them. After meeting with them and some of the neighbors, the council member, Mr. Cash, we decided that it would be the best approach would be just to go in and continue this development as though it actually fits into the development, as though it was already as though it had always been there. So we got with NDOT in Rosewood right now. Currently stops, as you can tell, and actually turns into the parking lot of the existing apartments. Our plan is to continue Rosewood all the way through, connect it with Hazelwood, and that completes that neighborhood and connectivity there, which we think is a benefit to the neighborhood. We're also completing or installing the alley to the rear. That right-of-way has been in place for 50 or 60 years whenever it was originally done. So we're going to be completing the alley, and that'll allow these units to be rear-loaded, take pressure off of the streets and parking along there. Currently, there are 50 apartments located on the property. They're legally non-conforming. Thus, we'll remove that from the site. And you're going to hear some from the opposition in the neighborhood group that they hate to see the loss of the affordable, these 50 apartments. We do too. We agree. We would love to go back in there and redevelop this as a multi-unit apartment, multifamily, an apartment complex. Keep some affordable, but it just doesn't fit into the neighborhood. And the opposition to that, the council member said, Brent, absolutely not. There's no way you're going to be able to put multifamily back in here. So we feel like what we've done here, it just fits into the compatibility of the neighborhood, and we think it works for what it does. So I'd like to hold back my time for any opposition. And
Great.
I'm open for any questions y'all may have.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so now we have time for anyone who wishes to speak in support or in opposition to this item. I know there was one person here, at least a couple people. If you could come and just line up down the center line, that would help us with keeping this moving forward. You will have 2 minutes to state your support or opposition, and please just state your name and what area of town you live in.
Okay. My name is Scott Troxel. I live at 2912 Oakland Avenue. That's just about 4 blocks away from Rosewood Apartments. My wife and I have lived in Belmont Hillsborough for 35 years. I'm a realtor. I was the president of the Greater Nashville Realtors in 2017 and been the president of Belmont Hillsborough Neighbors several times through the years. In the time that I've lived in Belmont Hillsborough, I've certainly seen the home values go up a range I never thought possible. I've also seen the density of our neighborhood drop, where quadplexes, triplexes have been reduced or to single-family homes, where the floor plans have doubled or tripled. At the same time, we all know that Nashville needs more attainable and affordable houses. It needs more density. There have been noble plans like Nashville Next providing a vision of how that can be done. At the same time as this vision has been promoted, the opportunity for that vision to be realized has been removed bit by bit, down zone by down zone, paper cut by paper cut. The subdivision before you today is more than a small gutting of Nashville Next or the unified housing strategy. It basically says that those plans, those visions are wonderful aspirations. They're very courageous. They're very forward thinking. And yet the courage required to make those strategic plans a reality, is it in this room? It's not in the places where that courage has not existed in places where it needs to be when the actual plans are designed, bantered, considered, and challenged. This subdivision goes in the opposite direction of what Nashville needs. This subdivision will evict 50 households from Belmont Hillsborough neighborhood with nothing to replace that community. These individuals have enjoyed the benefit of having a reasonably priced rental, close to a WeGo bus stop, walking distance to Buy Right or Kroger, close to Vandy. I guess that's my
our
signal.
2 minutes, yes, thank you.
Yeah, basically, I feel like this is not going in the direction, is not providing the housing that Nashville needs.
Great, thank you very much.
I'm Sandra Shelton. I live at 1830 Wildwood Avenue. This apartment complex has been in my backyard since I bought my house in 1974. It was built around 1967. Over the years, it has been owned by groups of neighbors, and during its entire existence, it's been a nice, affordable place for people to reside. It's never been a problem for neighbors or the neighborhood. I used to own a store in Hillsborough Village, and I had employees that could live there and come to work short distance. It just seems like this is a loss for the neighborhood, which is becoming an increasingly unaffordable place to live. In April of 2025, the Nashville Scene did a cover story titled "The Battle for Belmont Hillsborough," and I feel like I've been involved in that battle for 52 years. They quoted Lucy Kemp, Metro Planning Director, saying, "Planning broadly sees housing type diversity as important and an important component of sustaining racial and economic diversity, which is slowly going away in our neighborhood. On that grounds, we ask you to disapprove. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Adam Nicholson. I live in South Nashville. My parents live around the corner from here, and I just want to echo the things that have been said already about why we're opposing this. The kind of creativity and imagination that was involved in reclassifying 50 units in a multifamily building, and somehow we're going to pretend that they're now going to be 16 individual separate units. I would just invite all of us to use that kind of creativity and imagination to think how hard it would be to build something like 50 units in a place like this neighborhood. It's almost hard to imagine that something like this could be built nowadays, getting through the approval process and everything. So we have this there now. It's important to protect these while we have them for all the reasons mentioned already. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, I wasn't originally going to speak on this, but I feel motivated because I am a renter in Nashville. And for you to take away 50 apartment or places, for them to be able to take away 50 places, affordable places for us to live, so that 16 people who are going to probably not work in that area, or I just think it's not a smart thing for the city to do in the midst of the housing crisis that we're having right now. It's hard to pay rent, much less have places to rent. I think it's just a silly thing to take down 50 people's homes so 16 people can live there. It doesn't make any sense. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in support or opposition to this item? Are you wanting to come forward and speak? Okay. It's all right. If anyone else is interested in speaking on this item, please line up so we can move through everyone. You start with your name and where you live.
My name is Zachary Mansfield. I live in West Nashville. I, too, am a renter in West Nashville, and I agree with the previous speaker. It does not make sense to wipe out 50 people's homes for what sounds like aesthetics, just so it fits with the rest of the neighborhood and 16 people move in and commute. It's next to a bus stop. I'm sure these people work locally. And again, you're leaving, I'm bad at math, but somewhere in the neighborhood of 34 people high and dry. And I do not understand the reasoning behind this decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Taylor Zeitlin, and I just want to echo what the last couple of people have said. I'm in agreement on that. I think Nashville doesn't have a lack of housing problem. I think it's a pricing problem, and I think that there is not control over things. I can speak to, I'm a renter in the city, and my rent went up $150 a month last year, and I've really struggled from that. I don't think it's not a lack of housing. I've never struggled to find a house, like somewhere to live here. It is just the pricing is astronomical. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jason Frazier. I live at 912 Apex Street. As someone who works in the housing sector, I would like to see any decision made that would avoid unnecessary evictions and avoid people potentially entering homelessness as a result of new development. I think it would be the wise and humane decision of the Planning Commission to withdraw this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, my name is David Taft, and I actually used to live in this complex. When I first moved in there, my rent was like $450 for my part of a 2-bedroom. And as a student who was paying for Belmont on loans, it's pretty hard to find someplace close by that is, workable to get to your morning classes. That's 50 less units that are going to be available to anyone at Vandy or Belmont who's trying to live somewhere close to their school. There's really limited options around there. And when I was living there, they actually renovated it already once. So my guess is that investor who bought it didn't make the money he wanted to make, sold it, is trying to sell it to this guy. And they're trying to turn it into fewer, larger dollar per unit. That's what they're trying, that's what this is. It's an opportunity to try to make more money. So yeah, I vote against it.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, my name is Alex Bork. I am a college student.
Hold on.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alex Bork. I am a college student. I go to Nashville State, and I live in a terrible apartment in Hillsborough. I live on my own, independent from my family. My apartment is way too expensive for all the roaches I have, and I hope that it's not the next building torn down.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, my name is Rafaela Cohane. I live at 117 30th Avenue North. I am a condo owner, and this is ridiculous. This is going against everything the council claims they want, which is more affordable housing. Not only that, the reason your rent went up $150 last year is because my taxes went up $800 last year. So there's a correlation there. This is ridiculous. You don't want affordable housing. You just want new housing. There's nothing wrong with a building built in 1967. If the Colosseum from Rome was in Nashville, they would knock it down and put up a mall or something.
My name is Madison Atkinson. I live at 4909 Atwood Drive, and I echo a lot of what my previous speakers have been saying. It isn't a housing problem, it is a pricing problem. I just don't see the point in knocking down 50 affordable housing for people like myself that have disabilities that can't afford things, or families that are coming in looking for an escape from things or trying to start a new life that they just don't have a place to start to buy houses because of the pricing. So to me, to knock down 50 affordable places for people that are relying on disability income or families that are just trying to get a new start in place of 10 to 12 new houses is just absurd. So that's kind of where I stand with that.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, where's the applicant? There you are. If you would like to come back up, we'll give you your 2 minutes for rebuttal.
The only thing I would like to add is that I also live in Nashville. I also have to pay property taxes here. I'm also having to deal with affordability issues. Everybody does. But when you're taking a property that literally is falling apart, I can't rebuild the buildings. Planning won't, that doesn't fit into the code. So, you know, that's where we are. And the other developments I do in town are affordable housing, very affordable. And I fight those fights. This is not the place for it. So I appreciate y'all's consideration, and I'd love to talk to anyone that wants to talk to me about it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, well, we will declare the public hearing closed, and if I can ask the director just to clarify for all of us before we open the commissioner discussion about what it is we're voting on here, what this item is.
Sure. So the Planning Commission receives a lot of different kinds of application types. Two of the most common are rezonings and subdivision applications. So for rezoning, when the commission is advisory to council, we would look at things like density and housing type and the alignment of the proposal to the general plan, and absolutely all of these comments would be pertinent to a rezoning recommendation. This application is a subdivision proposal. The state gives to the Planning Commission the authority to divide land according to certain rules, and it's something of a ministerial review where you aren't looking at a change to the zoning, but you're looking at the division of land. That in no way changes the very pertinent and important policy issues that have been raised here. It's just an application type that can happen under anybody's property for the division of land in Davidson County. And so it's really tough because there's a misalignment in what the kind of proposal that we're actually looking at and that the commission is reviewing versus the policy issues here. And I think if this were a rezoning, we would absolutely be talking about the density and the placement of density and all of those things. What I would say to the commission is the staff attempted to review the subdivision according to those standards that we have published. You'll see that there are exceptions here. If you want to probe those exceptions and have a conversation about that, we can certainly do that We have, unfortunately, according to Lisa, is it state law, 60 days to review subdivisions. Again, they're just different than zoning proposals. And so, is it 60-day review? Okay, so I think with that, let me know if there are other questions about the subdivision standards. Thank you.
Commissioner Henley, can I let you start us off on this discussion?
Thank you, Vice Chair. You know, these are the times where I don't really like this seat. But I do appreciate you recognizing me first. I think, you know, personally and professionally, you know, I advocate for things like this being created in our city. So to see them potentially being destroyed is something I don't really like to see. I do feel like this is probably a matter of, you know, principle versus policy. And I think our director just highlighted, you know, our policy and what's within our authority. I mean, it seems like there has been some conversation about alternatives. I think there was some correspondence that was sent to us by the council member where he had expressed and at least acknowledged the conversation around affordable housing. I think we clearly have heard from individuals that did not come to speak but were compelled to speak. I think it's a small piece of how I think our city at large feels. And so for me, I mean, I know we're here today. I know there's a time limit. I mean, personally, I don't want to approve anything that, you know, gets rid of already existing affordable housing. I think there is a potential for a path forward that means, you know, a lot more to our community remaining affordable than what's proposed today. I think the council member obviously has the power to steward things beyond what happens here. But, you know, I mean, I've reviewed the staff's report. There's nothing that I find in there that's compelling enough to say that it doesn't align with our policy. But from a principled standpoint, I just don't like to see it. I drove by I know where the property is. I drove by it fairly recently. I can't speak to the condition of what it looks like on the inside, but, you know, for a place that people call home today, to see it potentially going away is something I don't like to see, so.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Yeah, Councilman Horton.
Thank you, Chair. I share some of the same concerns raised by Commissioner Henley, and I think normally I would be inclined to defer to the staff recommendation, but I found some of the public comments here compelling. We have a housing crisis, we have a housing shortage, and I'm reluctant to approve something which would result in a lack of housing or reduction of the housing stock, particularly, as one of the speakers noted, in a neighborhood like Belmont Hillsborough, where it's a very desirable, very walkable neighborhood where we've seen house prices skyrocket and floor plans increase even as household size declines. So I think, as Commissioner Henley said, I think there's probably a better way forward for this lot other than the destruction of the existing housing stock for less and more expensive homes than are on there today. So would welcome the thoughts of the other commissioners, but I'm currently thinking of voting no on this one.
Thank you. Other thoughts from commissioners on this item? Commissioner Dundon.
Thanks. I want to make sure I understand the summary that you gave, which is that this really is different. This is not a zoning request to change the zoning. This is a ministerial act. If they meet the standards for every property owner essentially has the right to subdivide their land, their parcel, if it meets the standards. And is that correct? Yeah.
That's correct, but there's an important but in there. I want to complete your question, then I want to respond.
If we can't point to some standard that we think has not been met, then we don't really have a basis to deny the application. Is that correct? Or
so prior to 2023 or thereabouts, and council can weigh in, that was absolutely how we looked at subdivision regulations, very narrowly and according to a set of rules, and we still apply those, and we still do that analysis and give you a recommendation. There was a case, Hudson v. Metro, where the court opened up a door to the commission applying the policy in its review. And we have since then been sort of trying to understand and grapple with that as staff. And I think there have been several cases where the commission has applied the policy, and as staff, the policy here is what?
It's a neighborhood maintenance policy.
Neighborhood maintenance policy. So you could look at the standards of neighborhood maintenance and apply something, and council jump in, a little bit beyond that ministerial view or in addition to. I don't think you could ignore the ministerial view. You have to apply the standards. Everyone can subdivide their land according to subdivision regulations. But there is some space to have a policy conversation. I don't know if the scope is broad enough to effectively respond to the very good feedback we heard from the public, but I think that's for the commission to discuss. And the staff tends to keep to that narrow view. Did I miss anything?
No, I think that was accurate. And I would just say, I would encourage you, if it is based on the policy, to be specific about why this does not comply with the policy.
Because if we don't do that, we're sort of inviting a legal challenge and expense associated with that on all sides.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Chair. I'm heartened by the public comment. I think that's one of the few items we've had almost unanimous pro density. I'd encourage y'all to check out really any of our agendas and come down and speak for density, because every single 2 weeks, every single fortnight, there's an item on our agenda with plenty of people speaking against it for that very reason. And I think I'll echo what all the commissioners have said, which is this is a little bit of a tough one, in that I also hate to see something kind of effectively downzoned or go away. I think what makes this tricky from sitting in the chair and not just saying what you'd prefer to do is that this has been legally non-conforming for 53 of the 60 years it's been there, which means that it was grandfathered in, but the zoning does not allow multifamily, or at least what is there. And this subdivision is what is allowed in that density in Nashville Next. I think there's enough sentiment around the commission, and it seems like in the neighborhood, that a zoning change would probably be at least heard with open ears, if that was something to be pursued. But that's tricky, and if you spoke for it and it changes, I hope you'll come back, because there'll be plenty of neighbors who will be against it. And all that being said, the property owner is within their rights to ask for this. I don't see anything in the staff report that leads me to believe that there's any violations or irregularities that would lead it to not be approved. So I would rather have 50 than 16. I think that's almost across the board. But in the same way that I support people trying to develop their property into more density, I think I would have to lean towards voting to approve this, as it's within their rights. It's according to our policy. I think the planning commission, the planning department, is really trying more than almost any other city in Middle Tennessee, and I put us up against any peer city in the nation, to address our housing situation. That's something they are actively trying to do. This is a tough one and doesn't exactly meet that ideal that we're going for. But I think we are taking a lot of steps, and I hope that you'll sign up for some of our newsletters and show support to things we are doing with the RN and RL new zoning districts. Anyway, I've gone on long enough. I think I'm inclined to support staff recommendation, even though I'm gonna have to grit my teeth a little, because a 60-year-old building is probably tough to rehabilitate for the third or fourth time. This is within policy. I would encourage them to think about doing something that had a little bit more density, might have more smaller, cheaper units, but that's not really my place to mandate. So I'll let it go at that.
Thank you. Any further? Yes, Commissioner Leslie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is what I hear. I hear several things. I hear the people that live there, they want to stay there because it's affordable. I understand that. I hear the applicant say that he does affordable housing. It just does not work here. That's, like my fellow commissioners have said, that's kind of tough. But I do also understand that when we're doing subdivisions, and I appreciate the exceptions and so forth, it stops here. It doesn't go to the council or anything. What we vote on stops here. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
And as Commissioner Dundon said, it's very narrow when we can impose an exception. I know that this is neighborhood maintenance, and a lot of people think that, well, if it's neighborhood maintenance, it's got to stay just like it is, but not necessarily. So, and I don't know in building the other housing, whether it'll be affordable. He has not said so, and I don't think that's something we need to consider. But I think it is within the policy, and I do feel for the people that might be displaced, and this is a hard one for us. It really is. But I would be proposed to approve the staff recommendation.
All right. Anyone else? I think we've heard from everybody. Is anyone willing to make a motion? I think it's time for us to have a motion. Commissioner Smith?
In regards to item 12, I move to approve with conditions, including exceptions to section 3.5.2.
Proper motion. I have a second? Okay. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Any opposed? Two opposed? Okay. Councilman Horton and Commissioner Henley. Okay. Motion passes. And yes, Director.
I was just going to give a suggestion about how to move the next item.
Okay. Well, thank you. That is definitely a hard item, and yeah, I'm sorry that we didn't have time for or an opportunity to look for other solutions. We are a little limited in the city with all of our tools right now.
So, Commissioners, with item number 8 on the data centers next, we've not had a crowd this large previously, but because we are at fire capacity, what my suggestion is that we open the item for public hearing after you hear the presentation from the team. And then what I ask for the folks in here is when you're done speaking, you're going to each have 2 minutes. You'll get instructions further from the chair that you actually go out into the hallway so we can invite more people into the room to speak so that everyone can be heard. We want everyone who's come down here to be heard. And we thank you so much for your patience. And so we're just going to sort of keep an eye on the door. And what we ask is that you keep the hallway there open, or we'll get in trouble with our peers in the fire department, which we don't want. So as we move forward, if you'll go out into the hallway, once everyone has been heard, then we'll have an opportunity to deliberate. But thank you again for your patience. Does that work, Chair?
It does. I will just say, and this is going to be hard, but because it's loud in the hallway, do your best to shut the door. So we don't have too much distraction here.
And line up, right?
And
So
line up down the, yes.
Kind of keep it going.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, as I alluded to, we have, once we hear the item, we'll open up the public hearing. This is council bill, so we will not have an applicant. I believe that's correct. So we will just start immediately with hearing from those in the room that are speaking for or against this item. As you noticed in the last one, we don't differentiate. Everybody will be asked to line up, whether you're speaking in support or opposition for this item. You will have 2 minutes. You will start with your name and what area of town that you live in. As I mentioned earlier, it's really important for us to do this in the most orderly fashion. So please refrain from clapping or booing or whatever the reaction may be. But as the director just said, we really want to hear from everyone, but we want to keep this as orderly as possible. So with that, and most importantly, make sure we silence phones so we don't have any further distractions. I think we're maxed out on distractions for tonight. All right, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to planning staff to kick us off.
Hey, Dustin Shane, staff planner. This is a text amendment related to data centers. So data centers at the scale that we're seeing them now are a new land use phenomenon that's not addressed in the current zoning code. The recent rapid acceleration of data center development makes timely action essential. That being said, impacts vary significantly depending on cooling technology, generator size, facility size, and other design factors. So the bottom line is that it's important to acknowledge and plan for potential negative impacts to surrounding communities and infrastructure. So what's before the commission tonight is to review the countywide regulatory framework that's been proposed. This is not reviewing the proposed moratorium legislation. This is not a vote on issuance of a building permit for any data centers across the county. And it is not a consideration of any appeals to the Board of Zoning Appeals that may have been submitted. What it is updates to multiple chapters of Title 17, the zoning code, to create a regulatory framework for data centers. It establishes definitions, types, permitted zoning districts, and review procedures, including new performance, location, and permitting standards. Staff is continuing to evaluate. We expect to have our final recommendation at the June 25th meeting. We do recommend suspending the 4-week deferral rule of MPC regarding text amendments so that your recommendation can reach the council before their July 7th public hearing of this item. So some background. Data centers are not currently defined in the zoning code. The zoning administrator has classified them as general office. That determination has been appealed to the Board of Zoning Appeals. The existing code does not distinguish between small server rooms on the one hand and large-scale operations on the other. This amendment aims to ensure that there are appropriate siting and review based on size and infrastructure demands that data centers actually create. So looking at the bill as filed, it defines data centers, and I'll read this, as physical rooms, buildings, or facilities primarily used for housing and operating computer systems and associated equipment, including servers, data storage and processing systems, and accessory infrastructure such as cooling systems, power generators, electrical substations, and network hardware. It divides data centers into 5 types: accessory, small, medium, large, and campus. And then it delineates these types based on square footage, megawatt usage, and presence of substations. So those categories, first would be accessory. That's permitted as an accessory use. They are smaller than 5,000 square feet, use less than 1 megawatt of electricity, and must be accessory and smaller than a principal use. Data center small, that's the first standalone data center. That's permitted with conditions. Has to be less than or equal to 20,000 square feet in size, use less than or equal to 5 megawatts of electricity, cannot have a dedicated substation. It can be in a mixed-use building that does not include residential, but must occupy less than 30% of that building. Data center medium is the next step. That is also permitted with conditions. That goes up to almost 100,000 square feet in size and up to almost 20 megawatts of electrical capacity. It may have a dedicated substation. Large data centers are permitted only by a BZA-issued special exception permit. They start at 100,000 square feet and go up to almost 500,000 and up to almost 100 megawatts of electricity utilization. These utilize dedicated power substations. And then data center campus is upwards of 500,000 square feet or over 100 megawatts of electricity usage. These are not permitted anywhere in the county based on the legislation. So just to run down the zoning districts here for you, on the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see our mixed use, some of our mixed use, some of our office, commercial, downtown, shopping center, and industrial districts. Accessory data centers are permitted in those. Moving on to standalone data centers, the small type is only permitted in certain commercial, certain downtown, and our industrial districts. And then the medium-sized data center is only permitted in our industrial districts with conditions. The large type data center, which is permitted by special exception only, that's only permitted in our two most intense industrial districts. And then again, campus is not permitted in any zoning district. These are all the zoning districts where no type of data center is permitted based on how the legislation is written. Those will be our agricultural, residential, multifamily, most of our mixed use, and several of our commercial districts would not permit data centers. So looking at the bill, it specifies conditions for permitting data centers. It specifies the special exception requirements the BZA has to evaluate. These include standards for location, design, environmental impact, screening, noise, and parking. It requires NES review, water capacity verification, noise, transmission, electrical transmission studies, and sustainability plans updated every year from the data centers. So in our analysis, which is still ongoing, you find that that 5-category framework does improve differentiation in the code for data center impacts. We're continuing to review the size and megawatt thresholds and the potential performance-based criteria. These include separation distances from residential uses, daycare homes, daycare centers, religious institutions, community education uses, parks, zoos, and other data centers. For the small data center category, this distance is 100 feet from these uses. Excuse me, let me go back one for you. For the medium data center, it's 500 feet separation. And for the large data center, it's 2,640 feet or a half mile of separation. So we did some GIS analysis just to look at how that shakes out on the map. So across the county, these are the areas based on zoning and separation buffers where small, medium, and large data centers would be permitted. Note that these areas have not been evaluated for water or electric availability. This is just an example of a sensitive land use, in this case a park or cemetery, and the buffering distances that go around it. So a large type data center would not be allowed anywhere in that orange, red, or yellow area. And just to note, this area is otherwise an industrial area, but based on that sensitive land uses presence, there would be no large data center permitted here. Cockrell Bend is one of the areas where large data centers would be permitted. And you can see here an industrial parcel zoned appropriately that's over the half-mile distance required from a residential use, and that's why a large data center could be permitted. The other area of the county where it might be permitted based on how the legislation is written is in the southeast corner, but you can see the very small area based on the distance buffers as they're written would severely limit where it could be placed. Another industrial area in Old Hickory, though this is an industrial area, there would be no data center allowed on this parcel in particular of any size because it's only 40 feet from a parcel line of a park. And then in many of our intense mixed-use districts, it would be very difficult for data centers to locate. Here, this parcel is 60 feet from a residential tower in our downtown. If the distance buffers were removed, the availability of land for large data centers would drastically increase as shown on this map. So analyzing separation distances between data centers. So based on our peer city research, we found it somewhat unusual to require separation between data centers. Tucson and Louisville, the regulations they're considering do not include separations between data centers. Atlanta, who's had regulations for a couple of years now, They have separations only in one of their neighborhood overlay districts. St. Louis, who is considering comprehensive regulations similar to ours, is requiring just 300-foot separations between data centers in just their downtown and commercial districts. Urban Land Institute points out that clustering is generally encouraged, and they point to Loudoun County, Virginia, where shared infrastructure can sometimes decrease cost and actually limit the spread of data centers. Moving on to operational requirements that are in the ordinance, these include requirements for closed-loop cooling, limits on generator time of usage and the continuous nature of the use, emission limits in line with Tier 4 of what the EPA puts out, decibel noise limits, equipment placement restrictions, and annual reporting requirements. So staff is continuing to evaluate all this, including the prohibition on campus scale centers. We're continuing to coordinate with other Metro agencies, Metro Legal, and the legislative sponsor for any needed refinements. So our recommendation is hold the public hearing tonight, then suspend the Planning Commission rule related to 4-week deferrals so that the Planning Commission recommendation can be given on June 25th in time for the July 7th council public hearing of this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now the fun can start. We will open up the public hearing, and individuals who wish to speak, please line up in an orderly fashion. Again, we want to hear from everybody. Note there are a lot of people, so please be mindful of the clock. And make sure you're speaking into the microphone. So with that, please come forward. We'll get started. And if people can stay quiet so that everyone can hear those that are speaking. 1 minute. If we can have everyone quiet down so we can hear. Appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Benny. I live in Lewisburg, Tennessee. I've lived in Tennessee my whole life, mainly around the Nashville area. And I've created a little speech for y'all. Unity, the final frontier before the removal of an overstepping government and a broken system. My parents lived through a communist state in Romania, fighting to stay alive in the hopes of coming to this beautiful country, for hopes that their children, like me, don't have to experience the horrors that they went through. But as it turns out, they were wrong. One of the main indicators of a communistic state is where the community has no say in how it's run. We've seen this in plenty of places like Salt Lake City, Utah, Lake Tahoe, Coweta County, Georgia, and many more. Data centers are one of these things that everyone, once educated on their harm to health, the effect on native pollinators and native fauna, everyone can begin to unify on. Studies in Virginia found that living even miles from a data center heavily increases risk for heart disease, cancer, asthma, and many more, especially in children. It triples energy costs, it heavily reduces water pressure while poisoning water sources with PFAS or forever chemicals. And as Lake Tahoe found out, it can also remove your right to having power without warning due to an electric company's refusal to have a backbone and stand by the community. Is that what is next for Tennessee? The federal government wants to tell its constituents that they have no choice in this matter, that they can live with their depleting resources and health issues. Instead of preserving our beautiful land, we are now at a precipice of the government removing our right to a long life, liberty, and happiness. Is that the kind of government that we want? Is that the life that we want for our children, where we say, do what the government tells you, obey without question? I say nay. This country's 250th anniversary is coming up, and if nothing changes, there are avenues listed in the Constitution for removal of every single seat of government in this state and in this country. Removal of all who are bought and paid for and that are pushing an agenda that disembowels the people's.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you very much for your. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Timothy Hughes. I live in East Nashville and work in North Nashville. I'm speaking today both as the president of the Nashville branch of the NAACP and as chair of community engagement for the Nashville Fisk University Alumni Association. For 160 years, Fisk University has served North Nashville through education, research, leadership, and social progress. Today, As technology increasingly shapes every aspect of our economy and society, access to advanced digital structure is important and even essential. Too many historically underserved communities continue to face a growing digital divide, and Fisk University is working to ensure that its students and neighbors are not left behind. At the same time, Fisk is committed to accountability, transparency, and doing no harm. The university fully supports Metro's efforts to establish appropriate safeguards and oversight for projects of this scale. Fisk University is actively evaluating how this project, when developed responsibly, can include addressing the concerns related to energy use, water consumption, environmental impact, and public health. Just as important, Fisk University and the community community trust must be earned. The university is committed to ongoing engagement with residents, neighborhood stakeholders, and community organizations, and NACP is currently planning opportunities for public dialogue and information sharing in regards to this project and several others that are ongoing in the Jefferson Street corridor. The North Nashville community has been central to Fisk University's legacy for generations and will continue to remain central to Fisk University's future. This project should reflect the values and the interests of all who call this community home. The NAACP remains committed to supporting both Fisk University and the broader Nashville community as these conversations continue. And we believe innovation, transparency, accountability, and community well-being must and can go hand in hand. We look forward to working with all stakeholders in ensuring that any path forward reflects the values of all and protects the interests of current and future generations of all of our community members. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Joy Henningsen. I live in the 12 South Melrose area. As a physician, I'm gravely concerned about the detrimental health impacts of data centers, specifically increased carbon emissions, noise pollution, light pollution, and electronic waste generation. And these are just the harms that we know about. AI data centers almost certainly pose threats to human health, both mental and physical, that we don't know about yet and probably won't for decades. I diagnose diseases in humans for a living, but I am acutely aware that what is bad for animals is bad for us. This has been known for millennia, since biblical times. The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 9 says, "The fate of human beings is like that of the animals. The same fate awaits them both. As one dies, so dies the other." And so I respectfully urge you to ban any company from establishing a data center near our beloved zoo or anywhere else in Nashville, because the life you harm may not merely be the defenseless animals we are called to protect from harm, and in the case of endangered species extinction, or the thousands of children who visit the zoo every year, the life you poison may be your own. But if you are not moved by the great book or this physician, allow me to paraphrase another doctor, the great philosopher, Dr. Seuss. Regarding data centers, we do not want them here or there. We do not want them anywhere. We do not want them near a fox. We do not want them near the hawks. We do not want them with a mouse. We do not want them near our house. We do not want them here or there. We do not want them anywhere. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, everyone. My name is Quentin Moffitt. I'm with World Public Broadcasting, and I cover business and tech development. And let's just play Monopoly for a second. The DC Blocks data center proposed is like putting on one house. There's not much economic development. There'll be a few jobs, but not many. But the real hotel is the actual AI campus where multiple businesses can be able to generate, or where we can generate multiple businesses that can enjoy using AI or the new tech that is being developed. As of this week, NVIDIA made a chip that has so much memory and so much speed that the DC Blocks proposal for this data center, it can make it obsolete very, very soon with the development of technology. So if we want to really push the economic barriers here, where we have jobs from entry level to CEOs, then it would be looking into an AI campus. So the location that is proposed next to the zoo it would really landlock them on being able to develop that piece because you want to be able to move with the technology as it's being developed. So if we're looking 10, 15 years down the road, then that location is too small to be able to increase economic ROI. So we would want to look into AI campuses around Tennessee, around Nashville, Davidson County.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eric Trent, and I am a South Nashville resident of the 16th District. I know I've only got 2 minutes, but I could probably stand up here for 2 days and tell you why I adamantly oppose data centers and AI, for that matter, for sweeping in these arms race that we have going on. So I will just say that I support the legislation that has been brought forth, and I hope you will as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beth Kindig from District 24, and I support this legislation.
Commissioners, I'm Barbara Clinton. I live in the 16th District on Peachtree Street. I'm the Vice President of 16th District United. We're a group of neighborhood people who are trying to keep our neighborhood affordable, healthy, and safe. We're working hard on that. We had a community meeting 2 weeks ago with 170 people present talking about how Nolensville Road can be improved and maintained. Councilmember Rollin Horton and others are proposing that Metro create data center definitions about zoning, including zoning rules, limits by size, buffers from sensitive uses such as homes, parks, and zoos, cooling requirements, generator limits, noise and lighting standards, and water, energy, noise, and transmission assessments as being required. This seems essential to good neighborhoods, to good leadership, and to good government. The data center that is being proposed for our neighborhood and the data centers which will soon come to other neighborhoods are not what we need in this community. We need Commissioner Horton's bill to be passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cameron. I live in Germantown. I'm obviously for the bill for the rezoning. My family has lived in Nashville and its surrounding counties for generations, to the point that I'm not even sure really how many. Because of this, my family has seen the changes in the city. From my great-grandmother that saw the highways and the interstates be put up, to my father, who probably saw most of the buildings around here be put up. A consistent thing my family has taught me is the idea of leaving a place better than when you came. Data centers and their impact to the environment and the community are the antithesis of that idea. It lines the pockets of the rich, and they're made without the forethought that it will impact their great-grandchildren or, honestly, even their children. The transparent greed to place one next to a public zoo is kind of ridiculous. To ignore the many, many reasons and accept and welcome it would be a travesty that would not only be making our city worse, but honestly just making non-Nashvillians wealthy. By allowing this, it sets a precedent that we as people do not deserve a future without poison in our ground, noise in our air, and our most important landmarks soiled. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, my name is Erica Therium. I'm actually from Fort Myers, Florida, but I found out about these data centers in Nashville. And I was looking to find property and perhaps do homestead, chickens and stuff like that, you know. But I'm hearing that these data centers are actually causing stillborns in cows. They are also causing multiple health problems with people. I just don't think that we need data centers. We got along with them before. We can't even fix our infrastructure. We can't fix like anything. We can't even arrest someone off the Epstein list, guys. All right? Come on. We really, really, really need to we need to actually do a morality check in this country. All right? We need to think about, you know, the people instead of how much money we can make off this stuff. But I do not think we need data centers, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, I'm Grace Renshaw. I live in District 24.
I'm stunned that council proposes to permit facilities that generate 65 decibels each day and 55 each night, 24/7 right by residential areas and near our zoo and nature preserve and animal habitat. Most Nashville residents have dealt with construction noise in our neighborhood for years. One saving grace is it ends at dark, can't start up again till dawn, and isn't allowed on Sundays, so residents adjacent have respite. There will be no respite from data centers. This isn't a good land use for a densely populated area. There's also enforcement. Those of us living near whole house short-term rentals know it's almost impossible to enforce noise limits. I carefully chose a house far enough from freeways and pikes, seeking absolute quiet at night, and every Nashville deserves that. Data centers never sleep. The noise is constant. People and animals adjacent to them might suffer the same fate. We don't know the impact. We don't have the science. Approving data centers as a permitted land use would be yet another milestone in your quest to make Nashville as unlivable as possible for permanent residents to accommodate commercial interests and tourists. Data centers aren't a use that's compatible with human, animal, or plant life. Don't permit them in Davidson County.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Wilder and I'm 10 years old. I just came from summer camp at the Nashville Zoo. This week I met Ozzy, the newest clouded leopard cub at the Nashville Zoo. She's 3 months old. Our zoo is one of the leading conservatories for clouded leopards, and there are only about 10,000 in the world. Did you know elephants, rhinos, and giraffes have something called infrasonic hearing? That means they can hear low frequencies that can travel long distances that humans can't. I don't like humming and buzzing in my ears. Do you think animals would? Your amendment does not currently account for these decibel levels for these animals. When my mom told me someone was trying to build a data center near the zoo, I said, wait, why would they do that? That makes no sense. We don't need more technology or air, water, and noise pollution. We need peace, trees, and each other. I've lived in Nashville my whole life. Please continue to protect our city so my generation can live a happy, thriving life in protected communities in our beautiful city. Please no data centers anywhere in Nashville. My generation needs you to put every roadblock in place to stop data centers construction. I support the amendment to Title 17. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Adrienne Flannery Riley. I live in East Nashville. I won't echo the environmental concerns or animal cruelty, but I do have some things I'd like for you all to consider. We are on the brink of an unemployment crisis that many Nashvillians will face. Every data center we add is potential job loss. Research is becoming more and more clear that the smarter we make tech, such as AI, with our thoughts, the more our brains are harmed. Harvard reports that AI causes cognitive atrophy, shortened attention span, poor working memory, and decreased ability to critically think. Shame on Fisk's admin for the soft launching of their eco-friendly data center and do no harm. Shame on them for betraying their professors by promoting what will make their students cognitively weaker. And shame on them for selling out their student body by feeding the beast that will rob them of careers. Financial strain due to systemic racism in Tennessee is real, but this proposed solution is making a deal with the devil, not creative innovation. The writing is on the wall. This is not job creation. This is job annihilation, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Our privacy is at stake. Every bit of data collected is more opportunity for it to be leaked and weaponized against us. Data centers are terrorizing the United States. Big tech is the current biggest threat to humanity, and it's being non-consensually forced upon us at an alarming rate. And we have to resist with everything we have. Say no to all data centers. This is an indisputable net negative for the city and the country. And shame on DC blocks for creating an embarrassing nationwide headline for a city where they don't belong. Please put every possible roadblock in place to prevent construction of any new data center anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Hi, I'm Jacob Francie. I live in Council District 34. I am a local youth activist and a recent 2026, class 2026 high school graduate, and a lifelong Nashvilleian. So before I head out of state for college, I absolutely, in good conscience, cannot let DC Blocks or any other company try to take advantage of my community for their own personal gain. That's why I'm here, and that's why we're pretty much all here. As you should know, data centers can consume millions of gallons of water, poison our air more than it already has, noise pollute our environment, but all for the benefit of the technology that is being utilized by billionaires and corporations to eliminate my generation's chance of getting a job by up to 30%. What a sweet deal. I urge you to support this common sense reform because this is not a left or right issue. This is a human issue. And I'd like to stand with the pro-human side, if I were you too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good afternoon. My name is John David Bumpus. I'm the Director of Communications for 10 Green Land Conservancy. I live in Metro Nashville, District 10. I was born here. I live here. My family's lived here since before Tennessee became a state. Conservation is my profession, and I've spent my career helping Tennesseans understand that the way that we use land today determines the quality of life, not just for us, but for every generation to come. I'm here today in support of BL 2026-1391, and I want to be clear. I am not opposed to technology or the economic development of Nashville. I welcome innovation, but true innovation requires wisdom, and wisdom requires logic. Remove either, and innovation degrades to mere acceleration, an acceleration that we cannot handle. This, today, is why zoning exists. A data center may be an appropriate neighbor for an industrial district. It is not an appropriate neighbor for neighborhoods, schools, and one of our premier institutions. Data centers are pitched as critical infrastructure. I would remind us all that the Nashville Zoo is existing critical infrastructure to this city and this state, this country and this world. It is a primary economic engine in Middle Tennessee, 1.4 million visitors annually. World-class scientific institution housing recovery efforts for both native and exotic species. It is a beloved classroom for us, our children, and our grandchildren. It's where I became a naturalist, and it's where I first learned that conservation is not about choosing between people and nature, but that knowing we are one and the same, we are inseparable. Look to our neighbors in West Tennessee and the fallout thrust upon them. Why would we continue to force acceleration when thoughtful innovation is possible? Today, the burden should be on proving a data center's worth to and compatibility with Nashville. The burden should not be on our surrounding communities and institutions to prove harm after the harm has been done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I live in Council District 26, Caldwell Abbey Hall. My neighborhood borders the zoo. Speaking in support of this legislation.
Thank you.
I'm also in Council 26, and I live near the zoo. You have 1,000 people standing outside that all almost unanimously think the same thing. So I'm here to look at you because you have a long battle ahead of you. This is going to be up to you, not just this. Of course, I support this bill and all of them. It'll be pushed back. You're going to have to uphold this institution. I think you picked a tough time to be commissioners. You're probably going to have a long road to protect these people.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mike Crowley, and I live in Crossville, Tennessee, the city Cameron Sexton claims to live in. I am a former Tennessee State Park Ranger, a recent federal employee. I worked for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I was a consultant for the TVA and their Energy Rights Solutions program. and I am a current congressional candidate in the newly redrawn 6th Congressional District. I'm here because Nashville has a chance to get ahead of an issue that communities all across this country struggle with. Let's get on the news for something positive. Just for reference, China has under 450 data centers. The UK has under 500. India has 275. Canada has less than 340. The United States has between 4,000 to 5,000 already. We have time. I urge you to take the time, put the regulations in, and please do this the correct way. Growth and conservation are not mutually exclusive. Good planning allows both to exist together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Covey. I live in District 10. I'm a retired elementary school principal, care deeply about our children. I am in opposition to a data center next to the Nashville Zoo, schools, or any residential area. We need reasonable, common sense measures with clear standards for where data centers can be located. We need buffers from places like zoos, parks, schools, daycares, and residential neighborhoods. These protections recognize that some uses simply are not compatible with one another. In fact, we should increase the distance buffer zone that has been discussed this evening. When we're talking about a large industrial facility next to endangered animals or nearby neighborhoods and schools, we should not rely on assurances from companies. Once a data center is built, there is no easy way to reverse course if problems arise from noise, lighting, increased infrastructure demands, or future expansion. Let's learn from the hard lessons of other communities. Data centers destroy environments. They create a nonstop, low-frequency hum that drives neighbors crazy and disrupts sensitive ecosystems. Their pull on the electrical grid could equal up to what is consumed by 50,000 single-family homes and more. Data companies must think the residents of Nashville are either naive or not paying attention. Neither is true. We have an opportunity to get this right before mistakes are made. I respectfully ask you to ensure that growth in Nashville is guided by thoughtful planning and respect for the community resources that make our city special. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello. Hi, my name is R. Ferrari. I live outside of Radnor Lake State Park on Shenandoah Court, and I'm here to speak in support of Councilmember Rollin Horton's legislation, BL 2026-1391. I am a born and raised Nashvilleian, a proud MNPS alumnus and Zoo member, and I'm deeply concerned with the potential impact any data center would have on any of our communities, not just the zoo. We must not only protect and ensure our natural environment and animals, but our most marginalized communities where these data centers target. I urge you all to not only support this legislation, but be incredibly careful with any data center allowance and listen to those before and after me who raise our community's genuine concerns. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Tricia Brantley. My councilwoman is Jennifer Gamble, and I support SB 2026-1391. I believe approximately 27 data centers currently operate in or around Nashville. I fear that if any version of this center is approved, then built right up on a zoo, a fragile ecosystem that took almost 40 years to cultivate and nurture. For that matter, Fisk started over 160 years ago. I fear those building it will quietly disappear, leaving an entire community to shoulder the risk and consequence of the future. What do we benefit versus lose? You know, money and progress can be made in so many ways. Why at the expense of your neighbors? What if the decision makers were the heroes and made a choice for the community and the zoo and Fisk? Don't build a data center there just because you can. Doesn't mean you should.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Thomas St. Pierre. I live off of West End. I'm going to give a little speech now. I am in support of this bill, as I want to start off with a simple question. Are you the kind of people to side with your community? Or are you responsible to betray them? Like, you need to side with your people and be in support of this bill. Allowing a data center in close proximity to the Nashville Zoo is utterly unacceptable. The high noise of construction and the constant hum from the data centers will affect many of the zoo's animals and residents alike. The noise will lead to elevated anxiety, increased stress levels, and breeding disturbances in many animal populations within the zoo. This includes our zoo's endangered populations, such as the clouded leopards, which, in maintaining a healthy environment to promote reproduction, a data center being built in proximity would destroy any chance they would have at reproducing proficiently in the zoo. Besides for the ethical atrocity it would be to allow a data center next to a zoo, the data center will also cause normal residents' electricity bills to skyrocket with the absurd electricity requirements a data center has. This is not some conspiracy, but a well-researched finding, as according to the Environmental and Energy Study Institute, in states with a high concentration of data centers, electricity prices have increased to up to 267%. This will affect both homeowners and businesses alike. The entire grid that shares it with a data center will have to suffer due to this. Don't just see the potential of money. We, the people, are begging you to see the very real individuals and animals that will have to live with the consequences of your decisions. Please support this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Nacarado. I'm a proud owner of a large agricultural hay farm right here in Davidson County. I am Council District 33. I'm here to show my support for the bill 2026-1391. I'm not against growth, nor am I against technology. Everyone in this room benefits from technology in some capacity. However, I do not see any benefit for these large out-of-state billion-dollar tech companies coming in and building their data centers. A lot of the points that I wanted to make today have been touched on, and there really didn't seem to be any good restrictions presented to protect us all from the effects. I don't want my family or myself around a data center, period, nor would I farm my animals near one. The effects these centers have had on our environment, our bodies, our wildlife, our soil, and our future. These data centers have been reported to cause infertility in humans and in animals, among many other health problems. So what tells me is that these data centers cannot be trusted to coexist in our communities or our state. My husband and I have worked so hard to take care of our land, the creeks that run through it, and we are 11.9 miles from the data center that's being proposed by the zoo. I want to preserve the land for generations to come. I'm raising my children to respect the land and to leave it better than we found it. I think Davidson County has a lot of work to do in that department. We are so focused on development at such a rapid pace that adding data centers at a rapid rate is only going to make this worse. Who do these data centers benefit? Out-of-state companies. They're not creating jobs for our community. They're coming in, they're polluting our state, using our resources, and leaving us with a slew of problems, including the health and well-being of the residents, the wildlife, the endangered animals at the zoo. As a mother of two beautiful children, a farmer, a shepherd to cattle, donkeys, goats, chickens, and one duck, I beg y'all to please put the brakes on. Be careful welcoming this here. You have the power. We do not want this. These data centers will create effects that are irreversible. Sometimes the quick fix isn't the best for the greater good. We deserve better. Our children deserve better. Our wildlife and animals deserve better, and you guys can help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi there. I'm Josh Altman. I live down on Malden Drive down in Woodbine. I live just about a mile away from where the proposed data center by the zoo is. I'm here in support of the regulations proposed by Commissioner Horton and also in support of further stricter regulations past that. I'm also very opposed to the data centers that have been mentioned thus far. The bottom line is that these data centers do not benefit Nashvillians, but they do stand to do a lot of harm to Nashvillians at the same time. And this is exactly what regulations are for. Regulations can help us prevent harm for things that do not bring a benefit. We can see the pattern in other examples of data centers around the country, including our friends over in Memphis who've had the data centers there, and see the damage that it's done with the light, noise, water, and air pollution, as well as the stress on their electrical infrastructure and the raised electrical costs for all of the constituents nearby. This is a repeated pattern that we can see all around the country wherever data centers have been built. And this is not to mention the zoo, which has also been mentioned, that is a boon of preservation and brings lots of people to Nashville. So I would urge you to support this regulation and further regulation past this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Lexi. I was born and raised in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and I wanted to come and use what little time I have today to try and open people's minds more on how harmful data centers really are. There's over 11,000 data centers worldwide, 50% of them in the U.S. alone. A mid-sized data center uses about 300,000 gallons of water per day. That's about the demand of 1,000 U.S. households. So if 11,000 data centers are using about 300,000 gallons of water a day, that's 3.3 billion gallons of water being used daily. AI data centers have massive energy consumption that strains power grids, aggressive water depletion for cooling, significant local air pollution from reliance on on-site turbines and emergency gas turbines. The centers also bring noise pollution to surrounding areas that affect people and the animals. The Nashville Zoo houses one of the most precious collections of animals in the nation, a lot being endangered or critically endangered. By allowing this data center, you are sentencing them all to death. I stand here today begging you all to say no and put an end to this. This does not benefit our community in any way. This only benefits the billion-dollar tech companies. We voted you in to look out for us and to look out for our best interests. Please don't fail us. Thank you for hearing me out today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Grace Carroll, and I support this legislation for the same environmental, ethical, and public health concerns iterated by my fellow Tennesseans. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, my name is Madison Palazzo. I live downtown, and I'm firmly against putting a data center next to the zoo, by Fisk, or near any residential area. I support BL 2026-1391. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Me again. Rafaela Cohane, 117 30th Avenue North, District 21. Mr. Brandon Taylor. I don't support this legislation only because we have not had enough information about these huge data centers to really know if this is going to be adequate. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when doctors told you it was okay to smoke a cigarette. And that wasn't true. And I don't believe that we should continually believe the people who want to build something in Nashville, that it's going to be perfectly fine for us. I don't think we've studied this long enough, and I don't think those regulations that they're putting in are going to be enough. I think we need time. And if a small town called Cedar Hill in Robertson County can pass a 2-year moratorium on building data centers, a big city like Nashville can.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. I'm here as a Nashville resident on my 20th birthday to discuss the environmental impact of the DC Blocks Data Center in support of Roland Horton's B 2006-1391. This facility threatens our environment through excessive power usage, water pollution, and noise pollution, affecting both humans and animals. While DC Blocks and CEO Jeff Uphughes claims the center is waterless, leading to a reliance on electricity, potentially consuming 50 megawatts. That's enough to power 50,000 homes. Since the industrial fans required to cool these sensors and all these different robots, hold on one second. It's going to cause significant noise pollution. The proposed site is right next to the Nashville Zoo. As of June 2026, the Nashville Zoo has over 3,000 animals. Animals are highly sensitive to low-frequency hums, high-frequency vibration. Continuous noise at this level can disrupt animals' mating, sleeping, territorial behaviors. I'm going to read a quote from the Earth Song by Michael Jackson. What about apathy? What about us? I need you. What about us? What about nature's worth? It's our planet's womb. What about us? What about animals? What about us? Turned kingdoms to dust. What about us? What about elephants? What about us? Have we lost our trust? What about us? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Anna Adams. I am in support of BL 2026-1391 in regards to the 65/55 decibels and noise limits that are being proposed. I actually have a special intro. Oh gosh. Everything I wrote down is about the infrasound, about data centers. To define that word, infrasound is a wave phenomenon of the same, I'm so sorry, I'm so nervous, same physical nature as the sound, but with frequencies below the range of human hearing, which means elevated infrasound may cause spikes in cortisol, which is the stress hormone, may cause depression, increased heart size. Testimony of a resident outside the Bitcoin mine in Texas was talking about how she experiences motion sickness, dizziness, nausea, GI problems, ear buzzing / ringing, and permanent hearing loss. Her feelings of anxiety and nervousness are also increased as well. With that being said, they were asking her what has happened in their community of people that had to leave, and she was talking about how her neighbor's her neighbor has a daughter who is 6 years old. That 6-year-old started to experience seizures in the summer of 2025. They walked away from their home and took out a second mortgage to leave the area, and their 6-year-old daughter's seizures stopped immediately after leaving the data center's range in Texas. My information is from Ben Johnson on YouTube. He also did some human experiments, and his knowledge is in infrasound, and it doesn't matter. He did 74 subjects. It was an experimentation on 100 people. 150% increase in dizziness was reported, and 3 times more eye irritation happened. They also were 3 times more likely to feel discomfort. We need to have seismic infrasound measurement more studied. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sydney Barbrick, and I am here today to speak in support of BL 2026-1319. I live in Germantown and feel that this bill is essential to protecting our city. It creates sensible requirements that are needed as we face the changes of rapidly growing technology. This bill is not anti-growth or anti-technology. It is pro-planning. It recognizes that our world is changing and we need guidelines that both help our community grow and keep it safe for residents. I respectfully urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. My name is Ryan Barbrick. I live in Germantown, and I'm here today to speak in support of the proposed zoning legislation in Nashville, Tennessee, aimed at regulating large data centers. I urge you to consider the repercussions of building these data centers with concerns of environmental protection and public health. Supporting this bill will only help our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chadwick O'Shields. I'm in the Caldwell Abbey Hall neighborhood. I can currently hear the monkeys from my backyard. Would love that to continue. I mean, we're crying for help. We need this protection, and we're behind the 8 ball. That's why we're scrambling to figure out how to save these animals. And fun fact, we were without power for 10 plus days during the last ice storm in my neighborhood, so not a big fan of one of these mega machines getting plugged into this thing, but please act swift. We need your help. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Claire Baldwin, and echoing that, we were also without power last night for 4 hours. I also live in the Caldwell Abbey Hall neighborhood, a stone's throw from the zoo, and I'm here in support of BL 2026-1391. What's happening here is straightforward. A corporation identified a regulatory gap, moved fast to exploit it, and is now asking this community to absorb the consequences. Noise, light, grid strain, and irreversible harm to some of the rarest animals on Earth and the local community. Also, a data center can be located somewhere that is frankly not convenient for anyone but them. The Nashville Zoo is a world-class conservation institution, and it is not a neighbor to be negotiated around. It's an asset the city should actively be protecting. Please pass BL 2026-1391. We are so grateful. Thanks.
Hi.
Hi, I live also in Abbey Hall. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. So, as I said, I live next to the proposed DC Blocks data center, and I'm here in support of this great legislation. My husband has a formal medical diagnosis of hyperacusis and misophonia, which are both disabilities protected under the Americans with Disabilities Act. It causes a severe involuntary pain when exposed to low-frequency noise. Constant exposure to this kind of noise causes serious harm to his neurological health. Data centers run 24/7, 365 days a year, generating this continuous LFN. For someone with hyperacusis like my husband, that constant noise isn't an inconvenience, it is a health risk. If this development moves forward, it would likely force us to leave our home and the community we've built here simply because his health couldn't withstand it. But with our current zoning laws, where could we move in Nashville that wouldn't face this issue again? I actually work in the data center industry myself, so I understand this technology very well. And I can tell you that responsible developers engage with communities, listen to concerns, and choose sites accordingly that do not disrupt the communities they seek to serve. DC Blocks did none of this. They moved forward without public notice or input, catching our entire city off guard and looking to exploit our current zoning laws. We cannot let this happen now, and we cannot let this happen again. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we didn't have your name.
Madison.
Thank
I can't say more than that or I'll get fired.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sydney Madison. I am very fortunate to live in the Caldwell Abbey Hall neighborhood and be neighbors with all of these people who all got in a caravan to come speak today. I agree with everything that my neighbors have voiced. I also get to hear the monkeys from my front porch at feeding time, which is so much fun. Would love for that to continue. I'm not going to pretend to know the right legislation to come to prevent these things from happening. I'm not the one to know what this legislation will do, but I do trust that my elected council people have researched it and have put forth the best legislation for us in this time. So I support this legislation, and I thank you all for giving us the time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kendall Williams. I'm a lifelong resident and currently live in the 16th District. I also worked at the Nashville Zoo in the administrative side for nearly 16 years, so I'm a double whammy speaker. You will continue to hear why this would be detrimental to the zoo animals, native species, and the guests. And you will continue to hear people speak about the numerous community benefits of the Nashville Zoo, not least of which is the respite it provides local citizens, the education and wonder it encourages in children and adults alike, and the massive conservation efforts it furthers. Those are reasons enough to support the bill being discussed. But I'm here to speak about the history and the trust that is rooted in the land. The land where the business park, where this data center is proposed, and the Nashville Zoo reside, was named Grassmere in homage to poet William Wordsworth. Wordsworth held a deep spiritual connection to nature, and so too did the family who lived on that land for 5 generations. The love of nature was essential to their core, so much so that even when the last residents were offered millions of dollars in the 50s to sell the land and make it an industrial park, they, despite having lost their entire fortune and livelihood in the Cuban Revolution, very firmly refused. Those last residents, in their wills, entrusted the city of Nashville with this amazing tract of land with the explicitly stated and sole purpose of nature and animal conservation. To keep that trust, it is necessary to pass this bill even further to make even more stringent legislation, not only for the sake of the community you serve and all its inhabitants, human and otherwise, but also in compliance with the trust with which it was given. Because a city that cannot be trusted is not a place I want to call home. As a testament that the zoo is faithfully honoring that trust and continuing, I just want to end with William Wordsworth, quote, "Come forth into the light of things. Let nature be your teacher." Thank you.
I am Mateo Vesquez. I live in Antioch. I am currently studying at Fisk University to get a master's in physics. And first I want to start off by dispelling some misinformation. The data center that they plan is not an AI data center. It is a research-driven supercomputing facility, meaning that it wouldn't be used by the general public. It would be used primarily by the students and faculty at Fisk University to perform research in fields such as physics, biology, chemistry, etc. due to their nature of research facilities, they do tend to be less environmentally harmful than AI data facilities or data centers. Even with this, I do still speak in support of this legislation because even though they do have a less impact, it would still have a economic and environmental impact on the students and the neighborhood that is around Fisk University. And I think to allow such a facility to be constructed there would be a disservice to that community. It is one of the few remaining neighborhoods that were from the original settlements of Nashville during and in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, and the majority of these neighborhoods have been torn apart and spread around Nashville, and I think it would just be a disservice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jason Frazier. I live at 912 Apex Street. That's in East Nashville. I'll keep my remarks brief. I am in support of the legislation. When they were showing the map of where large data centers would be allowed, I noticed that large data centers would be permitted in the Cockrell Bend area, and I kind of realized that there was, I didn't notice any specific language about data centers having environmental reviews pertaining to impacts on water, bodies of water in the area, creeks and streams. So I do support this text amendment, and I would like to see clear language about impact on on the local watershed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sage Lisa Bay. I live in North Nashville, and I am here in support of Roland Horton's Bill 2026-1391. I address this council and hope you hear through me the voices of those who cannot be here to speak on this. To place any more data centers in this state is to show everyone who resides here that you do not care about us. We have seen the damage in Memphis, and you have seen the damage they cause. These data centers are destroying our earth and taking our water, and might I remind you that there is only one earth and you live here too. This center being built is an act of deliberate environmental degradation for nothing other than greed. I should not even have to be here today to oppose this. There are sensitive animals in this zoo that you are going to make miserable in building this. You will actively ruin the zoo's business over this, and I have lived in Nashville my entire life, and those who grew up here know how much these animals mean to us and how much love goes into this zoo. It is a part of why we love our city, and I ask of you to open your heart to all of the people that are here now and hear us. We enjoy our clean drinking water. We enjoy our nature. We enjoy the sounds of the critters at night, and none of us want to hear any more electronic buzzing than we already have to. All of Tennessee is watching the actions of this council. The people voted against another stadium, and you doubled our property taxes, and you did it anyway. Show the people of Nashville that you care about us and say no to this data center. Do it because you believe in respecting the earth. Do it because you believe in respecting the people who live here. And do it because you have the power to make a difference in our city's future. Do it because it is the right thing to do. God gave us this earth to love, and all of you have the power to show the Holy Spirit that you want to help this gift flourish. Stand with your people and stand with God and show that you do not want to cause any more pain to an already wounded world. Thank you.
No clapping, thank you. All right.
It's me again. Finally, my name is Zach Mansfield. I live in Bellevue. I am not a doctor. I am not an environmentalist. But I am a father, and I am a native Nashvillian. I grew up here. My parents grew up here. My grandparents grew up here. The Grassmere Zoo has been a part of our lives this entire time, and I would like it to remain a part of my daughter's life as well. The animals there mean a lot to me. This city means a lot to me, and it is important to me that they and my family continue to live healthy lives in Nashville, Tennessee. That is why I am in support of this bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Graham Hamby, and I live in District 24.
and I am speaking in support of BL 2026-1391 today. I just ask that you look around at how many people showed up tonight to express their opposition to data centers. This is my first time coming to a meeting like this, let alone speaking at one. And the handful of people that I met here today, it's also their first time as well. It's abundantly clear that the people of this city do not want data centers in their backyards, and putting regulation in place to limit the endless consequences of data centers as soon as possible is vital. I implore you all to act in the best interest of all people in Nashville and do everything you can to stop the construction of data centers in Davidson County. Be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Alex Van Zeeland, and I'm here to support Mr. Horton's bill. Most of the points that I was going to make tonight have already been said, so I'm going to just point out the obvious. Look at all these people who gathered here from different political leanings, different backgrounds. We all feel the same exact way. We, the people, are here to stand up for the animals who can't. We're talking about animals that can't even live in their respected natural habitat because of what we as humans have done to this planet. Now, I would just like to convey that we the people are the ones that cut y'all your paychecks. And we the people have spoken. We do not want data centers in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening, committee. My name is Gracie Hayes, and I'm a professor of audio engineering at Belmont University. To start, I will quote your very own mission statement. The Planning Commission guides growth and development as Nashville and Davidson County evolve into a more socially, economically, and environmentally sustainable community with a commitment to preservation of important assets. The proposed data centers, both by the zoo and at Historic Fisk University in my neighborhood, are threats to not only our city's minority communities, but our economy and our environment. AI data centers being built around the country have been ruining the infrastructure that thousands of residents depend on. Across the U.S., there has been a massive jump in electrical bill prices due to a massive strain AI data centers have put on infrastructure of various cities and towns. I refuse to pay a billionaire's bills. According to Bloomberg News analysis, areas with high concentrations of data centers saw electricity prices jump 267% over the past 5 years. Even a mid-sized data center consumes as much water as a small town, while larger ones require up to 5 million gallons of water every day, as much as a city of 50,000 people every single day. The proposed large data center would use as much power as up to 100,000 households. AI has been forced into our lives by companies claiming it is an essential tool for the future. This is simply a lie. It is making us dumber, lazier, and less creative. AI is not innovation, but rather a symptom of cultural and economic rot. As a professor in the music business, I can tell you that this city full of artists and musicians are angry. We do not want AI here. Generative AI and AI in general threatens our jobs, our art, our culture, our competence, our community, and our resources. These projects rarely bring any value to the citizens the cities they reside in, and is only making money for the government that is supposedly by the people for the people. The data center will make the rich richer and the poor poorer. This is simply unacceptable. I urge you to do better by your people and do not build these data centers. I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Illyria McBride, and I live in District 19. I'm a recent spring 2026 graduate of Vanderbilt University, and I would like to echo the environmental and social concerns brought to you by my neighbors and speak in support of the legislation BL 2026-1391. I would like to highlight the economic devastation the communities and fellow students coming to Nashville, like I did 4 years ago, would face if data centers continue to be built. I recommend including requiring data centers to be built with renewable energy sources to reduce the strain on our energy grid and reduce the growing dependence on fossil fuel sources, which add to the environmental degradation of my neighbors and this city. I've grown to love my time here, and I'd like to continue to stay here with a healthy air and healthy water. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good evening.
My name is Dylan Hetrick. I live in North Nashville. I am in support of BL 2026-1391. I would just like to say we should not gamble away our community's future on the promises of private companies. I think your job should be to create legislation that will help protect us and keep those companies accountable, and I ask that you do that. Thank you.
My name is Alan Deal. I'm in support of BL 2026-1391. I'm in District 26. I live 2 miles from the zoo. I want to ask y'all, is this the legacy that we want to leave our children? Is this what we want to leave them to be saddled with, these big, ginormous, ridiculous electric sucking devices? And that's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Taft. I live in Council District 19, and I'm here to support the BL 2026-1391 bill, and I'm against any new data centers. The petition to block the data center construction for the zoo already has over 380,000 signatures as of today, and the more recently started petition to block the Fisk data center already has nearly 8,000 signatures as of today. So it's pretty clear what constituents want. I want to cite some information from a September 2025 article from the peer-reviewed Science Direct database. It says data centers generate significant noise pollution from diesel generators, HVAC, with white noise levels reaching up to 96 decibels, well above the 85 decibel threshold, considered to be harmful for human hearing. I also want to add that the max buffer that I saw mentioned for data centers on the presentation was a half mile. There's videos easily available of the Memphis data center, lots of other data centers where people a mile or even 2 miles from a data center, it's deafeningly loud. So I think a mile is kind of, we need to do better than that. Even I mean, we're only proposing a half mile. So, I mean, there's water, there's air concerns. I don't think anybody here has ever heard of a data center coming in and being an environmental positive for the community. So I think we're sitting here debating something that we ultimately know is an economic speculation that's going to have real world consequences. And we're just like, is it bad enough that we should say no? Or like, should we just let it ride and see how this looks in 10 years? Like, I think it's pretty crazy when you have people like Altman and other execs admitting that this is speculative and that they can take a $300 to $600 billion loss on it. We're the people doing that for them. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. So no, you're good. You're good. We have a lot of people that are still lined up outside, but we also now have a number of empty seats. So you guys have been really nice about lining up as we asked you. If some of you would be willing to take a seat, then we could hopefully get a few more people in from outside, or just start. Yes, if it gets a minute to get people out of the heat.
Sweltering in this heat with toddlers flying all over me. 2 days ago. And she didn't, technically the night up. So 2.5 days I went without AC. Window unit. And then they came to look at it yesterday and they were like, we can't fix it. And I did this like sad dad, like, yo, these kids are not sleeping. And they called over today and were like, what should we do? The HVAC guy was like, they were very scared because they kind of saw the massive facilities. Like ours, of course, it is. She doesn't know how to just like lay there. She doesn't have any of the. Poor Noah, he just wakes up. She's got to be in the suit for safety. He doesn't know how to. Yeah. sway's kind of off here.
First things first.
Listen here, brother.
Gotta fix it.
All right, thank you guys for your patience. We wanted to try to get a few more people in, but I know that a lot of you have waited in line to speak for a long time and want to keep your spot, so understand. We'll just keep on going. So good evening, and thank you for your patience.
Of course, yeah. My name's Nathan. I live in East Nashville. Looks like y'all have a long night, so hang in there. Look, y'all know the facts. Everybody said it a bunch. I'm just going to be honest, like on a vibes level, I'm pretty sick of Nashville getting pushed around by some of the worst interests in the country. If you don't want to play ball with your state, just move here. You don't have to pay income tax. You don't have to be a good neighbor. If you want to treat housing like it's just a part of a portfolio, move here. You don't have to be neighborly about that. And this is just like another instance of that. I mean, Lord, this just feels like the Tesla tunnel, I ain't gonna lie, on a purely vibes level. So y'all know the facts. I don't need to get in the facts. It is incredibly disappointing though to realize that like, we don't need this. I'm not against building infrastructure. We need infrastructure. We need jobs. We need all the things that help people's lives just to function. But this is mostly going to be used to increase people's capacity for police surveillance. It's going to be used to increase their capacity to generate slop. I saw Donald Trump in a Knicks jersey, like dribbling the basketball the other day. I don't need our water ruined for that. I'm good. It's going to be used so that people can like hone algorithms to market more nonsense goods that we don't even need. This is capacity that isn't about the community. It's in the best interests of the billionaires, the most predatory people, frankly, on the planet. And so I'm tired of this city kind of being like a blank slate for them, being a safe haven for them. So I'm very much in support of this. Anything that can muck up the gears for them, I'm a fan of. So thank y'all for your time. Get some coffee.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Emily Hines. I live in West Nashville now, but I lived in Woodbine most of the time that I've been in Nashville for the last 10 years. I love the zoo. I love this city. I work as a farmer, so I'm outside every day in the heat and the front lines of climate change, and I know that we need a lot of infrastructure pretty fast in this city. I mean, just look at what happened with the ice storm. An AI data center is the last thing that we need, and we already have 27 of them. So I don't think we need any more. I'm glad that you guys are working on some legislation about it. I hope that you take seriously everything that we're saying today and expand it a little bit, because 100 feet is not enough for a small data center. I mean, I work on the river on our farm, and like, I love the city and I want it to be protected, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Graciela Armendariz, and I live in East Nashville. I would like to say that while I am in support of this legislation, I also believe that it is not enough, and I will come out here and voice my opinion and what I believe we deserve in this city every time something like this comes up. And I would just encourage you to remember that I've heard a lot of language that says, will you help us with this? And I just want to remind you that you reflect the will of your constituents, and it is your duty to continue to do that. And we do not want this. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Long night for you guys. We appreciate you hanging out and listening to us. I'm Dana Shambly Carpenter. I am a 26-year resident of the Creve Hall neighborhood, so this is in my backyard. I'm here to support the bill. I have already watched my city struggle to balance caring for its citizens, accommodating all of the new growth, and navigating a very robust tourist industry. We need tools to fend off opportunistic out-of-state consumers of our resources and bad faith local developers who care more about making a profit than being good stewards and good neighbors. This bill is a start to giving us those tools, but let's get this right. Let's win this for the people of Nashville.
Thank you. You can come forward. We'll restart the clock. Don't worry.
My name is Joss Carpenter. I've lived here my entire life. I'm from the Creve Hall neighborhood. I grew up with the zoo. I took classes every single summer at the zoo. It's where I found my love of biology and of animals. My first job was working at the zoo. I worked in animal care, so I was behind the scenes working with the animals. I can promise each and every one of you that this data center will interrupt all of these animals, critically endangered animals breeding programs. We have some of the only breeding programs for some of our animals in the country at this zoo. All of that's gonna go out the window as soon as they put up a data center. Light pollution and noise pollution are going to ruin that. I will say, it does not end here though. We have to keep going. Just because we stop this one data center from being put next to the Nashville Zoo does not mean we're done. We need to keep going until we get, I personally believe, every single data center out of our city. They do nothing for us, not a thing. I would guarantee to every one of you that everybody in Nashville is gonna benefit more economically from having all of these tourists coming into our zoo. I work there hundreds a day, thousands a day, every single day, coming through our city, stopping at all of our local shops along the way. This data center cannot and will not break us. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello. My name is Troy Leslie, and I live in South Nashville. I'm someone who was born and raised in Nashville. And ever since I was little, I've been visiting the Nashville Zoo. It's an important staple of our community and something that makes me happy to call this city my home. From what we have seen in Congress, as well as on the news, data centers can poison water supplies and drive up utility prices for those who live next to them. Take Kevin O'Leary's data center in Utah, for example. The proposed center would increase temperatures by 5 degrees every day and 28 degrees every night. Or the data taken from the Federal Reserve's FRED database, which shows the average price of electricity for consumers rising nearly 50% in just a few years as a result of AI. The Nashville Zoo is already concerned with the conservation of endangered species like their tigers and the critically endangered Amur leopards. They do not need to be wasting money on outsourcing water or explosive utility prices that could be better spent on what they've already been doing for 3 decades now: conservation, rehabilitation, and education. I hope you can recognize the importance of the zoo within our community as well as our economy, and how a data center would effectively destroy a pillar of what makes Nashville special. Please vote yes on this bill that would place much needed guardrails on where and how data centers can be built. And clearly everybody hates it, right? But thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna give Lisa 1 second to make sure our clock is going the right direction. Think it's okay? All right, please come forward, and I think we have that fixed.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Bishop. I live in Brentwood, Tennessee, right next to Radnor State Parks, and I'm here today in support of Councilmember Roland Horton's legislation, BL 2026-1391. I've been a Nashville citizen since I was 1 year old, and I've watched my community grow up with me ever since I can remember. Hearing that a multi-billion-dollar corporation wants to build a data center right next to the place that has brought me some of my most favorite childhood memories breaks my heart. Not only would this be detrimental to the Nashville Zoo's animals, employees, and visitors, but also to its surrounding neighbors, families and children who would be put at risk to the psychological damage that comes from the constant various pollutions in the area. This bill would prohibit data centers from being built within half a mile away from homes, daycares, schools, and zoos. And I can confidently say that no data center belongs in Nashville. My former high school, Valor Collegiate Academies, is just down the road from this proposed data center next to the zoo. And the thought of my former teachers, current students, and staff members being exposed to the noise, air, and water pollution infuriates me to my core. There are families, schools, libraries, parks, important places of communities all over the Nashville metropolitan area. It's also worth mentioning that my Nashvilleian best friend's family, who lives in a predominantly Black neighborhood in Memphis, Tennessee, has been experiencing various health problems that are caused by Elon Musk's Grok data center. Although my friend isn't here to join us today, she would want to voice her experience with the negative impacts of data centers. I speak on the behalf of Nashville that we say no to this proposed data center and say yes for strict regulations and action to protect our home from the harm that data centers bring. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Lindsay Torres, and I am a constituent of Council District 7. I'm here to support the bill BL 2026-1391. I deeply believe that imposing laws to restrict and regulate data centers and corporations like DC Blocks from exploiting the constituents and the environment of our city is necessary. This data center will not only negatively affect the zoo, it will also grossly affect the community. South Nashville is a densely diverse community, home to many working-class Americans and immigrants. I personally volunteer with a nonprofit helping tutor children from immigrant families, and I'm up here for them. I wish they had a say in this. They've had a really tough year being brown and Black in America, and this is for them. The effects of this data center will have on our community is a risk that should not be taken for the greed of corporations. We strictly regulate workplace safety, we regulate food safety, we regulate financial markets and civil services. This isn't the Wild West, and we should be strictly regulating this. It's a bipartisan issue, and it's also a quality of human life issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Preston Hayden. I live in East Nashville, and I'm a musician. I think we can all agree we live in an underregulated country in one of its most underregulated states. That's probably why you guys are in the position that you're in, to try to fix that. The federal government has given state and local governments permission to ignore the consent of the governed. And I'm all for growth, but in our bodies, when our cells grow too quickly, we call that cancer. I implore you guys to make Nashville a bellwether to the rest of the country, resisting the blitzkrieg against our most basic rights. Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Bonner Black, and I live in Council District 6, and I am here in support of this legislation. I grew up on a farm in Lincoln County, Tennessee, before moving to Nashville. I'm a musician who makes my living performing for crowds of wonderful human beings and an avid bird watcher chasing the many species around our great parks here. So my concern is for the people and the land. We are seeing what these data centers are doing to the land, people's homes, and people's drinking water, and the rest of a country. These restrictions and regulations are much needed protection. I am not anti-tech or anti-progress, but I am anti-recklessly putting the citizens and land of our wonderful music city at risk in the name of profit. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi.
Hello, good evening.
My name is Graham Gerdeman. I'm a lifelong Tennessean, 30 years in Nashville. I live in District 23. First of all, I just want to articulate my support for the 2026-1391. Secondly, thank you all for being here. This is kind of the trenches of community service, and I'm grateful for you doing that. Like sometimes legislation just makes sense. Sometimes it doesn't, but in this case, I mean, this is closing a loophole. I mean, these things aren't even defined. So I think at the bare minimum, this needs to pass to define data centers so we can get a grip on it. It's crystal clear to me that the rapid growth of data centers as well as AI technology in general has greatly outpaced our ability to even understand what it is, let alone to get a handle on how it's really going to impact our community. We have a lot of anecdotal evidence. We see how it's affecting things, but it hasn't been time to study it. So you know, I'm cynical enough that that's not entirely by chance. These businesses are building these things as rapidly as they can, not only to capitalize on the speed of growth, but to prevent us from having the time to pump the brakes. So what you all have the opportunity to do is kind of pump the brakes on this so we can analyze this. I mean, these data centers that are coming up have a significant footprint in a community. It seems that they can have a significantly negative effect on health and environment, but they may not have any direct positive outcome to communities that they're in at all. They're not really servicing the community. So, you know, it's kind of a new data mining gold rush all over the country and the world, and it's largely for the rich to get richer. And it really behooves us to pump the brakes on it and put some common sense legislation in. I've read the whole bill. It looks good to me. You know, things need tweaked, but I think it's good and it's necessary. I also support a moratorium, release for a couple years, but thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
What's up, council? My name is Jacob Lott, for what it's worth. I live in Brentwood, have for about 4 years. I didn't prepare anything. I don't know if you can tell that. I think I'm probably one of the few that didn't. I didn't know you could actually talk at these things. This is interesting. I actually avoided buildings like this and government institutions and the government in general. It's not my favorite thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. That being said, it was too important. It's too important for me not to be here and say something. These proposed data centers don't sit right with me, specifically the one proposed at the Nashville Zoo. I think putting a building that is dedicated to collecting, storing, and selling information about me directly next to an institution that is designed to celebrate and conserve nature is a disgusting and ungodly dichotomy. That's about all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Just wanted to come here and express that I stand in support of the proposed legislation. I detest public speaking with a passion, so the fact that I'm here before you guys kind of speaks to the importance of it, in my personal opinion. I could say the same things that my constituents have said hundreds of times over, and I mean, what a streak, right? We're all kind of on the same page with this. I don't see a benefit to this being placed so closely to a natural center for conservation of nature. And I mean, with that said, I think we know what data centers are. Like, we don't have to go over the specifics of it again and again and again. I would like to use the remainder of my time to address the fine folks at DC Blocks, and I use the term fine as loosely as definition will allow. It's pointless. It's greed personified, and I implore you guys to not only pursue this legislation, but expand upon it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening. So my name is Brendan Richardson. I live in Southeast Nashville. I'm 22 years old, and so I was born and raised in Nashville, and I recently graduated from the University of Toronto with an honors degree in geography and urban planning. So this is very near to my heart. So over the last couple of years, I've gotten a chance to work for 3 separate city governments in 3 countries. I've gotten a chance to work for the city of Turku in Finland, here with the city of Nashville last summer, and the last 8 months with the city of Toronto completing housing research. And so I could stand here and use my 2 minutes today to talk about how this data center doesn't make any sense from an economic or social perspective. Economically, data centers have been proven to reduce property values due to the negative public connotations associated with data centers in local communities, alongside stressing existing energy infrastructure. And socially, this development reads as an example of how to completely alter the character and feel of a neighborhood that I learned about in planning school. As the data center is located in a formerly redlined neighborhood, which has already experienced decades of disinvestment, reduced services, and increased levels of heat islands, which further increase adverse health effects. And so, however, I want to bring to light 2 important facts. The first being, we know data centers produce harmful emissions. That's been talked on a lot. So Michael Cork just completed their PhD research at Harvard studying harmful air pollutants, and he showed that fine particulate matter exposure from AI data centers increased by 63.8% in Memphis. And then further, for a campus AI data center in Texas, which I know does not reflect here, but just goes to show the economic public health costs from the emissions produced by the center would amount to roughly $44 million per year in health-related damages, and then extrapolated this over a 30-year operating window, that number balloons to $862 million. So it is in the economic interest of the city to support this bill. But I also bring me to my second point, which hopefully I have enough time to articulate. The EPA announced the largest deregulatory action in U.S. history about 4 months ago, and this very much concerns me for leaving the door open for future emissions cuts. And so I implore the council to go further and directly include environmental regulations on AI data centers within the zoning code to ensure that adverse health effects, which will be borne by the people in Nashville, are as little as possible. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to be here. My name is Tyler Cobble. I'm a commercial real estate developer here in Nashville. I live off of Brick Church Pike. So I'm not anti-development, as you can imagine. I do it for a living. What I'd ask you to do is to hear this from a real estate developer's perspective, though. The DC Blocks proposal next to the Nashville Zoo is the wrong project, in the wrong place, at the wrong time, and I'm here to support Councilmember Horton's bill. Let's look at what's actually being proposed. The permit on file shows one modest building, but the applicant's own engineering plans describe a 3-story, 40-megawatt facility, a substation, and possibly a second building over 200,000 more feet. And every stormwater outfall on that site, if you look at the topography, flows directly onto the zoo property, land whose waterways Metro already has listed as impaired. Here's what I want to underline. Nashville is not a desperate city. We're very fortunate. Nashville is not starved for investment to the point to where we have to accept whatever just shows up at our door. We can be very picky about what we get to do. A data center that creates only a handful of permanent jobs has little to no economic bearing on our city and potentially creates an immense amount of heat and noise pollution feet from our zoo is not what the community needs or anywhere else here in Davidson County for that matter. And here's the real issue. Nashville doesn't yet have a framework for projects like this. We're being asked to consider potentially one of the largest data centers in the region before the city has even drafted rules and regulation that should govern them, which is exactly why the moratorium and Councilmember Horton's bill are on the table tonight. I don't believe that we can responsibly approve what we're not yet equipped to regulate. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, I'm Noelle Shaw, resident of District 33. I share the same concerns that you have heard from many people before me, and I'm sure we'll continue to hear from many people after me. So I just want to say that I am here in support of the proposed legislation.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, good evening, Vice Chair, Commissioners. First, thank you for taking the time to hear all of us today. I hope you brought snacks. And thank you to everyone that's worked on this amendment so far. My name is Taylor Gorman. I live in District 13, and I support the proposed amendment 2026-1391. I would also like to request that it be modified to make the restrictions even stricter. Thank you.
Thanks. Hello.
Hi there. I'm Perry Del Favreau. I live in West Nashville, and this is my 11th year as a volunteer at the zoo. I'm here to echo their concerns as a concerned member of the community, not as an official representative of the zoo. I wanted that to be clear. I'm honored to be in a room and share values with so many wonderful people. Thank you. Also, it is with malicious intent that these facilities are targeting our minority populations. The international corridor that is Nolensville Pike, a hub for our immigrant communities, as well as Fisk University and also Memphis. I believe it's the responsibility of people who look like me and have a voice to speak out. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. Does this go up at all? No. Hey, I'm Robert Tate. I live in District 26, the Caldwell Abbey Hall neighborhood. So less than a mile from where this proposed data center would be built. And wouldn't you know it, I'm in favor of BL 2026, 1391. I don't want this in my backyard. I have a 6-year-old daughter who goes to Norman Binkley right now. One day, hopefully, she'll go to Croft. But maybe not if this data center ends up being a thing, because I can't picture raising her in that neighborhood with the sound pollution and with all the other things that we may not even fully understand about what this data center might be doing to our community. So I'm very much in favor of the bill. I would love for Nashville to be, kind of a pioneer of these regulations. Like, I think it was mentioned, there's not a lot of other cities yet that have very solid regulations in place. So like, why don't we be the first people to solidify that, and then other cities, other places can point to Nashville as the right way to do it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Will Thompson. I too live in Abbey Caldwell, and I'm here tonight to voice my strong support for Councilmember Rollin Horton's bill, BL 2026-1391. Like the previous speaker, I'll be near the data center. So this is how we'll talk inside my house, how I'll raise my son, how I'll run my business. And I'm 3 blocks from the zoo. Imagine the people who live along Elysian Fields, who work on Nolensville Pike, who work in Grassmere Park. We are asking to not live like this. My fellow denizens here have all highlighted the detrimental effects that this neighborhood killer will have on our community. This will create a black hole. I've already told my wife, my neighbors, that we'll leave if this goes through. And I will take jobs with me. I will take my tax dollars with me. And we will find a place that actually respects the people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ellen Thomas. I'm a native Nashvilleian and I live in the 16th district. My family has been in Nashville for generations. My great-grandmother acted on the stage of the Belcourt before it was ever a movie theater. My great-grandfather ran a campaign for mayor of Nashville. And my family and I have run a small local business here for more than a decade, and I'm speaking in support of this legislation. While I personally don't believe data centers have any place in Davidson County at all, I think we should all be able to agree that what Councilman Horton is proposing is just common sense. I do want to say that in my opinion, the half-mile buffer is not enough, but I support it as a starting point. Data centers do not belong anywhere near schools, including Fisk University, community spaces like the zoo, and people's homes, and their environmental impact must be regulated. You can hardly look at the news without seeing story after story of data centers wreaking havoc on communities, polluting their air, making their water undrinkable, and driving them insane with the noise. And for what? What benefit would this bring to our community? We need clean water and air, and we must protect our health and our community spaces. I was born and raised here in Nashville. I love this city, and I don't want to see it negatively impacted by these environmentally disastrous monstrosities. Please support and expand this legislation and protect our city. Thank you for hearing all of us.
Thank you. Good evening.
How you doing? My name's Hanny Latif. I'm a musician in town and also a camera operator on film and television. AI definitely directly impacts both of my industries negatively with ridiculous competition, making those art forms sterile and dumbifying the people that are trying to use the tools. Unless, I do agree with the progress here, and I use the tools myself in certain ways, but when it comes to unethical overreach attached to greed versus human basic rights, animal rights, environmental rights, I don't even know why we're having this conversation or why we're running this so fast like it's a race of our lifetime when so much is being missed at that pace. We have a duty to each other, this earth, You know, I go to the zoo on my birthday as a grown man every year, and I love these animals dearly. And I love that this is my chosen city. I'm from Los Angeles originally. I've been here 10 years. I'm from West Nashville, and, you know, I will always advocate for social justice, animal rights, environment, and being as human as possible. And the one thing is, I feel it's a bit ridiculous that we even all have to come out here, although it's a beautiful thing to see community in this day and age, and the fact that we do come out, it's ridiculous that we have to fight for these types of rights, that this stuff isn't inherently known and decided upon, and that it needs to be some big debate, hearing repetition over and over again about how people want to raise their families with dignity, want to breathe clean air, step on true soil, and be able to, you know, flourish in humanity. And I'm also super disheartened about the targeting of marginalized neighborhoods, which I find absurd, as we've seen in Memphis. We have so many examples. I love that the community has already presented all of the details, but I'm here with my biggest heart to protect humanity and to talk forward about these factors. So I hope more people say that behind me. Thank you all.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. Come forward.
My name is Leah Ferris, and I'm a resident in Davidson County. In my first year of nursing school, we were asked to write an essay on whether humans are invasive to this planet. What stuck with me was realizing that humans have a choice. We can choose to be invasive. We can choose to take more than we need, destroy habitats, replace farmland with development, and put convenience ahead of preservation. Or we can choose to be stewards. As a Christian, I believe God entrusted us with this earth. When I look at Tennessee, I don't just see land, I see the rolling hills, the farmland, the wildlife, and the beauty that makes this place feel like home. These things are part of our heritage, and once they're gone, we cannot simply get them back. The decisions made here today will outlive all of us. We have a choice to be invasive or not. So I stand here today and speak for those who do not have a voice. I'm asking you to please protect the Tennessee that so many of us know and love, not just for us, but for our children and grandchildren one day. So my question is simple. What will you choose? Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, my name is Praveen Tahir, born and raised in Nashville, and I'm a former employee at the Nashville Zoo. And I just want to say that the zoo is one of the best parts of Nashville. There's so much innocence and life and love that we're honestly just wondering why man wants to destroy the planet so much. You know, it's crazy that we even have to speak up for basic human rights. Clean water is a basic right. Data centers take about 500,000 gallons to 1 million gallons daily. That's the equivalent of what 50,000 families consume a day. We're talking a machine versus humanity and animals. Who will speak up for the animals? We will. I don't want to say you, but when our government is trying to poison everybody and everything around us, we will stand together as a community to make sure we have our rights, because these are no longer human rights we're fighting for. These are everybody's rights we're fighting for. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Morgan May, and I live in East Nashville. Recognizing enoughness is a radical act in an economy that is always urging us to consume more. Without strict regulation, data centers can only promise us more, as opposed to what's best for our community. More resource consumption, noise pollution, toxic air emissions, and energy and water shortages. More slop, misinformation, isolation, and monotony. More animal lives and human jobs lost. More of my money subsidizing the investments of those who already have more than enough. Commissioner Horton, Commissioner Dundon, Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Marshall, Secretary Kemp, Vice Chair Farr, Commissioner Leslie, Commissioner Dang, Commissioner Henley, Lisa Milligan, Bob Lehman. I couldn't be more supportive of this legislation and of more leaders pushing for what's best for us. I demand more transparency,
and more barriers to enter. Enough is enough. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Schick. I live in District Council 5, and I support this legislation as well as future restrictions on data centers in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
How's it going, y'all? Ryan Carney. I live in Wedgwood, Houston. Not going to tell y'all anything you haven't heard and won't be hearing for the rest of the night. I'm in support of the legislation, and I would be in support of stricter legislation. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, my name's Erica. I live in Council District 27, and I work in a small business in Woodbine. So this is important to me, and like the last guy said, I'm not going to say anything that you haven't already heard. This legislation makes complete sense. I would also support stricter legislation or a moratorium in general, but we need regulations in this area. I also oppose the data center that's being proposed for the zoo, but just in general, going forward, we need regulations on these things, and I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
My name is Ashley Karimi, and I live in Council District 21, and I'm here in support of BL 2026-1391. I believe that the current buffers are not enough, but I think it's a good start. I would love to see more permanent oversight and regulations surrounding data centers, and I respectfully ask the Planning Commission to support Councilmember Roland Horton's legislation BL 2026-1391. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Laura, and I live on Hartford Drive. I'm here to speak in support of the bill. These past months have brought headlines of undrinkable water, unbearable noise pollution, flash flooding, light pollution, and more as a result of the construction of AI data centers across the nation. I work as an organic culinary farmer, and I've often said to my coworkers after hearing these headlines, I'm so grateful for clean drinking water. Today, after having worked in 95-degree heat, I was especially grateful. I work in the midst of wildlife who participate in a symbiotic relationship with us farmers, pollinating our food, fertilizing our soil, keeping pests at bay. We humans cannot survive without the help of the animals who help to tend it well with them. The animals of Nashville Zoo and the surrounding Nashville wildlife deserve our care because they are a part of this world we are called to steward. If we take care of them, they will in turn take care of us. The proposed site of the data center lies in one of Nashville's most ethnically diverse districts. People from all walks of life and all sorts of incomes call this place home, and they deserve the dignity of knowing that the water from their faucet is safe to drink, that they will be able to see the stars at night in a dark sky, and sleep in peace without the hum of machinery in their ears. Let the restriction of this data center speak of this commission's care for its people. Money does not always equal progress, especially if it takes us further away from the things which bring us authentic life and from the experiences from which we learn to love our neighbors as ourselves. I support this legislation. Thank you for letting me use my voice in this moment.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, my name is Jenny Tyson. I live in the Nations. Hello. I appreciate your professionalism and openness to hear from all of us today. I support the legislation. It strikes me as thoughtfully done, and I have 3 specific comments on it. The first 2 about making sure it's resilient. The third is about audits. Comment 1. I assume, as others have said, that research is evolving on how data centers impact health and the environment. I would appreciate, for example, if there was an annual review or a biannual review required to ensure that the bill was amended to comport with current science. The second item. The bill states that any emissions producing electrical generators on the property should comply with EPA NSPS Tier 4 emission standards. One thing I've seen in the last few years is that environmental regulations in this country are being gutted. If Tier 4 is changed or lessened in the coming years, I'm curious if that would mean it's the current Tier 4 status, or if it would be possible to have the legislation say that it must comply with Tier 4 at the time of passing or at the current date, whichever is stricter. The third item, the bill says that the operator of the data center should submit an annual compliance report that seems to indicate demonstrating compliance and monitoring of all application requirements and conditions of zoning. It needs to go to a zoning administrator or their designee annually. I don't know exactly what that means. I'm curious if it's self-reported. If it is self-reported, I'd also want there to be a random audit process. All of these, of course, involve cost, either requiring the annual or biannual review in my first item, or in the third item requiring the audit. And so ideally, that would be funded by the data centers themselves. Lastly, immediately before issue 8, you all heard item 12, if we can go back then. In that, multiple members of this commission stated that they felt constrained. The policies on the books didn't allow you to advance the city's interests or maybe your own personal values. Your hands were tied. So it strikes me it's a no-brainer to advance this legislation so this commission and future renditions have something they can stand behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, my name is Charlie Remitz. I live in District 24 in Cherokee Park, and I'm here to support SB 2026-1391. Passing this legislation is co-signing a love letter to Nashville residents and humanity at large. You don't need to be an expert in zoning regulations to understand bad noise, to understand pollution, to understand the immense burden a data center places on local residents, the ecosystem, the water supply, the air. Already, Nashville's received an F in air quality for ozone smog from the American Lung Association because our air is uniquely terrible for those with lung conditions. And it's exceptionally hard on the heart. I mean, this city has become hard on my heart in particular. When we ask for Nashville's infrastructure to reflect the times, we don't mean the onset of unchecked, unregulated AI. We mean the increasing frequency of severe weather events. We mean the need for green spaces, free spaces, public transportation, and sidewalks to lessen the necessity of personal car usage. We mean the protection of historical districts like 37208, where Fisk University stands, a beacon of Black progress, specifically in the South. We mean investment into local businesses and historical landmarks like Acme to help preserve the soul of what Nashville is. Not a city for industry, big corp, and tech, but a city for community, culture, arts, and progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, thanks for listening to me. I had something prepared, but everyone said it better than I could, so I'll just tell you how I feel about it. I have spent the last 10 years regaining my health from chronic illness, from immune deficiency, and the data centers make me so nervous from a health perspective. I mean, we hear about what's happening in Memphis. We hear about the brown water and the air pollution and the heart murmurs and the diesel fuel that's being put off. I mean, could you imagine being in your home and having what feels like a diesel truck parked inside, or having to listen to something that sounds like a washing machine full of giant, coins and quarters going 24/7. I don't feel like we have enough research yet where we are going to find out what the long-term human health implication is on us, and that terrifies me. How long ago were we told that things like Roundup were safe, and then, there's been settlements with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma connection. So we don't need that here. We just want to be healthy and safe and happy, and I so support this legislation, and I'm grateful to speak on it, so thank you.
Can you give us your name and...
Allie Maresco, and I'm in District 17.
Great, thanks so much. Good evening.
My name is Jenny Mott, and my district is 29, and I support this bill. Some facts for why I support it. The Metro stormwater permit documents show that all 3 of the proposed sites' stormwater drainage outfalls coming from this data center would currently flow directly onto the existing stormwater infrastructure that is located on the zoo property. According to permit documents, a water and sewer review was canceled with no explanation why. A noise review was approved, but no documents have been provided from it. Some effects of noise pollution from AI centers on animals show chronic stress, disruptive breeding patterns, hearing damage. Constant hums can cause disruptiveness and mask natural sounds that animals use to communicate with each other, which leaves them agitated and confused. This prolonged sudden noises can cause direct hearing damage, heightened anxiety, cardiovascular or respiratory vulnerabilities. According to the National Wildlife Foundation, the United States is already home to the greatest number of data centers in the world. One data center can guzzle up to 5 million gallons of water a day, which is the equivalent to how much a town of 50,000 residents would use. It causes sensory danger zones. The amount of light and noise can exceed thresholds that you cannot imagine, causing consequences where they may not be able to carry out, where the animals may not be able to carry out their necessary functions that they would normally be able to do. It can disrupt the dynamics between the animals, especially cougars and deer. The sounds also carry high effects, causing issues with, all right, that's all.
Thank you.
I'll get another one.
Okay.
The Nashville Zoo is ranked top 10 zoos in the country, top 10 attractions in Tennessee. All 6 primates at the zoo are endangered or critically endangered. The Amur leopard, the tiger, clouded leopards, cheetahs, eastern hellbenders, and Nashville crayfish. The zoo has over 350 species and 3,000 animals. 3,000 animals. Zoo participates in over 50 species survival plans, and I love the zoo, and I want the animals to stay happy and healthy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Sorry, good evening. My name is Cheryl Neely. I'm native Nashvilleian from East Nashville, and I am against having a data center next to the zoo, so I support the legislation and in fact would support stronger legislation. There have been proven negative health impacts on humans who live next to electrical substations and similar electrical infrastructure, so I know that this would negatively impact animals in the zoo. I don't know what kind of, taxes this company says they're going to pay, or if the council's given them a tax break. I don't know any of that, but I know that Nashvilleians for years and years and years have invested in the zoo, and we want our return on investment. So we've given through ticket sales, we've given through donations, we've given through lots of ways to the zoo. I understand this company says it's a done deal, so I would just say we don't want you, not you, the council members, but we don't want you, this company, and so get out. We don't want you here. I took my mom to the zoo when she had Alzheimer's, and it was so wonderful for her to be in that environment, and she just had such a good time. And I know, my friends take their kids, and I would really hate to lose that special place here in Nashville because we prioritized a data center over the animals. I don't know, electricity goes higher when more of it is used in the city. Our rates are higher. So to think that we're not going to end up paying for this added electricity, I don't know if you believe that, then I don't know, Phil Bredesen has a stadium to sell you. Native Nashvilleians should get that. And there were about 100 people behind me. We were the first in after the fire marshal sent people out. So I don't know how many people stayed, but.
Thank you. Hello.
Hey, I can get you over here.
Hi there. My name is Suzanne Holmes. I was born in Nashville and have lived here all my life. I'm against the data center going in next to the zoo. And I'm sure glad this wasn't my decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Amber Quigley. I don't know what district I'm in because the phone font is too small for me to see, but I live about 7 minutes down from the zoo on Nolensville Pike. I'm very concerned about this. I'm concerned about the animals. I'm concerned about my neighborhood, my community that I love. I'm also a cancer research nurse. There has not been any data on this. We are quickly putting AI above humans. I am proud to say I've never used ChatGPT. I've never made a picture of myself online, nor will I ever subscribe to that. Maybe it's a Gen X thing. I don't know. But I'm here to talk to you, and I appreciate your time to say, just say no. Just say no. We don't need another data center. We don't need something to do online. We need more people out in nature. We need more people enjoying the zoo. I don't want to see any more members of my community in the hospital I work at trying to survive cancer. Many do not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Naomi. I am in District 35, and I am in support of the proposed legislation by Councilmember Horton, BL 2026-1391. I have lived in Nashville for about 10 years. It'll be 10 years in August. And during that time, I've lived both 2 miles away from the zoo and 3 blocks north of Fisk University. So you can see in that little handout they were giving, you could see my street in the corner. And I know for a fact that none of my neighbors would want a data center in their community, whether it's, 100 feet away or half a mile. So there absolutely needs to be some policies or regulations in place to limit construction of any data center in our communities to protect the citizens' quality of life. But I feel like what's been proposed is still too close. I walk, 3 miles to 6 miles every day when I go to work, and imagining just 1/12 of that distance is where a large data center is going to be is just too close. I am in support of this framework, but it's my wish that the bill be modified to push the minimum distance even further away from any residential communities or parks. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Johnston, and I'm a member of District 14. I'm a third-generation Nashvilleian. I was born at Summit Hospital, grew up in Donaldson, and am now a homeowner in Hermitage. Nashville is my home, and as a public school teacher transitioning from the classroom to the school library, I'm deeply invested in our community. Nashville has changed dramatically since I was a child. That is not to say that the change has not improved the lives of Nashvilleians in many ways, but those improvements have come at a cost, and we've lost so much of what makes our community unique in the process of progress. From the 2010 floods to significant local business losses during COVID-19, my hometown that I was born into no longer exists. While we've heard about the zoo all night, as an educator, I'm concerned about the environmental impacts on our city's children. Beyond loss of habitats and water usage, we also have to consider the sensory strain that data centers may put on our kids. My students are highly sensitive to their environment, and the noise from data centers is significant. Each year, I see more and more children with sensory needs. These kids are not experiencing simple distraction. Their nervous systems are overwhelmed and unable to learn. I know my children's needs, and I'm concerned that data centers close to my classroom will push them over their sensory threshold and restrict their free and appropriate public education. What good is a data center if our kids can't learn how to use technology? We do not need to be Austin. We do not need to be Silicon Valley. We need to be Nashville. Protect our community, our environment, and our children by voting yes on BL 2026-1391. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a tough one to follow. My name is Taylor Dowdy. I live in District 10. I'm also an educator, so I'd like to invite you to take a deep breath because I've been standing for 3.5 hours. Y'all have been here forever. Let's take a deep breath. So, I am not a Nashville native like my best friend over there. I am, however, a Tennessee native, and I grew up on a farm. And for years, I always saw Nashville as like the beacon of opportunity. And living in a small town, I understand that opportunity and growth and innovation is very much necessary. However, it's not fair to put the burden of the data centers on the shoulders of the people who just so happen to be unfortunate enough to live or work or learn near them. While it may be argued that data centers are beneficial in the advancement of our communities, these centers will not provide enough of a significant amount of jobs to outweigh the strain it will put on our water and electric systems. And I think this winter showed us that we have a little bit of issue keeping our residents in power, let alone a big old building full of parts that need electricity and water. With that being said, I am calling for a vote to pass BL 2026-1391 to protect our communities. Ultimately, eradication of data centers is the goal, but regulation is the bare minimum. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, my name is Alexis Kennedy, and I live in Bellevue. I am a public school speech and language pathologist assistant, so I work with a lot of special needs kids, and I'm here on their behalf. A lot of these students love the zoo more than anything. This last year, I worked in a school that will be near one of these data centers with a lot of, like these two ladies before me said, students with a lot of sensory needs. And I really do worry that this is going to push their sensory needs overboard and just cause a lot of damage to these students. I was going to spout a bunch of different data that I found and studies about noise pollution and what we already know about how it adversely affects students, but in the interest of time, I just want to say that I support this bill and echo the many people that spoke before me that I think there actually needs to be further regulations on distances with data centers. And I just want to ask all of the councilmen and councilwomen, is it really progress and innovation if it comes at the expense of humanity? This council's job is to serve the residents of Nashville and not to serve the interest of billion-dollar companies. Thank you.
Thank you. It's okay. Hi, good evening.
Hello. My name is Iris, and I come here today because I am actually an engineer who works in this industry. I help build AI accelerator server racks, the same kind that are planned to go into this DC Blocks facility. I support this bill, but I also ask the committee to place special emphasis on requiring these data center companies to disclose what type of cooling system architecture and noise mitigation plans they have. Neither of which of these are disclosed in DC Block's proposed data center next to the zoo. When asked about the project by news outlet Nashville Scene, DC Block stated they use closed loop or waterless systems. I want everyone in here to know that waterless does not mean more sustainable or environmentally friendly. It means a fully air-cooled system for AI clusters. AI-cooled data centers use substantially more grid energy to mitigate the heat than liquid cooling, additional cooling overhead, and more loud outdoor equipment. Noise mitigation planning is necessary to ensure that air-cooled data center fans are that are running 24/7, 365 days a year are not impacting surrounding areas. Despite this, there is no cooling system disclosure or noise mitigation plan within the permit documents. I'm here to ask for transparency on this, and also that the committee will push for this in future proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi.
Hi, my name is Katie Phillips. I'm on the board of the Glencliff Neighborhood Group, and I live in District 16. I'm here because, like everyone else, I support the proposal to amend the zoning code to restrict data centers, and I'd actually like to share something different, a real example of what happens when data center regulation goes unchecked and why this is so essential. So my hometown, I'm not a native. I'm from Elk Grove Village, which is a small town outside of Chicago, and it has the second highest concentration of data centers in the United States behind Virginia. A lot of those are in an industrial park near the airport, but there's a project currently underway that is particularly concerning. It's a 100-acre property very close to my childhood home. It has been a vacant, grassy lot longer than I've been alive, there's been one radio tower on it, and it's now the future home of 4 data center buildings totaling 1 million square feet, a ComEd electrical substation, and site buffers for nearby residential areas, whatever that means. This is the reality facing many Nashvillians without any meaningful restrictions on data center construction, and so I urge you all to pass this legislation before we let the billionaires win. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pamela Bradley. I am a third-generation Nashvillian. I was born a few blocks away from here almost 66 years ago. I am in support of SB 2026-1391. I also want to oppose a moratorium, should it be suggested, for DC Block, as they have not been transparent. They initially said that they would, excuse me, let me find my notes here. They proposed a site that was much smaller than the secondary plan that was submitted. It was several hundred square feet bigger. If a monetarium is submitted, this will prevent the ability, or excuse me, it will increase the ability of the tech company to sue Nashville in the future. This has occurred in other data centers in the United States where a moratorium has been considered and has been, different companies have sued them successfully. DC Block is out of Atlanta. They are not going to be putting anything into our community. They will reap all of the benefits. They will not be paying taxes. They are not utilizing resources for us. As your constituents have told you today, we definitely need your support to be proactive in getting impartial information before we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, my name is Daniela Ray Hierman. I live in East Nashville, and I'm here in support of Bill 1391. I'm also a musician, like many of the musicians who have spoken here today. I'm one of the human beings taking part in the creating of what Music City is famous for exporting, which is music, specifically country music. People come from all over the world to experience country music in Nashville. And I just have to say that there's nothing country about abandoning our roles as stewards of this land so that a few billionaires can get richer while our communities get sicker and more poor. While AI will never replace art and music, it is destroying the music industry and the futures of musicians. AI and data centers are underregulated and unsafe. Simply put, a healthy environment is necessary to sustaining human life. Global warming is real, and no amount of personal water conservation can contend with the rapid speed in which these data centers can pollute and destroy this uniquely beautiful Tennessee. Musicians hate AI, and people who like drinking water and breathing air and hearing birds sing are begging you to say no to data centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
How y'all doing? My name is Ben Land. I live in East Nashville, and I'd like to acknowledge that we are at a turning point in humanity, and which way we turn will most certainly affect all of us, not just the poor folks unable to afford to buy their way out of the areas affected. I would like to plead to the humanity of the council, as this is the most certainly will affect us all. I hope we remember this day as a day that the City Council of Nashville actually did something cool for itself and for its people, and refused to sell it to the billionaire class. I'd also like to ask a question to y'all. Did, just to show of hands, did y'all lose power during the winter storm? Did any of y'all lose power? Just show of hands.
And I don't think we can do that, but you can rest assured that most people in Nashville lost power. Please address the commission.
So you see who, like, we're the ones that are affected by this. Y'all might not be, but we will be. And that's very important to understand that, but we're all human, dude. Like, we're all here together. Like, even if your stock portfolio takes a hit, it's not going to matter if there's no water to drink. It's not going to matter if there's not people to suck money off of, if you want to look at it that way or whatever. That's a crude way to say it, but like, you got to understand, like, that this system works or doesn't work because of the people in it, and I think it would be massively short-sighted to approve this data center, and I support this bill. And also, do you all want to keep doing this? Because this is just the beginning. I mean, do you all want to stay here for longer than you have to? That's something to consider, because we'll keep coming back. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hello, my name is Bria McKay. I live in District 14, and I just wanted to come out and say that I support this legislation, and I would encourage you all to do the same. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rain. I've lived in Nashville my whole life. I attended MLK High School, which is down the street from the proposed Fisk Data Center. I've been a member of the Nashville Zoo for 5 years now, and I am now a constituent of District 30. I'm here in support of this legislation. The building of these proposed data centers threatens my neighborhood's water quality, these energy resources, and the vulnerable animals next door, such as Maylee the red panda and Ozzy the clouded leopard cub, whose breeding program would be negatively affected or even ended by the building of these data centers. The further unintended consequences can contribute to light and noise pollution and economic strain to our North and South Nashville communities already facing these challenges. I cannot stand for the detriment this would cause to the animals, my Jefferson Street and Nolensville Pike neighbors, my community, and the city I call home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Grant Collier. I'm a resident of District 26, right by the zoo. Yesterday, myself and many in the area experienced an hours-long power outage for no immediately discernible reason. I shudder to think what our experience would be if we added the equivalent demand of 50,000 homes to an already inadequate infrastructure. It's especially insulting when you consider that there's no need for this data center. Companies like DC Blocks build these structures with no identified tenant or community need, while taxing the infrastructure and polluting the area. They do this for the immense tax benefits that the federal government has established. But it's not just this data center that we don't need any. Currently, the U.S. has 4,000 to 5,000 of these centers, which is 40% of the world's existing data centers and 10 times the amount that are currently constructed in China. This is because they're being built as tax shelters and havens, not as necessary infrastructure. There's one roughly 2 miles from the zoo as it stands, and it's empty. There's no tenant, because we already have the computational power that we need. I want to encourage folks to consider that despite the staggering number of power brokers in this city engaged in this fight on behalf of the zoo, there's still no guarantee that this data center will be stopped. What happens when a company like DC Blocks decides to prey on more vulnerable and marginalized parts of our city that do not contain an attraction like the zoo? I support Councilmember Horton's effort to establish regulations that provide a long-term solution to stopping predatory companies like DC Blocks and help us protect all of our neighbors in Nashville, not just some of them. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Doug Sloan. I've lived in Nashville since 1967. That seems to be a thing to say today. I represent DC Blocks, the company building data center in Nashville and throughout the United States. DC Blocks supports data center regulations that govern where and how they can operate, as well as the issues raised by this legislation. To that end, I would like to address 3 topics that have received considerable attention during the discussion: water, noise, and power infrastructure. First, it is important to recognize that data centers are not new to Nashville. As has been stated several times today, there are 27 existing data centers that we're aware of in Nashville. Here, they support healthcare management system, financial institutions, governmental operations, cloud computing, communications networks, and technology-based businesses that Nashville continues to attract and grow in this city. It is important to understand that not all data centers are the same. There are legacy data centers built years ago, cloud data centers that are the modern cloud data centers, and new AI and high-performing computing facilities. They have different operational characteristics, water demands, cooling technology, power requirements, and community impacts. Public policy should recognize these differences and regulate facilities based on the actual impacts rather than assumptions that all data centers operate the same way. DC Block supports reasonable regulations for data centers. We believe that Metro should establish objective standards addressing these issues such as water usage, noise, and lighting. With respect to water, DC Blocks uses an air cooling and a closed-loop cooling system. The cooling system is filled and sealed with fluid that circulates through the system rather than being continuously consumed and discharged. With respect to noise, the facility incorporates extensive mitigation measures, including acoustic treatment, sound attenuation systems, generator enclosures, quieter generator technologies, and other designs. One other thing that
Okay, all right, Doug. It's okay. Hey, no.
and this is exactly my next point. They have received.
No, we've got the time. The time is up.
They're receiving death threats from people like this.
Okay.
Today.
Thank you.
This is the level of civil discourse we're having over this issue.
Doug, you know the rules. Hey, enough. Everyone has had a chance to have their voices heard. And no, we are going to stop the meeting if we cannot allow everyone to have their voices heard. There's been other people who spoke, finished a sentence. Okay, so if we can continue. Thank you.
Did I push the button? Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for that. My name is Miller Way. I'm a resident of District 11, and I would like to encourage y'all to recommend approval of 1391. It's not just about the one at the zoo. It's not just about the one around Fisk University. This is going to be important for all Nashvillians. I myself am an asthmatic. It's something that it's important to all of us. It's obviously important to a lot of people who have spent a lot of time waiting to be able to tell you all about it. I appreciate that there is a paid lawyer here from the company here to feed you the corporate line about it, but I hope that it's made an impression on you what this means to the people that have made the time, that live here, that have shown up to tell you how they feel about it, to bring the research that they've gathered around it. Please, not only would I ask you to recommend approval to the council, I would also ask that you remain vigilant. This is not going to be the last time this happens. There's a reason that we had to show up here on our own and they got to spend money on a lawyer to get here. This is going to keep happening. They're going to find ways around it. Please, for your neighbors and friends, stay vigilant for the next time more of this comes through, that they find a way around it. But thank you for being here, and please recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Lucas Simmons. I'm a professional engineer, and I live in District 10. I designed the cooling systems that Mr. Sloan is talking about, not those specifically, but I've gone to school for 4 years. I graduated from Tennessee Tech. I've been a practicing engineer for 2 years now, and it took me 4 years to get enough experience to be a practicing engineer. And I'd just like to say that dry loop cooling does not decrease the impact, as we like to listen to him and think. When you increase the footprint of a condenser to use dry cooling, it actually increases the energy. You get a lot less energy transferred through evaporation, right? The way that they're going to offset this energy is through the way that most of these data centers have been doing, and I've seen the plans. I got a little bit of pre-access to these. They're looking at 4 3.5 megawatt generation units. Those are large natural gas turbines. They will be off-putting a lot of CO2 into our community. And not just the one at the zoo, the one at Fisk too. They're not just going to tie into the grid and everything's going to be okay. They're going to continuously burn fossil fuels, and they're going to pollute our communities. So I just like to say I appreciate the bill. I would like to say that I'm very much in support of BL 2026-1391, and I appreciate all of you for sticking it out tonight and listening to us talk. So, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening. I'm Ashley Higginbotham, and I'm a resident of District 19. First and foremost, I want to thank you, Commissioner Horton, for bringing this bill to the table. You the man. You have heard the multitude of residents before me express concern about the animals at the zoo, the population of residents in the area, and the lack of benefits a data center this size would bring to us. A lot of you support this bill, as do I. However, there are talks about a moratorium as well. I know that legislation is not being discussed tonight, and I won't get into it, but I want to make sure that you all know it only adds urgency to pass BL 2026-1391. We do not need a moratorium. The stronger approach is to establish clear, permanent zoning regulations that can withstand legal scrutiny like this bill. Corporations like DC Blocks have extensive legal resources and rights under our legal system. They have the means to pursue litigation against Nashville if a moratorium is passed. Please don't let it get that far. Don't postpone the fight. Look at how many soldiers you have. The more we disconnect from nature, the easier it is to disconnect from our Heavenly Father. Please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peyton Richmond. I'm part of District 23. I have lived in Nashville for 12 years, and I'm an MTSU journalism student. And I care about environmentalism. I care about AI. I want to say that I support this legislation, but it doesn't go far enough. I want to see this bill passed, but I also want to see further legislation limiting it. Like other people have said, a half a mile is not enough. I think we need more protections for the people of Nashville, for our existing infrastructure, and for organizations like the zoo. DC Blocks is already exploiting loopholes in Tennessee law. Governor Bill Lee signed a law that requires these data centers to provide their own power if they are over 50 megawatts. In the first 3 years, DC Blocks hears that and they say, okay, we'll take 4 years, build 3 separate buildings, and we'll actually exceed 50 megawatts. They are, as someone has stated, they're producing some of their own power, but it's not all of it. And if they're going to exploit this loophole, what other loopholes will they exploit? We should pass this law, but we should pass further laws that close every loophole, that place tighter restrictions, because these companies will toe the line. If you let them do 50 megawatts, they'll do 50 megawatts. If you let them do 100, they'll do 100. Whatever inch we give them, they'll go a mile. I want to see further legislation against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hey, my name is Stefan Peter Contess. I live in District 27, and I am here to support BL 2026-1391. My wife, son, and I knocked on 52 doors on Sunday and spoke with well over half of those residents of our neighborhood, and every single one opposed the data center by the zoo and in Fisk University. Personally, I'm a building science expert with 18 years of experience, and I spend my career trying to reduce working to construct and retrofit buildings to use less energy, less water, and improve the lives of those that use them and live in those buildings. These data centers go against everything that I've been working for in my 18-year career. Please support stronger regulations to ensure that the data centers next to the zoo and Fisk do not move forward. There's enough data proving the negative impacts of these centers to make it unthinkable to put these in these neighborhoods. Please do everything you can to move this legislation forward and stop these data centers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Where do I push to speak? Right. All right, my name is Will Portis. Oh, sorry, thank you. My name is Will Portis out of District 21. I'm here to voice my support for BL 2026-1391. I support it, but I think, and I think many others have spoken as well about this could go further. Half a mile is not nearly enough. These corporations do not care about this community that we all have grown to love and want to see grow even further. This is not how we do it. I think it would be morally reprehensible for these data centers to be built in the Nashville area in general, let alone in one of the most popular HBCUs in this country and next to our zoo. That's it.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Dan Russell. I have lived in District 21 that houses Fisk University for almost a decade and work in the environmental sector. I am here in full support of BL 2026-1391 put forth by Councilmember Horton. I want to speak to the fallacy of closed-loop cooling systems proposed for new data centers. A closed-loop cooling system is used to keep the facility's chips from overheating and is designed to use far less water than evaporative cooling systems that emit intense levels of water vapors that heat up the atmosphere. Closed-loop cooling systems are, however, not all they're cracked up to be. First, instead of heavy water use and heavy water vapors, you get heavier electric use to power the system, leading to more burning of fossil fuels from generators and dirty power grids. There is also embedded hidden water use when it comes to powering these systems, so the water saving becomes less than advertised. Second, Nashville sits in a very hot and humid local climate. When more heat is added to that climate with data centers and their large power consumption, the area gets unbearable and strains resources, leading to an unlivable community. Third, the electric grid in District 21 must meet the demands of university students, residents, businesses, and Metro General Hospital. A grid overload, rolling blackouts, and increased electric costs await its residents. Fourth, most closed-loop systems still use water, whether it's drinking water, stormwater, or recycled wastewater. They need water to work, and then said water must be disposed. It can either leak out into the neighborhood's drinking water, the surrounding ecosystem, or go into wastewater treatment facilities that can become overloaded in time by the increase of volume. Therefore, do not once again rob your District 21 residents of their health and resources in exchange for this data center. Do what is logically and morally right and support BL 2026-1391. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hello, my name is Blake Heinrichs. I live in District 4 here in the Nashville Metropolitan area. I'm here to support BL 2026-1391. I do, just like others before me, I do not believe that the distances proposed from community infrastructure is great enough. I encourage the council to reevaluate that. On second, I encourage the council to evaluate those distances from community infrastructure based off of the total square footage of the project rather than individual buildings. I think that makes a big difference. But again, thank you for hearing all of our voices today. We do appreciate it.
Thanks. Hi, good evening.
Hi, my name is Anna Heinrichs. That was my husband. I am actually a Nashville native. I am adopted from Romania just as a child. So I grew up in Brentwood and Franklin. I have loved this state since I have been here. I actually moved to Chicago for school. And I knew that something was missing in my life. Being in a big city was fantastic, but there was not enough for me. So I came back to my family. I reconnected with them. I created a new community. And we actually live about 10 minutes from the zoo. We go there constantly. And one day we would like to have kids. We would like to have a family. And with the zoo, you always see families there. They are learning, they're encouraging their kids, they're teaching them new things every single day. And once you take that away, you're not going to bring your kids down the sidewalk for a data center. You're not going to expose them every single day to this beautiful building with no animals in it, with no endangered animals, because there's nothing left. And I am in support of BL 2026-1391. And I do also want to have more restrictions on the distances. Just because it would be a smaller place does not mean that it's better. And you don't see families wanting to move to cities or communities with data centers. You go away from them because there are environmental impacts, there are physical impacts that we don't see yet, and we've already started seeing. And I don't want to see that with our community. I want it to grow, not die. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Robin Gilbert, and I'm a resident of Nashville, Tennessee. I support BL 2026. I do not support a data center of any kind within city limits, mega center, cluster, or otherwise. I fear that it's going to be a major drain to our local resources as well as have a detrimental impact to our environment and the surrounding areas. I urge you to consider impartial information as well as stricter regulations before making any procedures. And then I also urge you to consider the well-being of your residents. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, my name is Linda, and I grew up following the Croft sisters around H.G. Hill. A good friend of mine built that place. He built the Croft Center, and some of my best memories are out there. Sitting with a golden eagle in the amphitheater, feeding it, carrying a Eurasian eagle owl as he's tapping on my arm, mantling me and hooting out into a misty fall morning, looking into his eyes and knowing, we're one. Sitting in the yard of the Croft house, having picnics with my daughters, cooking dinner there. Sitting on the back porch in the swing, watching thunderstorms roll through. That is one of the reasons I love porch swings so much. That place has a magic all its own. It was like the endless days of summer, the time I spent there. And I cannot imagine it not being there for our future generations. It would be a travesty of unimagined proportions if it wasn't there for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good night, evening.
Hello, good evening. All right. My name is Klaus Stafford. I am a Middle Tennessee resident, and I am speaking in support of the legislation with heavy emphasis on the need to provide more regulation on data centers than what is currently in motion. I worked at Nashville Zoo in a volunteer position in the behavioral husbandry department as well as education, and I am currently pursuing my animal science degree at Middle Tennessee State University. Nashville Zoo is an AZA-accredited zoo that cares for over 3,700 animals spanning hundreds of species, many of which, as you know, are endangered. With these species, the zoo conducts large amounts of conservation work. Many of these species are largely impacted by sound levels, of which could become a large issue given these data centers are allowed to be built. The AZA states, this is important, sound levels for special events cannot exceed 80 decibels to prevent significant animal stress. Data centers are well known to often produce decibel levels of 85 and even exceed 90 decibels. This decibel cap is given for special events only and would still be exceeded by the data center. So you could only imagine the significant amounts of irreversible stress put onto the animals of the Nashville Zoo. The clustering, as well, of small data centers, rather than the large ones to avert the half-a-mile rule put in place by this legislation, will still profoundly affect the animals and zoo accreditation in the exact same way. The Nashville Zoo will be at risk of losing their AZA accreditation, given that this continues. They will be unable to continue their conservational work as they do now, and they will be at huge risk for loss of monetary donation and support. And these data centers should be a large issue of contention, not only for the risk it introduces to the animals at the Nashville Zoo, but also for the economic loss that could be introduced given the support is continued. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi. I can't find this, but oh, here you go. Okay. My name is Brennan Martin. I live in Rutherford County. And I fully support this bill, but I do believe it's necessary to have some sort of inclusion of a minimal distance between data centers. I can see a watery definition of what a medium, or of what a size of data center is, being misused as a way to cluster data centers to get around the minimum distance rules. And as well as, I think the half-a-mile radius for the largest data center is too small, but that's been said many times before. So, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Is it just the bottom button here? Okay, great. My name is Zach Gardner. I'm a resident of the greater Nashville area. I have been for 20 years. I've had family here for decades. I can't even tell you how distraught my mom was after the Christmas bombing. But I'm here to say that we should further the efforts that are being made by this bill, as people have said before, to prevent the clustering that is being proposed by DC Block, and to increase the general area that is required as a distance between areas like zoos, parks, religious institutes, because half a mile is just, I mean, obviously 2,000 feet is large for us as humans that, are 5 to 6 feet tall, but in the general scheme of things, it is still so much noise pollution, so much pollution for the air, the water, that we need to expand it, I feel. It is just generally harmful to everything around it, and I am tired of seeing the forest around my house and all the trees that I have seen for years go further and further away as we further just expansion over prioritizing the health of the environment around us. I just think that the pushing for AI data centers is not helpful, and it doesn't stand for anything that I believe Nashville stands for as a greater whole. And data centers and AI like this is just one step further to Ready Player One. It's one step further to Fahrenheit 451. So I urge you to pass this and further legislation, because we don't want to build a dystopia for the kids that are coming after us, and we don't want to build a dystopia for the future of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, my name is Garen Thompson. I wanted to say that the data center cannot do anything positive for us. The only thing it could possibly do is just damage the zoo in our community. I think that, as everyone else said, the distance needs to be increased from residential areas. A half mile just isn't nearly enough for the large ones, and a few handful hundred of feet for the smaller ones also isn't enough, especially if they can get by clustering with just small ones and doing it that way. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Judas Spies. I know these facts have been, kind of beat to the ground over the course of the night, but I'm here to say them again because these aren't just talking points. These are people's lives. There is no public demand for data centers in Nashville, only corporate profit to be gained. The Nashville Zoo does not need a data center depleting water sources and emitting pollution into the water. The noise or noise pollution that poses risks to the animals' well-being, many of which are endangered. Cooling fans can produce noise levels of up to 90 to 100 plus decibels for waterless systems. That's like having a Broadway bar put in your neighborhood or in the middle of a zoo. And God knows we don't need more light pollution in the city. Data centers are the backing of mass surveillance systems who use AI to keep tabs on people. And in an age where privacy is rapidly becoming a thing of the past, we must take every stance we can to protect our liberties, because once we become accustomed to a lack of freedoms, it's already too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
My name is Logan Wilhite. I live in District 19, and I relocated here from Indiana. I'm here today because I believe that Nashville deserves thoughtful, permanent oversight and regulations surrounding AI data centers and any planned cluster facilities trying to subvert accountability. I'm concerned about the potential impact these facilities may have on water usage, air quality, noise pollution, wildlife, infrastructure, and neighborhood quality of life. As we've seen in Indiana and many other states, data centers and hyperscalers have proven to not really be a worthwhile investment. Just to ultimately leave our communities with an unnecessary increase on our utility bills, further pricing people out of our city, fresh water, less fresh water we can't afford to waste, and constant noise pollution that will affect our zoo and local communities. I can think of numerous structures that wouldn't be appropriate to be placed next to our zoo, but data centers especially could never provide enough benefit to the community to justify this unregulated gift of such a large footprint next to our zoo and neighborhoods. The price is too high for the cost, and we will be forced to inherit it. I urge this board and everyone in this room to support Councilmember Horton's legislation, BL 2026-1391. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Robert. I live in District 6. I am an attorney not being paid to be here. I genuinely love Nashville, the zoo, and the people here of Nashville. And clearly everybody else is very passionate about our city. Today out there, I saw a little girl and her mom going to random strangers asking them what their favorite animal at the zoo was. The fact we have to come here and argue against building data centers at Fisk University and right next to the zoo feels insane. We shouldn't have to have this discussion, but we do because of big tech billionaire companies. And lately in the news, it feels like data centers have not become a liberal issue or a conservative issue, but more of just a human issue. And the proposed DC Blocks data center would be allowing a monstrosity into our community. And putting it right next to the zoo just feels evil. Whatever reason DC Blocks are trying to give that this is going to be a good thing for the community are complete bogus. Small data center clusters are also a cheap shot, low blow attempt to circumvent restrictions that need to be passed and enforced heavily. People all across the country are starting to realize we need to rise up and make our voices heard. And we do really need our elected officials to actually act in the best interest of their voters and not big tech billionaire corporations. And tighter restrictions need to be passed, and this city needs to be protected from the evils of corporate greed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Madison Hoover. I live in Council District 26, directly behind the Nashville Zoo, and I support BL 2026-1391. I am an employee of the Nashville Zoo, and I do not represent the zoo. My opinions are my own. The land DC Blocks is currently trying to obtain has never belonged to the zoo, but it was, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. It was Margaret and Elise Croft's property. The Croft sisters donated their land in 1964, decreeing it would always be used as a nature study center. This land is now Nashville Zoo, as well as Grassmere Business Park. The Crofts would be irate that their family's precious farmland is being converted into a data center, something known for hurting the environment. In addition, the data center's runoff water would merge into the stream inside Nashville Zoo. That stream is home to an endangered species of crayfish, the Nashville crayfish. This is the only place that it lives is inside Nashville. That pollution would be detrimental to the species. DC Blocks has not yet purchased the property next to Nashville Zoo, yet they have prematurely started removing trees on that land. Those trees are home to the red-shouldered hawks, a migratory bird protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Removing their nests is illegal. DC Blocks clearly does not care what their environmental impact is, so please say no to data centers and yes to BL 2026-1391. I'm going to use the rest of my time to tell you about some friends we have at the zoo. Wesson, Ruger, Remy, Colt, Dobby, Buckbeak, Aragog, Goose, Maverick, Bruno, Winnie, Eeyore, Toothless, and Hiccup, the Nigerian dwarf goats, Pearl, Indigo, Sapphire, Mandy, Emaru, Alinta, Marley, Anala, Arugula, Bindi, Sienna, Bingo, Chili, Rumi, Bobby, Mira, Scarlet, Rhubarb, Rupert, and Ruth the Red Kangaroos. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good evening.
My name is Maxwell Perkins. I live in Council District 26 behind the Nashville Zoo. And I'm here in support of Bill 2026-1391. I also work at the Nashville Zoo. My opinions are my own. I've worked there for about 4 years now. For about 3 of those years, I have focused on our historic site. So I've worked a lot directly with our historical material. Our 5th and final generation owners were pair sisters named Margaret and Elise Croft. They were born in the house and spent their early childhood there, and they moved back there as adults permanently. In 1961, the city of Nashville had offered them $1.2 million, which is around $13 million today, to bulldoze the property down and turn it into a subdivision. And they had turned down the money. And a lot of people had saw that as like a poor financial decision on their part. But in an oral history in 1973, they go into more detail about their thoughts on that. Elise starts talking about how she couldn't stand the idea of bulldozers tearing up the property. And her sister Margaret, who was known to be very to herself and not to interject, had interjected to say, "I would rise from the grave." She would be buried in the family cemetery on our property 1 year later. I'm also going to use the rest of my time to continue some of the animals that live here at the Nashville Zoo. We got Ron the swan, Cy, Wren, Marge the cassowaries, Ethan the green anaconda, Bob, Garland and Tinsel, the babirussas, Pinocchio and Luca, the Andean bears, Bulu and Naga, the rhinoceros hornbills, Sebastian, Olivia and Agnes, the Komodo dragons, and Felix and Bulan, the Sumatran tigers, amongst others. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing, since we seem to be having questions about this, the microphone is always on, right? So from going forward for everybody, don't worry about touching the button. And just to clarify, as soon as you start speaking, Lisa will start the clock, so you don't have to wait, or Bob is starting the clock, so you don't have to wait to make sure your clock starts. It will automatically go as you get started. So since we can see the end of the line, hopefully the message will get to everyone left. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lizzie. I live in East Nashville. I'm sorry, I'm very anxious. Public speaking is my biggest fear, but this is something that I feel is very significant. I am an environmental activist. And my biggest fear is, even while we were here, they were talking about how they wanted to make them smaller to avoid the distance rule. And I think that's just a sign of greed and not really caring about the people. And since you are here to represent the people, I would like for you to ask to consider us a little bit more than corporations seem to consider greed and money. That is all I have to say. I'm getting a little anxious. Thank you so much for your time. You'll have an amazing night. Bye.
Good job. Thank you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Johanna. I am from Council District 6, and I am in support of BL 2026-1391. DC Blocks, as you heard previously, wants you to believe that big tech is innovative. I would venture to say that technology is not innovative in the sense that it is extracting natural resources, overdeveloping our lands, and continually taking advantage of financially stressed communities. That's not innovation. Tonight, you have an opportunity to be innovative leaders. You have an opportunity to protect the people who elected you and to listen to the will of the community. If data centers were really creating opportunities, then there wouldn't be so much opposition by the people who live next door to them or the people who potentially are going to. Prior to moving to Nashville, I lived in Alaska for 2 decades. I have heard the statement that data is the new oil. I can tell you, you don't want to go down that route. There are certain policies, there's certain development that can't be undone. We know enough to know that we don't know enough. And I encourage you to put forth this policy and to continually come back to the table, look at the research and learn from the cities and the states who are already living the actual reality of these data centers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Rickmeyer, and I live in West Nashville. A lot of people here, I'm also here to support BL 2026-1391. A lot of people are here because they're pissed about the proposal about the zoo. But this bill is bigger than the Nashville Zoo. This bill is about protecting all of Nashville from the dangers of data centers. I also want to thank the sponsor. This bill was thoughtfully written. I know this was in the works well before people heard about the zoo and was trying to take a proactive approach to protect our communities. I know somebody mentioned earlier about the moratorium that got brought up. I know that we're not talking on this bill, but I encourage permanent zoning and regulations like the bill that's put before us, because that is the only thing that is going to keep us safe, and that is what is going to hold up in court. And I hope that the policymakers here tonight choose good policy rather than performative politics. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bobby Braxton. I'm a citizen of North Carolina, of North Nashville. I'm a graduate of Fisk University, and I haven't had too many people here from Fisk University that I've seen tonight, so I wanted to let you all know that Fisk University does not stand on the side that's supporting the data set. There are specific things that we see in our communities that are not always brought to the forefront. This is one of those examples. We heard that water, noise, and power were one of the biggest issues, but those aren't the biggest issues. It really comes down to the principle. When we talk about there is a zoo, and we talk about a community, there's an unfortunate comparison between those two things right now that haven't really been addressed, that businesses are able to exploit these underlying differences in order to make money off of that. We really hope that in reviewing these policies, that it's understood that if these communities are already being invested in, and Nashville is seen as a place where we invest in Nashville, to turn around and put something that's considered a cheap product, as if I were to give you a Windows computer with Windows 98 on it, it's not something that we want in our communities. So that would in turn lower the investment in the long term. So we've already invested so much in Nashville that we want to keep that investment on an up and up level and not take any money and consider it good money. That helps our community, that helps the people around us, but of course that helps the principled idea of what it means to be a Nashvillian and a future Nashvillian for Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, members of the council and fellow Nashville residents. My name is Jarrett Harper, and I'm a resident of Council District 21. I support BL 2026-1391. I'm also a proud 2017 graduate of Fisk University, a 2019 graduate of Meharry Medical College with a master's in health science, and a grade school teacher here in Nashville. As a Fisk alumnus, I want to see Fisk University succeed. I support investments in students, academic programs, and the long-term future of the institution. Fisk is one of Nashville's greatest educational treasures. However, supporting Fisk's future does not mean ignoring the environmental impacts that can accompany large-scale data center development. This legislation establishes important protections related to water usage, energy consumption, noise, emissions, and environmental stewardship. They are not abstract concerns. They affect the health, well-being, and quality of life of the people who live near these facilities. As a teacher, I think about the children and families who live in these communities every day. My concern is simple. If we get this wrong, the people who will live with the consequences are not the developers or consultants or even a single lawyer who's getting paid to be here. It will be the residents who call these neighborhoods home. Once a facility is built, it becomes much harder to address concerns than it is to prevent them in the first place. That is why I believe we should establish strong standards now, before problems occur, rather than trying to solve them after the fact. This bill does not oppose innovation. It does not oppose Fisk University. It simply says that major development should meet clear environmental and community standards before they move forward. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the council to vote in favor of BL 2026-1391. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Thank you for being here and doing your job. My name is Robert Harrison. I've been here since 3:30. I'm sure you guys have been here longer. But during that time, I've been listening to my fellow citizens and waiting to speak to you. I'm a native Middle Tennessean, and my family and I currently live on Kathy Joe Drive. As the crow flies, my home is less than 2 miles from the proposed site of this data center. Sorry, I'm very nervous. My family and my community will be directly affected by this if you allow it to be built. My neighborhood is already one of the most underserved neighborhoods in Davidson County. If you allow this data center to be built, you'll be doing the opposite of what your job description states. You were in those chairs and behind that desk to protect citizens like myself. There are several representatives in the state now that have stopped doing what is right for us. Please don't be like them. Please do the right thing. Stop this and all data centers from being built. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, my name is Drew. I live in District 30, just down the street from Robert. And, Doug Sloan coming in here and not addressing the issue and then violating the rules is a perfect example of what we can expect from DC blocks in this community. And tonight, my daughter wanted to be here and she had to go home. She's little. And so, I support SB 2026-1391. My whole house does. And so I want to read her speech. And I want you to hear what she had to say. When I think about a big tech company coming into my neighborhood to build a data center next to something I love, it makes me feel like I don't matter at all. AI data centers like these do nothing but take all the good things and keep them for a small group of people, while all of my neighbors and I are left with the problems that are left behind. Some of these problems won't ever go away. My neighbors and I all deserve to live a beautiful life filled with meaningful connections to people we love. And I need you to help make sure the rules we live by allow for that to happen for everyone and not just some. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Shane Martin, and I'm a Nashville resident from the 16th District speaking in opposition to the proposed DC Blocks data center at 648 Grassmere Park. I live less than a mile from the planned site. First, I want to commend Councilmember Horton, Councilmember Johnson, and this body for moving with remarkable speed to protect this community. Your swift action on BL 2026-1391 and the moratorium reflects exactly the kind of leadership Nashville deserves. We desperately need the creation of robust data center regulation, and I support this proposed legislation. Despite public-facing statements and promises, in 2026, it should be clear that developers, corporations, and billionaires can't be trusted to just do the right thing, especially when it is antithetical to their interests and profit. Regulation and enforcement is imperative, and it often takes numerous lawsuits to ensure they are held within the scope of the law. In regards to the opposition for this center, DC Blocks has issued statements that a data center previously operated on this site. They offer no information on the size, power draw, or comparison of that data center, just a vague appeal to precedent designed to make a massive industrial expansion sound routine. Despite initially telling us it would be a modest facility, their own geotechnical documents reveal the full picture. 2 buildings totaling 35,000 square feet, 50 megawatts of continuous draw power, a 72,000 square foot electrical substation, generator yards, and 12.4 acres of ground disturbance. That's what they filed permits for in phases, deliberately structured to stay below current regulatory thresholds. Their statement that they will adhere to all federal and local environmental regulations seems opportunistic and predatory, knowing there are no significant regulations on data centers in Nashville, no environmental impact studies have been shared, and they have deliberately misrepresented and obscured their intentions to the press and to our communities. This January, Nashville made national news when residents lost power for up to 11 days in freezing temperatures, with children in cold schools and families sleeping in their cars. Just this week, Nashville lost power again after a flash flood. It's an ongoing reality, and we're not prepared to add even more stress to this infrastructure. NES is under investigation for its own failures. TVA is scrambling to add generation capacity, and I'm out of time. So.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
My name is Amarantha Martin, and I'm a proud resident of the 16th District, less than a mile from one of the current proposed data centers. I support the proposed legislation, BL 2026-1391. I strongly oppose the construction of data centers in Davidson County, including the potential for clusters of small data centers which would circumvent these proposed guidelines. Data centers cause harm to the health and well-being of people, animals, and the environment, as you've heard all night. Nashville's aging water infrastructure and our electrical grid are frankly not adequate to current demand, much less the intense use by these kinds of structures. I want to thank the council for your alacrity in moving to set guardrails around these kind of businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, come forward. Good evening.
Howdy, y'all. My name is Willis. I live in Donaldson, that's District 15. As a growth-minded technology worker, I still support this BL 2026-1391. As we all know, Nashville always changes, technology always changes, but we don't have to seek gains just for gains' purpose. We don't need to use steroids because it can give us gains now and destroy the body later. Having these regulations, defining things, giving us a starting point to make comparisons, changes, see how people try to get around them, see where the technology gets better, and we finally say, wow, that's not bad anymore. It gives us a place to stop, look, and I hope that y'all continue to stay vigilant, tweak this as it needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ashlyn Paul. I came here from the northern border of the state in Portland to show support and protest the AI data center being implemented and say that I am in support of BL 2026-1391. That's about a 45-minute drive. I am also against the small data center clusters that have been proposed. I'll keep it short to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak, but for our communities, our children, and our animals, we deserve clean drinking water and the ability to hear the sounds of nature without the center intervening. This data center is anti-human and anti-Tennessee. I want to protect all of Davidson County from the dangers data centers pose, because while I may not live in this county, these policies will affect all of Tennessee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hey, thanks for being here, you guys. I'm Ashley Meese. I am from District 31. I'm in support of the bill BL 2026-1391. Although I feel more regulations need to be added, we need restrictions started sooner than later, and this is our chance. I believe more people would be here if they could be, from people having to work, having to take care of their families, people worried about the negatives that could come from speaking, as well as those who just simply don't know what's happening. Thankful for everyone that has made it, though, today, and I truly hope this bill passes and Nashville can be a city that others can look to. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi. My name is Macy Fluharty. I live in District 12 on Uchee, Shawnee, and Cherokee land. It's hot outside. Today we hit 91 degrees Fahrenheit. Nashville currently has over 24 data centers. Meta's 6 facilities alone sit on about 900 acres. Data centers, especially hyperscale centers like the ones this bill protects us from, create heat islands. Despite the millions of gallons of water data centers use daily to cool down, they still emit heat waste into the air and rise temperatures in the area. They do not just heat the air, but the soil around it, compromising our ecosystem's microorganisms and soil moisture levels. Along with heat islands, these centers can affect the water and air quality of the area they take over through resource overuse and their carbon emissions and other pollutants. Not only does this contribute to the heat we see rise annually, but it contributes to the health problems we've seen in people living near data centers everywhere, including our fellow Tennesseans in Memphis. This bill is a great start to protecting your constituents, our aquifer and water resources, our land, animal, and plant life that inhabit it, any and all life that Music City nurtures. I look forward to one day hearing there has been something like a build cap proposed to stop companies from skirting around these restrictions through ideas like small data center clusters, and excited to hopefully hear of oversight procedures and higher distance requirements for data centers in our home. These data centers are booming all over the country at an alarming rate, preying on areas that do not have processes in place. This is a great start to putting procedures and guidelines in place. This should be an easy decision. Please vote yes on BL 2026-1391. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, good evening.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Devin Powell. I live in District 15, and I work in the tooling industry, as well as I have had my family work in the construction industry for many years. When it comes to constructing a center of this size, something that they do is called lime the ground. So they go and they take the first at least foot of topsoil and they crush it up with limestone to make it less absorbent. So then the pressure from the building that they are building does not sink into the soil, which also restricts the absorbency of the soil, and it also destroys the habitat of the microorganisms that reside in that soil. And it also would cause mass flooding in a part of Nashville that already experiences flooding. When I'm sure y'all have driven down Nolensville Pike down in South Nashville and gotten hit by one of the torrential downpours that came through, and the streets just flooded. And just having many data centers, or even the one big one, would just constitute to having more runoff of that water, and it would just cause more and more flooding, which would cause more issues for our civilians here in Nashville. And I urge you to support and vote yes on BL 2026-1391. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, my name is Trevor Cook. I live in Council District 12. I support BL 2026-1391. I haven't lived here for a long time, but I've really grown to love this city. It's one of the few cities in the world where I, as a guy who works in the music industry, I'm a sound engineer, it's one of the few places in the world that I can really call a home base and stay around. Even when I'm not touring around, I can come home and there's still work for me, wherever I look. Speaking of working in loudness, these data centers are loud. I think you've heard enough of that today. You've heard a lot about it today. You've probably heard the number 80 dB, 85 dBA thrown around and how it drones and it's just constant. I want to talk about the human impact of it. We've heard a lot about the impact that this has on the animals. On the humans, this will, over time, deafen us, literally. 85 dBA over just 8 hours of exposure causes hearing damage. I would know. I work on Broadway. I get hearing damage every day. 85 dBA over 8 hours is hearing damage, permanent. 85 dBA over years for the residents who have to live around these data centers, they will go deaf. That's all I'm going to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nick Mansfield. I live in District 33, less than 10 minutes from the proposed data center. I have lived in various places in Nashville my entire life for over 30 years. And for the last decade of that, I have worked as an EMT on an ambulance service. So I can appreciate the need for swift response, a trait that I'm proud to share with the councilors who have proposed and backed this bill. You have heard a lot of things for a very long time from a lot of very passionate people and a lot of people who are far more knowledgeable than I am about the impacts this will have on communities, on animals, and on the environment. So I will keep my message short. The station I currently work at for 24 hours at a time, sometimes more, running calls all over Middle Tennessee, is less than half a mile from the zoo. On some mornings, I can hear the monkeys. I would much rather hear those than hear the constant droning of a data center, especially when I am trying to get some sleep between calls. I appreciate all of you for staying and listening to the people, to your constituents, and I beseech you to back Bill 2026-1391 and do what is best for the people of Nashville who live and work here in the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
Xavier Stakursky. I reside in District 27, and I want to start off by saying thank you guys for staying as long as you have. But I also want to add, I'm very pro-bill 2026-1391, vehemently opposed to these data centers that will poison the community, poison the animals, and poison the people around. If you've seen online, there's people who are living near the data centers, their water is brown. Coming from the taps, it's brown. It's not healthy, obviously. I'm sorry. I'm very against the data centers. It's going to poison, I already said that, but it's very against cluster centers and so on and so forth. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jackie Oram. I am from District 25, and I am very much in support of BL 2026-1391, although it could be a little bit more specific in terms of not allowing small clusters of data centers, but you guys know that already. You guys have heard a lot of people today, and there are still people waiting in line, so I'm going to keep this short and sweet. But I just want you to know, for that every person you hear talking today, there are 10, 50, 100 more residing in Davidson County, residing in Nashville that would agree with me today and agree with all these voices that you've heard. So please, I urge you, listen for us here and for those who couldn't make it because they have work, because they have kids to take care of, because they live just outside of Davidson and therefore don't have their 2 minutes here today. Please listen, serve your people, and don't allow the construction of a building that your people do not want for a service that we absolutely do not need as humans with brains. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Adina Rosenblum, and I am in District 23, and I am in support of BL 2026-1391, and I strongly oppose the small data center clusters. And that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hey, good evening. My name is Santiago. I am a resident of District 20 and a proud constituent of Councilman Horton. Sorry. I am standing here today to oppose the data center proposed for District 26 beside the zoo. Historically, the south side of our city has been forced to take on more than its fair share of heavy industrial development. Too often, developers target working-class communities such as North Nashville, operating on the assumption that regular, hardworking residents won't have the time or the resources to come up here and voice their opposition, but here we are. A data center does not belong right next to our homes, and let alone the Nashville Zoo. These facilities put an incredible strain on our local power grid, and hey, if we remember the ice storm, our power grid is not entirely that well suited. But these centers also risk causing utility rate hikes for local families, and given the immense electrical grid strain, and they generate constant noise pollution. While there are eco-friendly waterless cooling technologies available, developers rarely use them unless we force them to. Also, the proposal of clusters of small data centers to bypass, I think, the half-mile rule is absolutely absurd. This legislation hasn't even passed, and there are already proposals to find ways to evade the policies. Please protect Nashville and support Bill BL 2026-1391. Keep these centers out of our residential neighborhoods and away from our zoos. As someone mentioned earlier, we the people are not lab experiments. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hello, thank you for still being here. My name is Maria Weir. I was born and raised here and I live in District 22. I'm here supporting BL 2026-1391. I am against hyperscale data centers, large and medium data centers, and I am also against these small data center clusters. The megawattage and the damage is the same, and we do not want them in the middle of our community. I recently got a degree in urban livability, so I've spent a little time exploring industry's effects on public health. I know you've been hearing this for hours straight now, but I'm gonna say it again. We know that data centers interfere with local power and water resources. We know that they create noise pollution, air pollution, and water pollution. We know that data centers threaten the health of our neighbors, adults and children, humans and animals. We know about the reproductive issues, the asthma, and the impaired sleep. We know how bad living next to a data center is for people and environment. This is relatively new, and we already have the data that says this is a bad idea. We know that it's a public health disaster waiting to happen. We don't necessarily know what the effects of living next to a data center might be on hundreds of endangered animals or what the long-term health effects might be on our children, but I personally would rather not find out. The developers trying to build this data center here do not care about life of any sort. Nashvillians will suffer. Who benefits? This is a shameful profit grab, and it should have no place in our development as a city. On behalf of every living thing in Nashville, please pass BL 2026-1391. It is the bare minimum, no new data centers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, my name is... Good. Hi, my name is Marshall Smith, and I am a resident of Williamson County in Brentwood, Tennessee. Recently, it has come to my attention that the company DC Blocks wants to put up a data center near many notable locations, such as MLK High School, Andrew Jackson Public Housing, and the Nashville Zoo. I am concerned because the effects of this data center, or data centers, will affect the entirety of Tennessee, not just Davidson County. I urge you to review and pass Bill 1391 to stop this from happening because of the huge strain it would place on the local power grid in the region. As you may know, this data center needs 30 megawatts of power in order to operate. That means that a substantial portion of the local power grid will be diverted in order to sustain the huge energy requirement of this data center. This increased demand for electricity would raise the price of every single building in the area, increasing the cost of living. I believe that Nashville would not be able to support the demands on this power grid. Factors such as the ice storm last winter and even the most recent thunderstorm show that Nashville's power grid is strained even in the best of times. If the power grid is strained even now, how underprepared do you think it is to support a massive data center or even the many smaller data centers DC Blocks has planned in case their large data center is prevented? Although DC Blocks claims that data centers are not new to Nashville and would not affect the power grid, no data center in Nashville has been this big with this big of a widespread impact. Therefore, I implore you to re-examine Bill 1391 and consider more carefully what would happen if it is passed. Would it allow DC Blocks to take advantage of the Nashville community by exploiting a loophole to drain Nashville of its resources? Or will you give back to the community by ensuring that Bill 1391 does not allow any chance for the massive data center or many smaller data centers to be built around Nashville? Therefore, I ask, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. I'm Bonnie. I live in Donaldson in District 13. I am here also in support of Bill 2026-1391. I was struck by the fact that there are people here not just from Nashville, but from other cities, even actually from other states. I spoke to some people who are here from Kentucky. And I was thinking about the precedent that is being set. You know, this bill is not just going to impact Nashville. Depending on the kind of legislation we pass, this could be something that other cities look to for the way that they respond to data centers, the way that they legislate, the regulations that they put in place. So it's thinking about the way that this doesn't just impact Nashville, which has a rapidly growing population, but also the way it affects like other cities and even other states. And I was struck by that today. And of course, y'all know that people have been here for hours, as you have been even longer. Thank you. And the reason that so many people showed up and stayed here for 4+ hours just to come up and speak for 2 minutes is because we really don't want data centers in Nashville. We don't want more to be built. And I think many people here are in support of, you know, carefully considered legislation that takes into account the little factors, the long term, right? Not just the short-term benefits, but what are the risks? What do we not know that we need to know? What kind of studies do we need to have before permits are issued for this and future technological developments that impact our zoning? So I appreciate you all giving careful consideration to how this legislation impacts our city and the future, and not just for Nashville, but for other places that are looking to us for the legal precedent, for the legislative precedent for how they respond to technological developments, zoning, and data centers. So thank you for your time and for your work. I hope you can see the importance of it.
Thank you. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Katie Bridgeforth. I'm a resident of Donaldson, Council District 13, who has called Nashville home for all of my adult life. I have taught in its schools, voted in its elections, survived its winters, and watched how the people of Nashville have demonstrated some of the best human traits: kindness, empathy, and community. I'm speaking up today because I believe that data centers do not support the culture and people of Nashville. You've heard from people with more credentials and information than I can present tonight about the environmental and physical detriments to life that AI data centers bring to the communities they invade. I want to be clear, I do not support AI data centers. I do not support the clustering of smaller data centers to circumvent rules that are created here. I appreciate Bill 1391 and the start it is doing, and I ask that we continue this work to continue to do more so that there are not loopholes created for data centers to come in and exploit our city. I'm asking you as our appointed representatives to do more to protect Nashville and what she holds dear. In a city known for the innovations it is making in healthcare, keep us safe from the health concerns that data centers bring. In a city that hosts the next generation of college students, choose to make Nashville a place that they want to call home. In a city that hosts the Nashville Zoo, known for and renowned for its conservation, make choices that protect animals that have sparked curiosity and encourage us to remember what it means to be human. You have a chance to make a choice to choose Nashville or to harm her, a choice to support the communities that make Nashville unique, or a choice to open her up to outside for-profit corporations who would deplete her resources, pollute her climate, and harm her people. You have the choice to do more, to create stricter guidelines that discourage data centers from overrunning our communities. Please support this 2026-1391 bill and continue to do more. Choose Nashville. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, and thank you. My name is Veronica Beavers. I live North Nashville, so I guess that's County District 12, but I work 3 minutes from the zoo. We share the same creek. I teach at this sweet little school, that advocates for nature. I teach a lot about nature. I used to be terrified of spiders, and now I have a whole bunch of students and myself who love spiders. And we observe so much wildlife. Just to give you an example, just the other day, we just saw box turtles, snakes, garter snakes. We see them all the time. In that creek, the kids get to observe the crawdads. We see robins, cardinals, crows, American goldfinch, amazing wolf spiders, jumping spiders, zipper spiders, and then when we had the cicadas and my students got to really enjoy the whole life cycle of the cicadas, it was adorable to see them running up to me and saying, "Look, Miss Ronnie, it's talking to me." So they were so engrossed in it, and I don't want to lose that. Hearing about the trees being taken down, yes, we have the data center, which is going to cause quite a bit of damage to our ecosystems, but they're already starting to take down trees, and there are red-tailed hawks. We've seen them. They flew over our heads. It was incredible, and I don't want my students and the future students and the children that go to the zoos to observe the animals to lose this opportunity. It's so very important. And I just wanted to share that with you. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I have been at summer camp in the heat with my students, and I know you're tired too, but I felt that it was really important that I came here to advocate for them and for all the animals, for all of them that cannot speak for themselves. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello.
My name is Johanna. I live in Middle Tennessee. Thank you all for being here. I'm not going to say anything new that nobody before me has said, but I'm going to try and say what I can. We've had a wide variety of speakers, from teachers, from residents, from actual engineers that know way more about data centers and their cooling systems than most of us. And so I hope you've taken that to heart. People have discussed a lot of different issues that they have. Oh, I didn't say it. I'm in support of regulation. People have spoken about a lot of different issues that they have. One is the feeling that this is a done deal and that 3 hours or 4 hours of people are speaking to you for 2 minutes at a time, thinking that a decision has already been made. They referenced the Tesla tunnel. I didn't know that trees were already being taken down on that property, but that definitely feels like decisions have been made already. People have taught you about health concerns, utility concerns, concerns for the neighborhood, for the community, for the animals at the zoo, for the people that live there. Those are all real concerns that we have. And what people are really telling you, and 20 people before me, I think, said it, thank you very much for being here and doing your job. And that's what we're asking you to do. A bill or this legislation that will give you the regulations and the control that you need to say no or yes to a data center is exactly what you as a planning commission need. You can't just blanket say no. We understand that. You need to have distances, you need to have sizes, you need to have types, and you need to have rules. And that's exactly what this will do. Is it going to be perfect? Probably not. Will there need to be changes to it? Probably so, as technology changes. But we're asking you guys to give yourselves the tools that you need so that the hours that have been spent by people here speaking does not go to waste. So please give yourselves the tools that you need and put Tennessee in the news for a good reason, unlike our state legislature that likes to make examples for bad reasons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ketzel Rogers. I live in Hermitage. I work down the street from the zoo at a tattoo shop. I can confirm there are red-tailed hawks. I do see them circling the tattoo shop a lot, and I do enjoy that. I have written something down as I'm currently shaking and can't get my words together. I don't think there's much to be said that hasn't been said already by my fellow concerned citizens, but we need you to protect us from these data centers at Fisk, the zoo, and any other data centers that may be popping around us and would have a negative impact on our citizens and our wildlife around us, both native and from the zoo that are being protected. I moved to Tennessee 10 years ago because I just love the nature here. It's beautiful. I'm from New Orleans. We don't see mountains in New Orleans. We're underwater. And it's just hard. And that's what I really appreciate about it. I am heartbroken every day that I see the South being taken down by data centers. I see our water systems being poisoned. I see our trees dying. I see our animals dying. I see our people dying. I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is to see people hold up jars of water in courtrooms and say, this is what our kids are having to bathe and drink in. It's horrible. Kudzu is known as the plant that ate the South. Data centers will be known as the plague that killed it. I am, of course, in favor of this legislation to have stricter regulations on data centers, but it's just a start. We need stronger regulations. A mile away, 2 miles away, I don't think that's enough. I think we don't have the proper research on it because these are so new. We don't have the proper data to collect on some of these newer centers because they haven't been around that long. I would love to see Davidson County set the standard for good regulations against the data center bloom that is negatively impacting multiple communities, and you have a chance to make a difference. You have a chance to put us on the map for something good. I'll end my statement with my favorite quote. When the last tree has been cut down and the last river poisoned and the last fish caught, we will realize that we cannot eat money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Hello.
evening.
Good evening.
I hope you are as excited as I am by the amount of people that turned out for this issue. It is, I would say to you that Nashvillians are the bears that have been poked. We've been poked by what's happened at the national level. We've been poked year after year by surveillance attempts to be passed by our police department and other folks in this city. We actually are a beacon for other people in this country who have not been able to fight back against surveillance. And I would like to see our city be also one that stands up to these data centers. I think there is an issue that people have spoken a little bit to around just doing a straight out moratorium. There was a bill at the last council meeting, a late file bill that did get defeated because it didn't get enough votes. The risk that you run by not creating parameters and requirements around the data centers is that if you just do a straight out moratorium, it won't hold up at the legislature. They will come back and they will try to set the rules for what happens in Nashville. If you set the rules, you're in a much better place to be able to say, we're cool here. You also create places like Lawrenceburg, places like Gallatin, where they're putting in these really mega data centers. They'll have a way to talk to people locally about why this shouldn't happen. I visited 13 data centers in Nashville in the last couple of days, and I will tell you a couple of them that exist right now are near middle schools. There are real problems with these data centers already that are here. So as you are looking at these promoting certain regulations, you should also apply them to the existing ones. It's really important. The last other thing, you limit to the number of Airbnbs in this city. You can also figure out creatively a way to limit the number of data centers, whether it's square footage, the footprint that they will have. I think you need to be creative. These people were so creative in their comments. We should be proud of everyone here tonight.
Thank you.
So sorry. Hey, Nanny.
Hi, did you guys get to read this? Came out today. It talks about Metro Historic Zoning Commission's history of whitewashing our zoning overlays. Highly recommend it. I think it's important to see the way that our government tells our history and the way that it impacts our neighborhoods in our city. Just like how we are going to impact our neighborhoods in our city with this bill. I'd love to remind folks that people tuning in and people that don't know, the bald guy earlier, Doug Sloan, used to sit where Director Kemp sits. And, right now, he's leading the East Bend development. A beautiful thing that's supposed to happen, it's supposed to be walkable. We're turning a neighborhood, we're turning something that was an environmental negative that, has a lot of environmental harms in that PSC metal site, and we're rehabbing it and we're turning it into something beautiful that hopefully will benefit the city. And, we come in here and sell that. We're gonna, go to meetings where, hopefully the street grid there turns out the way I want it to and makes it safe for everybody. But then we're gonna come in here and, also try to build a new environmental negative. And so that's really disappointing. And I would tell everybody, hey, come out to East Bend stuff and make yourself known that you want to make sure it's good there, and that he should make sure that the rest of the city is in good standing, not just the East Bend, but every neighborhood is safe and not being poisoned by harmful chemicals. I will say, Commissioner Smith does get a good shout out in this article. He's the only person to ever voted against a racist overlay, and so I'm happy and proud of that. I think we should all be making sure that we're not putting overlays on neighborhoods that are harmful. Thank you.
Can I get your name and area of city you live in?
Yeah, Manhole 912 Strauss Ave.
Okay.
Hi,
Good evening.
do I need to push here to
Nope,
speak?
you
or-
should be
okay.
good.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kelly. Obviously, you've heard a lot about the zoo and animals and environmental concerns, which are all important, but I think something that is not really talked about a lot is the reason for these data centers, right? And of course, yes, we've had data centers before. There are some distinguishing characteristics about what we're seeing now versus what has historically been built. But there's a reason. Michelle brought up surveillance tech, and I've been one of the people fighting surveillance tech in this city for 5 years. We've had a lot of success in Nashville, and a lot of people don't talk about or realize the fact that a lot of these data centers are the back end of our every moves being surveilled through license plate readers and through facial recognition technology, and through when you go on any website and buy something online, like they are constantly scraping our data, and that is what these massive surveillance or data centers are for. Also, I'm going to call them surveillance centers now. So I am concerned about all the things other people brought up, but those are largely based on location. And so I think we also need to think about, maybe not your all's job, but for the public record, I think we need to think about why these centers exist and why we can't say no to just constant growth and profits, even at the detriment of all of us. Because while some of you may not be targeted by surveillance tech right now, I can tell you if you advocate enough, you're going to be put on a bunch of the lists. So that brings me to my next point, which is connected to surveillance tech, data centers, and carcerality, which is I support this legislation, but I also think in the same spirit that we've considered residential homes and zoos and parks and churches, we also need to include jails and prisons, because we talk about animals not being able to escape a zoo and escape the effects, and certainly the people in our jails and prisons locally cannot escape the effects. There is a data center being built right to the ICE, next to the ICE facility on Brick Church right now, and people held there can't escape it. So I would like us to consider that as well in this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it possible that we're at the end? Is there anyone else wishing to speak in support or opposition? If not, then we will officially declare this public hearing closed. May I ask if we could just take a 5-minute break before we start our deliberations? I think everyone maybe could use a chance to stand up.
And use the bathroom.
And use the restroom. We will reconvene in 5 minutes. I was trying to figure out the record for the longest single item, and we've definitely had much later nights, but I'm not sure we've had a longer single item that I can remember.
I think that's right.
Anyways, we are going to start with the deliberation, and Councilman Horton, given your connection to this, it'd be great if you could kick us off.
Thank you, Chair. And first, I'd like to thank everyone that came out to deliver public comment and give so much of their time. These aren't easy or convenient places to come and share your thoughts, so appreciate all the community members that came out to let their voices be heard. I'm in support of this legislation. This is our city's first rules, regulations, and restrictions on data centers in Davidson County. We've seen, or are starting to see, some of the risks that these facilities can bring absent rules, whether that's air pollution, water pollution, heat, noise, strains on electrical infrastructure, strains on water infrastructure, and others. And so this legislation is an effort to get in front of that and impose some common sense rules and regulations around it, rather than waiting until after there's already a problem trying to play catch up after the fact. I did have some questions for staff and our legal counsel that were, I think, some of the good ideas raised by some of the public comments, which I'll try to keep them brief so we can hear from everybody else as well. But one question I had for staff is we heard from a number of community members whether the distance requirements on large and medium data centers was sufficient to separate noxious uses from sensitive uses like residences and daycares and the zoo. Before this comes back for our second consideration, I was just wondering if staff might be able to opine on whether those distances are appropriate or if there's some better standard or measurement that we could use. This is a request before that comes back. The second one, I have a question for our legal counsel. I think a good question was raised. Parts of this raise reference EPA standards that backup generators could be subject to. If those EPA standards change or are limited in the future, what would that do to this legislation if it becomes an ordinance? Would it stay the same as it?
So I do think that it probably would be interpreted that the EPA regulations in place at the time you're applying would be what apply to the site. But I can kind of look at, I know that there was a suggestion that maybe it would change over time. I think we'd have to research whether that could be done.
Okay, I'm wondering if we, I mean, for lack of, or just to be certain, whether we could say as of this date or something else. Just thinking out loud. Final question, really quick. Some members of the public, the legislation proposes strict standards on the largest ones with the sliding scale on conditions as they become smaller. Some members of the public raised the possibility that data center developers could build multiple smaller data centers rather than one large one to skirt the more restrictive rules on the larger ones. I think we try to manage that in a couple different ways already, like measuring it as a parcel as well as imposing distance requirements between data centers themselves. I wonder do you think, are those appropriate ways to mitigate that potential risk, or is there something better to do, or is that a false concern? I wonder if staff might have an opinion yet, and if not, we can discuss it next meeting potentially.
Let us look at that a little bit more. I think that there are some other types of standards that I'm thinking about that we already have that talk about sort of cumulative. As opposed, so if a developer built something and then added something else, like the cumulative is what you measure on. And so let us think about that a little bit and working with working with our friends at Metro Legal to make sure that we're sort of handling it in an appropriate way. But we'll add that to our list of work.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Other commissioners, Commissioner Dundon.
Thank you, Chair. I want to also echo my colleagues' comments about the time and energy and resources you all put in to come down here tonight. Many people spoke who did not like public speaking or had never done it before, and that is a scary thing, but we really appreciate it. It is valuable not only to generate questions that you'll hear tonight, but also the questions that we ask staff offline and in the background before we make decisions, and especially on this one where we are deferring it, we are not making a decision tonight. So thank you all. I also serve as the mayor's representative on this body, and he gave me a statement to read tonight, so I wanted to read that into the record. So Mayor O'Connell supports a moratorium on large-scale data centers while guardrails are established. He also asked me to share that he's working closely with the Department of Law and Metro departments to ensure that large-scale data centers don't harm our local communities. The mayor's office is looking at what options are available under the law for the mayor and the Metro government to implement to safeguard, to protect our air, water, and ratepayers, and to keep our neighborhoods and our residents from being negatively impacted by these facilities. So thank you for letting me read that statement from the mayor. I have some questions for our legal counsel, and then I have some sort of my own questions and comments for the staff. So for legal counsel, a lot of people were here specifically about the zoo, and how does this ordinance apply to the data center that has already been proposed at the zoo or near the zoo?
So first to clarify, and I know Dustin got into this as well, but the ordinance that's in front of you is a countywide ordinance that defines different categories of a new data center use with accompanying regulations. So it's not specific to the property next to the zoo, but the property next to the zoo is going through its own permitting process. Metro is applying and will continue to apply standards that are appropriate throughout the permitting process.
Okay, then this might sort of answer that question, the next question, but where is the zoo data center in the process, and what should we know? What should we know to help inform our deliberations around that?
Sure. So the data center has applied for permits through the codes department. The zoo has actually appealed their application so the appeals are currently pending before the Board of Zoning Appeals related to the proposed data center. And so we can't really answer how the data center will be treated without knowing the outcome of those appeals, and we'll know more once that process plays out. But to kind of reiterate, the commission should consider the question before you instead of the impact on any pending proposals. The commission should determine whether this proposal is consistent with the general plan and what's right for Nashville as a whole.
Okay, and does this proposal include a moratorium?
No, this proposal does not include a moratorium, but a moratorium ordinance will come before the commission on June 25th.
Okay. Should we delay action on this ordinance until we have clarity related to both the zoo permit or the moratorium? I think you sort of spoke to that, but maybe.
No, this proposed ordinance is a text amendment, which per the commission rules is considered on two separate commission agendas. After tonight's consideration, the recommendation is to defer this to the June 25th meeting, and that gives the commission the opportunity to give a recommendation to the council before it considers the ordinance on July 7th. So any delay would make it so that that the commission would not have made a recommendation before July 7th. And also the moratorium legislation is coming up on the June 25th commission meeting, so it may be appropriate for the commission to consider those two items together.
Okay, and is there anything we can do to speed up the process of the ordinance, or it's set on the calendar and that's, the timeline is the timeline?
Right, so legal would recommend the current timeline as the fastest timeline. This allows you to comply with the intent of the commission rules on a bit of a faster timeline, which is necessary because there is no commission meeting on July 9th. Faster consideration of the ordinance or approval tonight would not impact the legislative timeline. Because this is a zoning ordinance, the council will ultimately approve the item. The commission just makes a recommendation, and the council will consider this ordinance on public hearing on second reading on July 7th, and that timeline cannot be sped up.
Okay, and if the ordinance, let's say the ordinance passes, how does that impact FISC? Or I assume it would only apply to data centers that have a permit after a certain date, or like where does FISC fall in the timeline of how the future data centers would be impacted by this?
Right, so if this legislation goes into effect, the the established regulations would apply to any future data center, which could include Fisk or other data center proposals. It will be very dependent on the facts of what types of permits they're applying for and on what timeline.
Okay, that's super helpful, thank you. So I have sort of some comments and questions, and maybe I'll just put them out there and staff doesn't need to respond right away, but so one of the requirements of the ordinance is this annual compliance report that was mentioned by some of the commenters as well. There are so many details and detailed requirements in this ordinance that feels like an extremely heavy lift to be enforcing or to be reviewing those. So I'm curious what resources, what department is going to be staffed and tasked with enforcement of, or review even of these annual reports, and then, and also just enforcement of the ordinance generally. Secondly, you all showed us a map in the beginning, which was actually really helpful, of what parcels would be available to have, or not available to have these data centers, given the separation requirement. And I'm wondering if, well, I guess my first question I think those maps that you showed us showed the parcels only applying the separation requirement, not any of the other utility aspects. So I guess I would be interested in, how many parcels would be, if you applied the ordinance of the utility requirements and the separation requirements and anything else you can apply, how many parcels would be available, and would there be any? For different data centers. In other words, is this sort of acting as a de facto ban, prohibition entirely? Because ultimately we would say, well, there aren't any parcels that can actually meet these requirements. And if so, I think we just should know that with more clarity. Also, instead of or maybe this goes to the council member's question, there's a separation requirement, but I wondered if performance standards might be a better way to address some of those targets. And the reason I ask that is also to get at some of the environmental protections. There's a list of environmental requirements, the closed loop, the noise emissions, the carbon emission or air emissions from backup generators. And I think incentives or mandates are a really good way to incentivize new development and investment in new technologies. And it seems like if we could, if we could have some sort of performance standards written in that, I'm not, nothing out of the box here, but, maybe there's a separation requirement, but that can be modified if they can show that they've invested in some very protective environmentally technology. So anyway, just thinking about performance standards along with separation requirements. And then another question I had is do impacts vary by location or type? Somebody spoke to that there's different types of data centers, that there's some that do AI, there's some that, do all the electronics in this room and our cell phones. Do the impacts vary or by the location where it is in the city, or is it simply the size? Because this ordinance seems to regulate just size. And in that sense, I was wondering if we needed sort of more site-by-site flexibility to regulate than there is in the ordinance. The other two things, and I feel like I'm blending, some of these comments are blending the political decisions that need to be made at the council with the land use decisions that are made here, or the recommendations that are made here. But for the land use part, I think it would be really helpful to have some comprehensive feedback from NES on this ordinance and as a whole. The ordinance requires NES to make comments on site-specific permits, applications, but I would be really more interested in sort of overall capacity in the city, because this ordinance applies to the overall city, and include future growth in that, because a lot of the commenters spoke to the rates, and that's going to be extremely impactful to our rates. And I would be interested in what the comprehensive view of future growth and capacity. Also, who pays for upgrade. So let's say a data center meets the ordinance and it goes in, and, you know, it's hard to foresee the technology changes that can happen so fast. I mean, that's really why we're all here, is because this has happened so fast, and the ordinances are behind the movement of technology. So what happens if a data center is permitted and then needs a huge infrastructure upgrade to keep going, even in its place? Who pays for that? And how does that deal with an NES electric capacity? Same thing for Metro Water. I think it would be helpful to see a comprehensive analysis of the impacts on water, whether it's closed loop or not closed loop, or any of the technologies that were discussed tonight. What is the citywide impact on water usage over time, including expected future growth? Does this ordinance treat similar industries or land uses differently? So we have this industrial zoning area, and I'm wondering if this particular use is somehow treated differently than other uses, and if there's a rationale for that. Somebody mentioned there's 27 data centers already in the city, and I'm wondering, will this ordinance turn all of those into legally non-conforming uses? I'm just curious about how that will play out. I think those are my primary comments and questions. I know that's a lot, so I'll pass it on and listen to my other commissioners. Thank you. That was a good list. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Chair. First, thank you, Councilman Horton. I'm glad you're taking the lead on this. I think everything that I've seen come from you has generally been thoughtful and prepared and practical, and I'm glad you're stepping into the breach on this. I think I see lots of good planning tools here: buffers, road facing design, screening, minimum distance, zoning applicability. All good stuff. I had a couple of, I think minor notes. One of the first, distance, minimum distance, good. I was a little unsure on the distance from other data centers. And I say that because I would think, if we're going to have them, that clustering them would be a good idea. We could put them all by the quarry, we put them all by the airport, where for me, if we had two large data centers by the airport, that makes more sense than having to have them half a mile apart, and thus closer to everything else. Not to say, as I heard a concern several times, of building smaller to avoid regulation, because the way I read this was that it was measured in the totality of the project, the totality of the square footages, no matter how many buildings you had, and the totality of your power draw. And so I think if that is the case, it's something to think about. I know it sounds like staff is still studying the feasibility and advisability of the campus size. Since we're already restricting the large to the most intensive industrial zones with special exception permitting only, I thought that might make sense for campus as well, just because it sort of ensures that every single project will be heard and examined. And then the third was, I think Commissioner Dundon basically touched on it. It seems like there is a lot of trade-off in design of these, and I'm the furthest thing from an expert here, but it does sound like if you have all closed loop, maybe that's a little less water, but more power. And so if there was a way of I think you said performance standards, and that, I think, gets hairy and into the details, and maybe we want to avoid that, but might be an interesting way of kind of ensuring what we want into the future, which is we want it less noisy. We don't really care what they use, if they, or we want it cleaner, less particles in the air. we're already worried about, if EPA changes, well, if we have a standard, that's the standard. If we have a standard for power or water usage based on footage or power or whatnot, that might be applicable even as things, technologies, and situations change. Other than that, I kind of wanted to slightly just address, because I think it did a good job, the minimum distance is not just the only criteria. I know a lot of people were concerned maybe that wasn't big enough, and maybe it isn't. I'm not the expert, but I want at least the audience and those concerned about the issue. It does appear to me that it has to be in the correct zoning, which in this, it cannot be in any residential, no matter the size. And as you get into medium or large, it's more intensive or basically only industrial. And then on top of that zoning, it has to then meet. So it has to be an industrial, and it has to be a half a mile from homes, daycares, zoo, et cetera. So I thought that was written well. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
I'll go this way for a minute. Commissioner Dang.
Sure. A couple of thoughts. I'll try to gather them in a coherent manner. The first being, I really appreciate this text amendment. Trying to get ahead of the curve of this relatively new AI upscaling, huge data center concern that a lot of the public has. So appreciate that. I think that both Commissioner Dundon and Commissioner Smith answered or asked a majority of the questions I had ahead of time, but just wanted to clarify and would like to understand not just if a specific development is trying to receive permission for a large data center or the clustering, but like if there is how we might be considering over time, if it makes sense for them to be together, if that complete expansion then becomes the equivalent of the kind that we are restricting. What am I trying to say? The campus size. So do we have any understanding of how we would, if they ever got to that size, plan for that? I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Learned a lot about data centers tonight. I agree with this particular amendment. I think that it should be some policies in place to govern this type of a data center. My question, though, I saw in the presentation that we did look at some peer cities with that. How does this particular amendment compare to some of our cities here in the state of Tennessee? I don't perceive this as being very restrictive per se, but did we do any comparison on the other cities here in Tennessee when we came up with these particular guidelines? And I don't know if Councilman Hollins would you like to speak to that?
So the question is whether this is restrictive compared to other sister cities.
Is it comparable? In other words,
Yeah,
the
so
amendment itself.
The legislation borrows some work from other cities that have had similar ones, DeKalb County, Georgia, for example, and it also contains a lot of language unique to Nashville and is tailored to our specific circumstances and zoning code. So it's a mix.
It's comparable. Also, I saw in there that the large data centers, you mentioned Cockrell Bend. Was it any other particular ones that you're recommending for the larger ones other than Cockrell Bend? And maybe I missed it in the presentation.
Okay, so, well, that wasn't us recommending it. I think that was us taking the regulations and running analysis through our mapping software to say where would they be permitted with all of the regulations, not taking into consideration water or availability or power. And so there, for the largest, I think there were a couple of areas that it would be limited to, Cockrell Bend 1, and then sort of the edge of the county for a little bit of a limited area. We're still checking ourselves on that analysis of our mapping, just, to make sure that we're really clear on where anything would be allowed, and with the application, because there are a lot of stacked regulations, and so it's sort of a really complex exercise to analyze, and so we're still sort of double checking, but there's a couple of areas that we think would be eligible for large.
Thank you. No, I think this is a great amendment. I think it's something that we should support, and I don't have a whole lot of other questions because several of them have already been clarified for me. Thank you.
Commissioner Leslie.
Well, thank you. I'd like to say that to the public, I appreciate you all staying this long, and to the other commissioners, I appreciate you staying too. But I want to clarify something, because the majority of the people that were here, they were here regarding the data center that's supposed to be built near the zoo and the data center at Fisk. And as council said, that this is a countywide text amendment. But I have a question for you. Can the number of data centers be limited?
That's an interesting question. If we had a rational basis for that, potentially, but it would need to be based on some basically scientific information.
Thank you, because it appears that the majority of the public don't want additional data centers. And I think, and to Councilwoman and Commissioner Horton, thank you for bringing this text amendment, because we need it. But the other question I want to ask is, how did we come up with these buffers? 100 feet from a residential use? Why did we carve out religious institutions, daycares, and things of that nature? Do they affect daycares and religious institutions more? Who do I need to ask that?
Sure, so I'll weigh in. So there are times when our staff is actually authoring text amendments, and then there are times when we as staff and the commission are reviewing text amendments that are authored and filed at council. And so this is one where it was authored and filed at council. And so we are now doing due diligence as staff to give you all a recommendation. So we're researching it. So it wasn't our staff that sort of drafted those standards for separation, but now we are in the process of analyzing it to provide you all with the best recommendation.
And thank you for that, because I really would like to know, 100 feet doesn't seem to be, and I live right in the area where one of these centers are proposed. It doesn't seem to be a great distance. And if they're harmful, I would like to know the rationale for having 100 feet for a small as opposed to having 2,640 feet for small. I mean, I don't understand how we came up with those different guidelines, 100, 500, 2,640 feet. That's what I would like clarity on. And then, and so at no point would a data center be allowed in a residential use where there's a residential, correct? No, none.
No.
But according to this amendment, it could be next to a residential.
Hold on, let's, forgive me for interrupting. I want to make sure we're being clear. So a residential use. So can we talk about where you have residential versus what's zoned residential versus perhaps where people are living that's not zoned residential? If you don't mind me clarifying, because I want to make sure you get the right.
And I don't mind if you clarify to what's residential use as opposed to a person living in residential. Okay, okay.
So the way that the proposal as written indicates residential use for the separation, not residential zoning. Because there are places in the city where we have residential zoning that may be a non-conforming commercial use. For instance, that a use that may predate the zoning, so it does refer to residential use of property as opposed to how a property is zoned for the separation.
And the last thing, thank you, I want to talk about is, as talked about before, is the enforcement of these particular restrictions. How would that happen? I think that according to what you say, that it would be reported to the zoning administrator. And I know the zoning has a lot to do at this point, but will that be carved out especially for that, to attend to that type of zoning administrator? I guess there's one, is there only one zoning administrator?
Well, they have a property standards division of codes. They have a zoning administrator. There's multiple ways where complaints can be made to codes if something's not in compliance, and codes has staff that will go out and investigate any sort of complaint that takes place. So there's different ways that codes can sort of determine whether something is in compliance or not in compliance with zoning.
So I think it would be helpful if we would carve that out, where the public would know that if there's a complaint, where they are directly to go to, rather than you say there's different aspects of it. If they wouldn't know, if we could clearly say that if there's a violation, this is reported to whomever. Then this may be not a part of our purview, but I would like to know what would happen if these standards were violated. I mean, it's good to have them, the restrictions, but what if they violate the restrictions, what will happen? And so I think if we clarify that, is it a fine, or will the corporation be put in jail? Or can you put a corporation in jail, counsel? No, you can't? Okay, all right. So those are the type of things that I would like to know. Thank you.
Henley?
Thank you, Chair. A couple of thoughts. I think, this may maybe contradict some of the things from my previous commissioner's comments, but I think, we've heard a lot that data centers are new, and they are. And, I live in a world where I'm fortunate enough to see, marvels of engineering happen on a daily basis. And so technology will change rapidly. Humans are capable of doing some incredible things when they're incentivized or mandated to do them without loopholes and without workarounds. But oftentimes, we take that path. And so to me, I think some of the things that we're talking about, with, utility usage, heat dispersion, air particulate quality, decibel levels, like these aren't new measurements of impact. Right, like the data center conversation is new, but the impacts are not. They're things we've had challenges with for probably decades, if not longer. And, they're often very well regulated. So I will commend, Councilmember Horton for the legislation, because these are heavy industrial grade conversations that we're typically talking about. And we're having conversations about them being next to some very sensitive areas in our community. But I'm probably more on we need to be a little bit more stringent side of things. I know we got to start somewhere. I'm typically somebody who is, less opposed to over-regulation, but I think in this particular case, it's important. I think the lens of environmental and ecological impact is not heavy enough currently in what I've seen. I think we've talked about decibel levels. We've had, again, thank you to everybody who's come out and the work of staff. But I think, we are thinking about it through the human lens mostly, which is where we should start. And we talk about decibel levels, but I think there's several studies that talk about decibel levels above 40 decibel levels being meaningfully impactful to wildlife. I think we need to think about natural habitats, migration patterns, watersheds. We've got a lot of really sensitive areas in our county that, based on our, current calculus of what areas things may go, we're pushing them to those areas. And so I think we need to be really mindful about what we're saying. when we say, well, not near these areas, but then you put it next to other areas. I do also think there are certain institutions and certain things that need to be considered when we're talking about certain distances as well. But again, I just err on the side of more caution rather than less. And, if someone wants to tell me, 100 feet away is safe, I would ask the same question, Commissioner, why 100 feet? Why is that? What's proven for that to be safe enough, especially when we're talking about the kinds of things that cause severe illnesses, prolonged, if not irreversible types of health impacts, and not to mention, like I said, environmental impacts. So those are the things that come to mind. I mean, obviously, in addition to several of the things that I've heard here from both the public and my fellow commissioners. But I think about trying to regulate what we would consider kind of a moving target is what we seem like we're trying to hit. But I think a lot of the impacts aren't moving targets. I think we've got several years of study, pretty solid study on some of these impacts and what they mean for both people and the planet. And so I feel like there's some ability to lean in a little bit heavier on some of those things. That's my opinion. And I've had, more conversations than I thought I would have about decibels, working out at the fairgrounds and then now here. And so I know it's a very, and then at the amphitheater. So I know it's something we've talked about. We are Music City. We're used to noise, but we are clearly, we prefer the kind of noise we like to hear. And so I think there's some sentiment that we've heard from our constituents that's very clear on that, and we should be very mindful of it. Outside of that, I'm excited to see this progressing because I do think, again, as I said, we've got to start somewhere. It gives us a strong foothold to continue to improve it. I think there's some ways to additionally look at what has happened across the globe. I know we have a short period of time, so being overly expansive in what we look at, but we know that data centers are happening in so many other places, and so I wouldn't limit ourselves to United States information only when we think about how to best protect our citizens.
Commissioner Dundon.
I can speak very briefly to some of Commissioner Leslie's questions around distance requirements and 100 feet. So what this legislation does is, part of what this legislation does is it defines data center and then also distinguishes between different types of data centers, with banning the big hyperscale ones in excess of 500,000 square feet, while putting strict rules and requirements around other large ones, including, in that instance, a half-mile buffer between the data center and sensitive uses like daycare, schools, parks, the zoo, and things like that. It also recognizes smaller and more accessory uses for data centers, things that you wouldn't typically think of as a data center, like a library computer lab is technically a data center. And so it's those kind of smaller and more accessory uses where you see the smaller distance requirements compared to like the larger ones, which have the half-mile distance requirement. And so that was the reason for the sliding scale between larger distance requirements for some and smaller for others, and would welcome staff's feedback at our next meeting whether those distances within that sliding scale are appropriate. But that was the rationale behind it.
Mr. Denon. Thanks. Sorry, there was just one thing I forgot to mention, which is the backup generator part of the ordinance. So like Commissioner Henley said, this is not new. This is how most industries have to have backup generators, because you can't stop your whole factory because your power went out. So this is definitely not new, but that is how the air emissions usually come from these types of facilities, because they'll be using electricity, so they won't be generating emissions, or shouldn't be, as far as I know, unless their backup generators are running, but they also have to run to be tested. So what really jumped out at me is that these generators cannot be operated for more than 72 hours. Well, I think we all know just from last winter that power can go out for more than 3 days. So what happens after 3 days? Are they expected to shut down the data center? And what impacts does that have if a hospital is relying on that data center? What is the impact of after that 72 hours? And then in good incentive fashion, it's exempt, that 72 hours is exempted if you're using renewable energy sources, solar panels, wind, or waste heat.
Well, those sources are not likely to be able to run 24/7 after a power outage. Maybe waste heat, I'm not really sure, but not solar and wind. So maybe this means batteries, but this is sort of one area that feels to me like it's a great opportunity to incentivize some zero emission backup power generation source generally. So anyway, wanted to mention that. And then the issue about not really knowing what we're talking about, at least that's kind of how I feel in terms of the impacts. Like, there were a lot of people who mentioned a lot of research or their thoughts about very serious health impacts and impacts to animals. Others stood up and said, we just don't have the data, and so we need to really enforce, almost like a precautionary principle. We need to have these regulations that are very strong until we know. And maybe this is more of a council issue, but I think just understanding what does the research show, certainly that makes any regulation that you base it on science or data more robust and defensible. So I would be interested, especially the zoo comments and impacts on animals, or like you mentioned, children or sensitive populations. So, thanks.
I know that the chair doesn't really speak, but I had a couple of questions. And then I also wanted to just sort of do a +1 to Commissioner Dundon's comments. I think she laid out a lot of really good questions for us to think about, and they're not easy. In my time here, I've never seen something that is potentially this significant happen this quickly, and I understand kind of why, but so many other things like this have been preceded by fairly lengthy study sessions and, work sessions and all the rest. So I understand this has been in the process. It's in process nationally. There's a lot of conversation about this right now, but I do have some concerns that this is something that's happening really quickly, and we don't totally have our arms around all of the issues. I had one really specific question, and it lends itself to something Commissioner Dundon just brought up, and that is around the incentives or the standards that accompany using renewable energy sources with this. And I'm kind of, this is another one where, so data centers can offset their utility usage with renewable energy sources. The scale of renewable energy sources that we're talking about to power these are not going to be co-located at the site of the data center. They're going to be separate utility scale projects that will feed into the grid for NES or whoever it is, but they're not generally, unless there's a specific connection between the data center operator and the solar provider or the wind provider, you can't tie the two together exactly, other than to say, NES is adding this renewable capacity into the grid overall, and there's some connection there, but they're not going to be co-located, most likely. So I do think some kind of standards about what we mean with that and how you would be able to measure that. Because I think a lot of the data centers don't necessarily say, I've contracted with XYZ, solar developer to develop the solar array on my behalf. It's kind of an indirect arrangement. So, with some of the smaller ones, you might get away with rooftop solar. Certainly wind, we're not going to have wind on site. We don't have a lot of wind in Tennessee, but I think that's an element that needs to be built out a little bit more, especially because there are some pretty big incentives for going with renewables. So that would be one point. I also wanted to just sort of, I know this is something we're looking at, but I would revisit the list of uses where we have certain buffer standards in place. I thought the point that was brought forward about jails, really good point, and that's, we should take that. And then I guess just having been here a long time and seen, our work around affordable housing, our work around short-term rentals. We are always at risk of state preemption on anything, it seems like, and anything where it starts to seem like we're being overly restrictive. And I agree that this is, that we're not the political body, and, but it behooves us to make sure that we have thought through this as comprehensively as possible, and we are in the best position to defend this, against potential state preemption. And so it occurs to me, everybody brought up Memphis, and we know there are a lot of issues in Memphis. And I quickly was looking to see what kind of stuff has Memphis done, and I don't see anything. And Memphis has really been hit hard by the most egregious bad examples of how, these data center operators are really taking advantage of marginalized communities. So I just wonder, do we need to be looking at this at least in partnership with our other major cities that are also facing this, or at least that we can be kind of on the same page? Because at the end of the day, if the state, decide, I just think we need to make sure we're in as strong a position as possible at the risk of preemption by the state. That's for you guys, but but we can help by at least making it the soundest possible policy going forward. So I think those are my things that kind of came up. Yeah.
One of the things that kind of bothered me is that I really don't have enough information about the data centers and so forth, and it appears to me that that we have to pass something to get it through. And I understand that because of what's happening. And again, I appreciate your being forward on this. But Council, you said that a moratorium is not before us right now. It could be before us on June 25th. Okay. That's all I need to know.
Yeah, I think that's a really important question for us to figure out, because, and this is for council and others, but it really feels to me like 90 days of studying this a little bit more would put us in a much stronger position, but I understand there's other factors to take into consideration with that, but I don't know. I just feel like this is a really lengthy list of questions, and to your point, I feel like we don't quite know everything we need to know.
Well, we'll be recommending to you that we defer by rule. Let staff, my recommendation is have staff work these issues. We've got some really concrete questions here. Commissioner, I hear you about just sort of not knowing enough about data centers, and part of it is because it's evolving so quickly. In some ways, the technology's been around a long time, which Commissioner Henley mentioned, but the way we're understanding them in the context of AI, I think has put an entirely different lens on how we're understanding the policy issues. And so we can also give some thought to some additional materials, just sort of basic background that we have, providing those to the commission as well. And then as to the moratorium, we'll analyze that just as we do any other proposal, and I do anticipate that'll be before you next meeting, and so we'll look at that holistically in addition to our responses. And it may be that there are some pieces, this question you've asked about renewable energy and sort of that line of inquiry, maybe that's a subset of questions that we ask, and we can always see if council sort of can open up an additional sort of area there, and we can work through that. So there are a lot of different options that we have here. But I'm incredibly grateful for the thoughtful conversation and expertise that you've had, and also for the public for coming out today and speaking with us and providing so many good ideas about how we need to look at these issues. So thank you. This has been really helpful.
Any further comments? Yeah, Commissioner Dundon.
Sorry, it's a quick question. Can you just remind us what our role is on this? Like, can we change text? I mean, can we recommend a change in text, or are we just doing yay or nay?
Oh, forgive me for not going over that basic bit of information. So this evening, we're asking you to defer for one meeting. We're going to go back as a team and we're going to chew on all of these questions. We'll come back with answers to questions and recommended potential changes to the legislation. And so the response that you get from us could be in the form of a substitute. It could be in the form of just answering things, but we opted not to recommend a substitute. So it could be, any number of responses.
So staff can change the language of the ordinance and we can propose a section of it, or you have to change the?
What we would do is we would recommend to you, this commission, potential changes. You would evaluate what we put on the table and say, yes, we like it, or no, we don't. And then you would vote on that, and then we send it up to council, and similarly, they would say, yes, we like, no, we don't, and council has its own process for making amendments. So the language is subject to evolve.
And on the 25th, if you have a proposal for revised language, can this body add or subtract?
Yes.
Amend that language in our meeting? Okay.
Yes, so we'll, on the Friday before the meeting, you'll get whatever we put on the table. And then I encourage you, as always, to process what you're seeing. If you think we haven't gone far enough or you don't think our language quite hits it, then in the meeting, sort of telling us specifically how you would want to evolve that language is your right as a commission, and then your peers would just need to, agree or not. And then certainly, again, council can always sort of look at that and make adjustments as well in the legislative process.
Thank you.
But to clarify, we will not, on the 25th, there will not be another public hearing in front of the commission. The next opportunity for public hearing will be at the second reading at council.
Correct. And then, Lisa, did you have a clear?
Just to note that the Friday prior to the next commission meeting is Juneteenth. Our office will be closed, and so it is likely that we will not publish the staff report until that Monday.
Okay, so forgive me, so Juneteenth is that Friday, so on Monday, look at our proposed language. Given how complex this is, I would ask if you see something that you would want to change, let us know, and then that'll help us be able to anticipate, because drafting legislation on the fly can be challenging. But it is absolutely your right as a commission to do that and to evolve it as it's before you. So, thank you.
Okay, so and we don't have to have a separate vote to suspend our rules because of the fact that we're not doing our standard 2-meeting deferral.
I think in the motion, the recommendation could be approve staff's recommendation to defer 1 meeting with the suspension of commission rules. Yes. Okay.
Any further discussion? If not, I need a motion to defer this item for 1 meeting.
I would like to adopt staff recommendation to suspend the rules and defer to the June 25th Planning Commission meeting.
That is a good motion. Second, any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all very, very much. That was a long night. Okay, so with that, we are on to, we will go through these quickly, our other business. Historic Zoning Commission.
No major update, Chair.
No major updates, other than we should apparently read the scene.
Apparently read the scene. I haven't gotten a chance to yet, but that'll be good.
We shall read the scene article. Parks?
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair. 2 quick pieces of information. Well, 1 quick piece of information. I did serve as vice chair for this past board meeting. At the Parks Board meeting, we did have a great presentation and approve the Plan to Play update. It has a strong emphasis on maintaining and uplifting the facilities that we currently have in our park system. But also being proactive about looking forward to projects and program advancement. And then also a specific focus on our natural areas inside our park systems as well. And so just, again, kind of echoing the theme from earlier. But excited to have that done. Great work. Want to be extremely complimentary to the park staff. And just like I did today, for thanking all of the folks that came out to participate in our meeting, thank all the folks that participated in the community engagement effort for the Plan to Play update.
Thank you. You are wearing many hats. Executive committee report. I don't think that we have anything other than to note that we have our meeting June 25th, but we will only have one meeting in July. So you have that to look forward to. I don't know if any other executive committee updates.
Well, I would just say, I do encourage you to read the scene article. The historic zoning staff has been with the planning department now for a year, and we are working incredibly hard with them to bring them on board and evaluate how they are doing their work. And it's, you know, the program work that we're doing is consistent with what we committed to council, that we would work with them on, and it's something we work with all of our teams on in terms of how we think about our projects and how we think about our work. I think the article highlighted a really important technical error pertaining to how the historic team identified one property. And so I definitely think that there are some improvements to be made in how the research was done in that particular instance, but then it also identified a sort of larger structural question about how we think about cultural and issues, racial issues in our history, and how we're describing that to the Historic Zoning Commission and how the Historic Zoning Commission weighs that information. And so I think it's an incredibly important conversation to have, and we as public servants should always be thinking about how we talk about our history and how we think about the decisions that we make as a body. You heard about that tonight, and we hold ourselves to high standards, but we can always do better. And so, you know, I've assured the historic zoning team that I'm committed to continuing to work with them over the next several years towards a preservation plan where that's going to be a great opportunity to talk, you know, countywide about sort of how we think about our history, preserving our history, and that's everything from the built environment, conservation areas, but also the cultural history of our citizens and our people. So it's not just about buildings. And so I think this article speaks to that. With that, I'll just say thank you again for your service. This is a hard commission, but I can tell you that folks who are paying really close attention to the data center issue, I had a number say to me today, we're so glad the Planning Commission is going to be reviewing this, because whatever issues you elevate and talk about, it's gonna help us think through our policy, because the city relies on you to do what you've done tonight. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Last but not least, anything from the legislative?
Nothing else.
Nothing more?
From the legislative branch.
Come on, Councilman Horton. All right, well, if there is no further items, do I have a motion to adjourn? I'll move. All right, we are adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.